Chapter 453. First, he could ensure the path back. Then, if he had the time, he could do it slowly. After obtaining the location of the other half of the mirror, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed to Yaochen Mountain, Feng Yunsheng and the others accompanying him. The group headed east. The Huqin mountain range was located in the east of the floating life world, and was the territory of the Thunder Rumbling sect. Previously, the Huqin mountain range was also a buffer zone between the Thunder Rumbling sect and the Thunder Demon sphere of influence. However, as the Thunder Demon had been slain by Yan Zhaoge, the entire Huqin mountain range had fallen under the control of the Thunder Rumbling clan. The Thunder Rumbling clan naturally welcomed Yan Zhaoge leaving the lands of the west and descending upon the Huqin mountain range. Still, as Yan Zhaoge did not let them participate too much, the Thunder Rumbling clan did not dare to interfere casually, as they could only follow Yan Zhaoge's instructions and clear out the entire northern region of the Huqin mountain range. Facing the thunder-containing tablet, with all their experts having been injured by Yan Zhaoge earlier, the strength of the Thunder Rumbling clan had originally fallen greatly as well. Although the Thunder Demon was gone, the mixed-blood Swanee was still eyeing them covetously. However, accompanied by the arrival of Yan Zhaoge's group, the mixed-blood Swanee naturally did not dare to approach the territory of the Thunder Rumbling clan. That should be where Yaochen Mountain is located. Yan Zhaoge strode atop the air, placing his hand over his eyes as he gazed into the distance, identifying its geographical location. Everyone's figures descended, arriving near Yaochen Mountain together, landing halfway up the mountain. Yan Zhaoge's ears trembled slightly as he could hear the sound of water emanating from far away. Following the sound of the water, Zhang Xian found a waterfall floating in midair. Yan Zhaoge took out that half-mirror he possessed, seeing that the mirror light still appeared rather dim. Clearly, the spiritual force within the mirror had been greatly depleted earlier, and was currently still in the process of recovering. Still, after nearing the vicinity of Yaochen Mountain, Yan Zhaoge could already clearly feel the trembling and abnormalities of the half-mirror in his hand. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu and the others exchanged glances, nodding slightly. We didn't find the wrong place. Even as he infused his true essence into the half-mirror, Yan Zhaoge observed the waterfall before him. Streaks of light flickered and gradually condensed into an illusory shadow, once again mending the broken mirror in his hand. A beam of light shot out from the half-real, half-illusory mirror and swept through the world. A moment later, the scattered mirror light began to condense and converge into a line, falling on a rock below the waterfall. The mountain rock shook slightly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed. The light projected from the center of the mirror seemed to be connected to something under the mountain rock like a line. Yan Zhaoge flicked lightly with his finger, his sword light flashing as that mountain rock instantly broke apart. A treasured light instantly shot into the skies amidst the shattered mountain rocks. Yan Zhaoge made a grabbing motion within the air, a black shadow flying up and landing within his hand. It was the other half of the mirror. Its style and the concept contained within were exactly the same as the half-mirror that Yan Zhaoge currently possessed. Both sides occupied half of the mirror, and the incisions were also consistent. It was obvious that the mirror had been intact before, but now it was split in half. Yan Zhaoge's left and right hands, half on each side, now came together, placing the two mirrors together. Immediately, rays of light shot out from the mirror and illuminated the world. Wherever the mirror light came into contact with, the space would distort slightly. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Indeed, its original quality was very good. The mirror dimensional traversing technique inscribed on it is also rather refined, being intricate to the point of detail. If it had not been broken, when it was still perfect and flawless, executing the mirror dimensional traversing technique with this mirror would be much more convenient in traversing between different worlds. The words lofty prestige gradually surfaced on the surface of the mirror. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, smiling. Lofty prestige mirror, is it? Interesting, but I wonder what is the background of my mother. It could already be confirmed that Xue Chuqing had merely been a passerby of the floating life world. According to the words his mother had left behind, Yan Zhaoge felt that she might have come from the world beyond worlds mentioned in those words. If this was indeed the case, it meant that there were similarly martial practitioners below the martial saint realm living in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps the world beyond worlds itself had natives with a self-developing civilization. There was also a distinction between ordinary people and martial practitioners there. It was just that in worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world or the Floating Life world, one either had to surpass the third level of the martial saint realm or possess the assistance of special treasures in order to head to the world beyond worlds. Such treasures were naturally very hard to find. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. It would be a little difficult for us to go over from here, but it doesn't seem like it would be difficult for those people over there to come over. It's just that if the third level of the martial saint realm is the limit, they would not be able to go to the world beyond worlds if they do not surpass it. Surpassing it, would they still be able to remain in their original world? Yan Zhaoge's thoughts raced. What exactly has the great calamity caused the current heavens and earth to look like? The Sacred Sun clan's past Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao. I've never heard of him surpassing the third level of the martial saint realm. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, returning his attention to the lofty prestige mirror before him. Go! With just a thought from Yan Zhaoge, while the radiance of the lofty prestige mirror was half bright and half dim, it still shot out a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky. The streak of light abruptly dispersed within the sky, transforming into streaks of light that resembled meteors of various sizes as they scattered into the surroundings. Yan Zhaoge and the others focused their attention on the direction in which the streaks of light were heading in, capturing the most obvious one amongst them. To the north, around 14,600 kilometers away. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction in which the streaks of light had traveled while analyzing the pattern of the spiritual chi flow between the heavens and the earth of the floating life world. Su Fei calculated silently for a moment before nodding. It should be around this distance, where the dimensional passageway leading to the Eight Extremities world is located. Still, the dimensional passageway is unceasingly changing. When we find it, the location should have changed again. Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It's fine. I've already grasped some of the patterns. It will be much easier for us to continue searching after we've arrived there. Moreover, we still have the help of this lofty prestige mirror. Still. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly, raising his head and continuing to look at the sky. He saw that there was actually a streak of light condensing there, not completely dispersing into the surroundings. Noticing the abnormalities, the others all raised their heads and looked upwards as well. There, space surged unceasingly, actually gradually breaking apart. The terrifying power of dimensions distorted unceasingly, shockingly ripping a massive gap in the sky. Light flickered within the gap, only gradually fading after a long time. As the light faded, the scene within that gap changed, actually forming the entrance of a dimensional passageway which was placed right before Yan Zhaoge and the others. It does not lead to the Eight Extremities world, instead leading somewhere else. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. The power of dimensions between the floating life world and the other side might already be a little thin at this time. Someone on the other side is also distorting the boundaries of space, the power of both sides coincidentally condensing at a single point, temporarily opening a passageway? Gazing over carefully, they shockingly saw figures flickering within that passageway as someone was currently speeding over from the other side. Chapter 454. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yan Zhaoge could first see two streaks of light, one white and one black, flickering within the dimensional passageway within the sky. The black and white radiances were not two separate streaks of light, instead intermingling as they rotated unceasingly, traversing the dimensional passageway in a straight line towards the floating life world. Behind that black and white radiance, a heaven-shocking roar suddenly resounded. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, having already identified that it was clearly the roar of a dragon. Hearing this sound, Yan Zhaoge could feel the dragon blood essence that had already been refined in his body surge slightly as well. Beside him, Ahu felt the same as well, the big man blinking. Young master, to have such a feeling, this is a true dragon. Someone who has cultivated in the power of a true dragon. Yan Zhaoge gazed fixedly at the entrance of the dimensional passageway within the sky. Then, behind the black and white radiance, one blood-red light dragon after another shot out from the dimensional passageway, entering the floating life world. Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others all looked warily at the sky up above, carefully analyzing that shocking power. Su Fei said in a low tone, "While it is indeed dragon qi, it does not seem like the cultivation technique of demonic blood cultivators, instead resembling that of qi cultivators like us?" Yan Zhaoge nodded, "That's right, it is precisely so. It is just that their cultivation technique originates from the power of a true dragon. Supplemented by the blood of a dragon, they can cultivate in dragon qi as a human. Still, this also depends on the talent of the cultivator." Amidst their words, 5 blood-red light dragons rampaged about, surrounding that black and white intermingling streak of light within the sky. A voice resounded from within the blood dragon, "You husband and wife can be considered lucky, actually breaking through the power of dimensions and escaping to another world. Still, your good luck ends here. Being buried in a foreign land is your final destination." Hearing these words, Yan Zhaoge even felt like crying. Because he could understand the other party's language. While there were still some differences, it was extremely similar to the common language of the pre-Great Calamity world. While it was different from the language that his mother Xue Chuqing used, it was similar in style as they were both the common language of the pre-Great Calamity world, having evolved through different means. Being proficient in the language of the pre-Great Calamity world, Yan Zhaoge now found it much easier to understand the other party's words. As compared to the bitterness he had felt when he had first come into contact with the language of the floating life world, Yan Zhaoge was currently filled with a myriad of emotions. It was also precisely because they had been no different from deaf people when they had first arrived in the floating life world that Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others had pondered over this painful experience as they began to ask Yan Zhaoge for help in learning languages. Whether it was the 8 extremities world, the floating life world or the language used by this person, they were all inextricably linked to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times, sharing the same origin. Therefore, while learning the language of the floating life world, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others also diligently studied the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Listening to the other party's words, even though Zhang Xian only understood a little, he was still able to grasp some crucial information. The black and white streams of light were trapped by the 5 blood dragons and stopped in the sky. A man and a woman appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. They were a middle-aged couple. This husband and wife were both injured, the husband shielding his wife behind him as he said hatefully, "Your blood dragon sect and my Changli mountain both belong to the 7 pillars of good, standing against the 6 evil sects together. Yet now, you want to cause trouble for us. Are you trying to incite a great battle between our 2 sects, causing internal strife amongst us of good?" That blood dragon at the head of the group spoke, "Then I should be thanking you. Leaving the vast ocean world where we were, coming to this completely foreign world, who in Changli Mountain would know that you died here?" As the blood-red light flickered, the figure of an old man appeared. Garbed in a black robe, his hands behind his back as he looked gloomily at the couple down below. In another direction, the scales of the other 4 blood dragons pulsed, streams of blood-red light being emitted from them. As the light of each blood dragon was retracted, the figure of a martial practitioner finally appeared, standing amidst the air as a powerful feeling of power emanated from every single movement of theirs. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions, surrounding the target couple. The old man raised his head and looked at the dimensional passageway within the sky. The dimensional passageway is extremely unstable. Having been opened temporarily, it should be closing very soon. After killing you in this new world, we will immediately return to the vast ocean world, while the 2 of you will vanish completely from the vast ocean world. How perfect would that be? A look of despair appeared on the faces of the husband and wife who were surrounded. However, they were not discouraged as they exchanged glances, both able to see the resolve within each other's gazes. The couple let out a long roar in unison before a white sword light shot into the skies from the scabbard on the man's back while a black sword light shot out from the scabbard on the woman's back, shining brightly alongside the white sword light of her husband. The couple combined their swords of black and white, spiraling upwards as they attempted to break out of the encirclement. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up slightly. Oh? One yin, one yang, merging together in perfect harmony, they have indeed obtained some of the true meaning of yin and yang coexisting. The power of this couple's combined swords is greater than 1 + 1. The black and white sword light shot into the skies. Seeing this, the black-robed old man's expression did not change as he made a hand gesture. The surrounding martial practitioners roared in unison, their roars breaking through the clouds and winds. As the acupoints of their entire bodies pulsed, roiling blood and chi light surged out together, illusory scenes of light even appearing above their heads. Amidst the scenes of light, numerous spirit leaves swayed. They were actually all mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster experts. Their surging true essence was filled with spirituality as it turned fake into real, directly transforming into numerous blood dragons which enveloped their bodies before shooting towards the black and white sword light. The black and white swords combined yin and yang, possessing extremely shocking power as the sword light traversed amidst the horizon. Despite being surrounded by 4 blood dragons, they were actually unable to do anything to them for the time being. The black-robed old man was not surprised by this. Changli Mountain's combined swords were renowned throughout the entire vast ocean world. While this couple before him were only mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters, if they joined hands, they would still be able to stand against him who was a late-essence spirit martial grandmaster. If the black-robed old man made a move now, this couple would not be able to stand against him. Still, being in a foreign world now, the black-robed old man dared not be careless as he stood by the side, holding down the fort in case of any unexpected situations. This was especially so when the black-robed old man had already seen Yan Zhaoge and the others. Not being clear on their movements, the black-robed old man did not make a move. Anyway, that couple is already injured. As long as we surround them, as time drags on, they will naturally be unable to hold on. The black-robed old man gazed at Yan Zhaoge and the others, instead. While the people here seem to have limited cultivation bases, I wonder what their cultivation bases are. Meeting that black-robed old man's gaze, Yan Zhaoge smiled non-committally, just watching the battle between the 4 blood dragons and the 2 sword lights with great interest. Who asked, Gongzi, what should we do? Chapter 455. His hands crossed before his chest, Yan Zhaoge looked interestedly at the great battle that was currently underway in the sky up above. The frenzied tides stirred up by the battle between essence spirit martial grandmasters were something that Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu would be very hard-pressed to withstand with their current cultivation bases. Yan Zhaoge and the others stood at the front, helping them block the aftershocks of the battle lest they be affected. The 6 battling people were all mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters. Standing by the side, Su Fei and Ahu both felt some pressure. The martial arts that the other party cultivates are rather unique and of a very high level. Placed in the 8 extremities world, they would also be direct lineage martial arts of our 6 great sacred grounds. After observing for a moment, Su Fei said, able to cultivate to the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, these people are all not easy to deal with. Yan Zhaoge's expression was a little playful, the 7 pillars of good, the 6 evil sects. In other words, there should be a total of 13 powers like them. I just wonder if there are any powers above these 13 sects. Different from those of the floating life world, the cultivation bases of these martial practitioners from the vast ocean world were virtually clear to Yan Zhaoge and the others with a single glance. Su Fei said, from the looks of it, they should also be important figures of their respective sects, just that they are still not at the peak. From this, it can be seen that they should all have essence talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. It is just that we do not know if there are any martial saints, Feng Yunsheng said. 13 such sects can also be considered rather impressive. The level of the martial Tao of this vast ocean world should be higher than that of the floating life world. Who smacked his lips, looking at Yan Zhaoge, young master, one of these 2 sides seems to be called Changli Mountain. Are we helping them? Yan Zhaoge shook his head, laughing. While there were the 5 peaks of Taoism before the Great Calamity, Broad Creed in the east and Changli in the south, following the Great Calamity, it has long since been ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Our sect was founded hastily after the Great Calamity, starting anew. It should be the same for them as well. It is indeed a great coincidence that we have met them now. Still, there is no logic in saying that we are innately close to them. Hearing his words, Ahu spread his palms apart. If it is like this, then we can just casually look around. If it is someone we know, we can just give them a hand. However, the conflict before us has nothing to do with us at all. The big guy's expression was somewhat regretful. Having been with Yan Zhaoge for so long, who had learned from him as he was now just watching the show, not afraid of things getting out of hand. However, the most pressing matter now was to ascertain where the dimensional passageway leading back to the Eight Extremities world was located. Hu was usually playful, but when it came to serious matters, he would always be able to prioritize. Su Fei furrowed his brows. It looks like they're ganging up on me, but we don't know the cause and effect. It's hard for us to determine who's right and who's wrong, and who's the evil one. Stroking his lower chin, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand to observe the battle in midair. It's not like we really have to distinguish who is right and who is wrong, who is good and who is bad. If you realize that you saved the wrong person, then just kill him. Hearing Yan Zhaoge say this, Hu chuckled, while Su Fei shook his head and sighed, saying to Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu, don't learn everything from him. Feng Yunsheng's smile was like a flower. Ing Longtu seemed to understand, but he didn't. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that couple who controlled the black and white sword light, seeing that spiritual light was still lighting up on their bodies. Other than their swords, which were mid-grade spirit weapons, the couple also had other spirit weapons. The husband had a light armor, while the wife had a bracelet. Of course, their opponents, those 4 Blood Dragon sect martial grandmasters, all had spirit artifacts on them as well. However, Yan Zhaoge was not concerned about this. Of that couple, Yan Zhaoge was also not interested in the light armor that the man was wearing. A considerable portion of Yan Zhaoge's attention was placed on that bracelet, seeing it emit a ring of 7-colored spiritual light from time to time. The 7-colored spiritual light had a protective effect, helping that woman to block the attacks of the 4 essence spirit martial grandmasters of the Blood Dragon sect. Observing that 7-colored spiritual light, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, why does this spirit artifact look so much like Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith has been integrated within? Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others were all baffled. Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith? Gazing at the battlefield within the sky, Yan Zhaoge said slowly, Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith has never appeared in our Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity, seemingly having been completely cut off. However, according to ancient records, there was a treasure before the Great Calamity known as Rainbow Dawn Jade, with a jade pith at its core that circulated like rainbow light. This thing will play a crucial role in sister-in-law Yuzhen's recovery. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly, its effect is much stronger than that of our original target in coming here this time, the empty spirit rain mist of the marsh of Illusory Sea. Hearing his words, the expressions of Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and Ing Longtu all changed. Even Han Long, who was rather slow and ignorant about everything other than the martial Tao, emitted a blazing glow in his eyes. Su Fei's expression was solemn as he stared fixedly at the dimensional passageway entrance up in the sky, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the layers of space, directly reaching the world on the other side. He asked slowly, the world that these people come from might have Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith? Yan Zhaoge gazed at the bracelet that was flying alongside that woman within the sky. I should not have seen wrongly. Still, it would be best if I could truly come into contact with it, analyzing the concept of the spiritual chi within before I could be certain. If the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith was really one of the raw materials when this bracelet of hers was forged, that vast ocean world that they come from would definitely have Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, even if it isn't produced, it is already extinct. That is also fine. While it is exceptionally troublesome, I have a way to refine the materials that have already been forged into a weapon. As long as the item is still there, there is a way. Hu rubbed his palms together, young master, what do we do then? Do we help the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners capture that couple, the people going to them and the bracelet going to us, or do we help that couple? Before Yan Zhaoge could speak, the black-robed old man up in the sky snorted coldly. While there was some difficulty in understanding what Yan Zhaoge and the others were saying, having always been paying attention to this side, the black-robed old man very quickly discovered that Yan Zhaoge and the others were gradually showing signs of wanting to make a move. The black-robed old man said coldly, when the Blood Dragon sect is handling matters, do not interfere lest you make a mistake. The acupoints of his entire body shuddered together, streams of blood-red light circulating which gradually condensed into a dragon's body, dragon scales, dragon claws and dragon tail. The dense true essence and Orochi gradually transformed into a layer of blood cloud. This was not the blood cloud unleashed by the blood cloud gourd of the floating life world. Instead, it was an existence formed of this black-robed old man's true essence, resembling the auspicious clouds of a dragon. The majestic blood cloud hung high in the sky, enveloping the surrounding area. While it was condensed and not released, it completely obstructed Yan Zhaoge's group from that couple. Chapter 456. Completely ignoring the blood dragon coiling within the sky, Yan Zhaoge said, "Just the amount of rainbow dawn jade pith refined within that bracelet is too little. It would be best if the rainbow dawn chalcedony is produced in that world." Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. There is still an even more vexing problem. The dimensional passageway leading to that world was formed by chance, existing temporarily. Before long, it should vanish once more. Shui Fei sucked in a deep breath. "No matter what, let's first deal with the situation before us. It's up to you, junior apprentice brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge smiled, looking at the blood dragon coiling within the sky, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun. The current situation is instead easier to deal with. With that said, all the acupoints in his body began to vibrate, and his true essence surged into the sky. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold when he saw this. "How dare you!" The scarlet dragon circling in the air opened and closed its scales. Surging blood qi continuously poured out of it, and the scarlet dragon's dragon might and auspicious clouds grew thicker. The massive dragon tail swung downwards, shooting out of the cloud layer towards Yan Zhaoge, the power of this one strike seemingly able to break mountains and split seas. Yan Zhaoge chortled, casually clapping out with his right hand as a massive force capable of collapsing the heavens erupted just a short distance away, directly shattering that massive dragon tail into smithereens. The black-robed old man was greatly shocked. An essence spirit martial grandmaster, so young? Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his movements. After having shattered the dragon tail with a single palm, he struck out with another palm towards the air above, the numerous layers of blood clouds instantly shattering. Within the blood cloud, the black-robed old man let out a muffled groan. Scarlet dragon scales rained down from the sky one after another. Seeing this, the six who were currently clashing by the side were all incomparably shocked. That black-robed old man was a late essence spirit martial grandmaster, the person with the highest cultivation base here. Yet, he actually seemed to be completely not Yan Zhaoge's match at all. The black-robed old man gave an angry shout, and true essence surged all over his body. A massive blood dragon rushed out from the blood clouds. Looking at the black-robed old man rushing towards him, Yan Zhaoge directly extended his left hand, slapping it down on the massive head of the massive blood-red dragon. Both sides seemed to be frozen in the sky for a moment. But immediately after, the blood-red dragon's head let out a muffled sound. Then, the dragon's horns broke off first, and then the dragon's head gradually shattered. The dragon's entire body was twisted at a strange angle, as if it was being crushed by an infinite force. Countless scales were blasted into the air, and a rain of blood rained down from the sky once more. The blood dragon sect martial practitioners were greatly shocked. The four could no longer be bothered with surrounding and attacking that couple as they instead turned to attack Yan Zhaoge together. As the four blood dragons shot over madly, Yan Zhaoge glanced at them, his left hand still pressed against the head of the blood dragon formed of the black-robed old man's true essence, his right index finger and two fingers forming a sword, piercing outwards. Numerous azure sword lights shot out swiftly and crisscrossed in the heavens and the earth before transforming into numerous azure dragons. The azure dragon and the blood dragon collided, the blood dragon collapsing upon contact as it was slain by the azure dragon formed of Yan Zhaoge's sword light of true essence. The people of the blood dragon sect were all indescribably shocked. Even that husband and wife pair who had combined swords were currently looking quizzically at everything that was happening before them. As Yan Zhaoge's true essence surged, the flourishing feeling of new life suffused the air as the illusory scene of light above his head vaguely flickered and swayed. It was not hard for them to tell that his current cultivation base was at the 5th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-essence spirit stage. However, the opponents that Yan Zhaoge was currently facing were all mid-essence spirit martial grandmasters, with that black-robed old man even being a late-essence spirit martial grandmaster. Yet, the 5 Blood Dragon sect martial grandmaster experts joining hands had still been beaten to the point of being unable to raise their heads by a single mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster. How could they not feel astonished at this? That husband and wife could finally catch their breath now. Exchanging glances, they could both see the shock within each other's gazes. If it is said that those with lower cultivation bases might still be able to surpass levels to defeat those with higher cultivation bases. However, in the essence spirit martial grandmaster realm, that is extremely rare. The woman who controlled the black sword light sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it is to cultivate. Being able to reach this stage today, who among them were not geniuses who surpassed ordinary people in the past? She stared at Yan Zhaoge. The martial arts executed by this youth do not seem to be much superior to the martial arts of my Changli tribe or the supreme martial arts of the Blood Dragon sect. How is it possible that he possesses such great strength? The man who controlled the white sword light pondered as he said, at this age, being able to cultivate to the same cultivation level as us is already something unimaginable in the first place. There will always be geniuses amongst geniuses existing in this world. Before such people, geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people are merely mediocre. His wife asked softly, when he stepped into the mid-essence spirit stage, the spirit sprouting branches and turning into spirit leaves. Could it be that he has 8 leaves, or even 9 leaves? The man shook his head, his gaze that was on Yan Zhaoge becoming increasingly solemn. I really couldn't tell that this youth has still not used his full strength at this stage. However, no matter how you look at it, it is definitely 7 leaves and above. His wife's expression was rather worried. What should we do now then? The man shook his head. The path back to the vast ocean world has been blocked, and we are also unfamiliar with this place. Even if we wanted to leave, we would not know where to go. Since this person has helped us block the people of the Blood Dragon sect, we should just wait and see first. If this youth wants to do us harm, even if we run, with his skills, he will still be able to easily shake off the people of the Blood Dragon sect and catch up to us. Within the air, the Blood Dragons formed of the true essences of the 4 Blood Dragon sect martial grandmasters were shattered by Yan Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve, the 4 of them simultaneously falling backwards. They were not people who had not seen the world. Currently, they gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge, not daring to advance any further. Meanwhile, that black-robed old man was sucked in by Yan Zhaoge's palm force, locked in place within the air along with that blood dragon formed of his true essence. Let go! A roar suddenly resounded within the air. Raising his head and gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a mournful blood-red light abruptly shooting out from the dimensional passageway up above, piercing through the air as it attacked towards him. Hearing this roar, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. His left hand that was suppressing the head of the massive dragon mightily erupted with a vast, irresistible force. The massive blood-red dragon whose limbs had originally already been twisted and riddled with wounds let out an enraged roar of despair, the flesh and blood of its entire body breaking apart as it disintegrated between the heavens and the earth. Its massive body broke apart inch by inch. How could it just be broken into 10,000 pieces? As the blood-red light dissipated, the figure of that black-robed old man was revealed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, all the pores of his entire body oozing with blood as his black robes were dyed dark purple. As the mournful blood-red light neared, the figure of a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s appeared. This man was a step too late as he shouted for him to stop. However, Yan Zhaoge ignored him completely. Seeing this, a layer of green involuntarily surfaced on his face. Die! An extremely powerful aura emanated from this person's body, streams of terrifying blood chi enveloping the heavens and covering the earth as they appeared, condensing into numerous blood dragons. 9 terrifying blood dragons manifested on his body alone. The 9 dragons intertwined, streams of blood-red dragon fire shooting out of their mouths, sweeping towards Yan Zhaoge together. Chapter 457. Seeing this young man before them, the expressions of the couple from Changli Mountain both changed slightly. Hai Jingjia. Hearing this name, Yan Zhaoge and the others found it hard to react. However, in the vast ocean world, the name of this lord was like thunder piercing the ears. Blood Ocean Soaring Dragon Hai Jingjia, the direct disciple of the current chief of the Blood Dragon sect, a peak martial practitioner of the vast ocean world's younger generation. Among the 7 pillars of the righteous path and the 6 evil sects, there were very few people of the same age and cultivation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Although that black-robed old man was also at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the late essence spirit stage, and was even his senior, his cultivation was far from Hai Jingjia's. It was said that in the cultivation of martial arts, the higher the realm, the smaller the gap between martial artists of the same realm, and the less likely it was for a martial artist to defeat an opponent of a higher realm. However, there were always exceptions to everything. There were always a few people who had the ability to challenge the standards set by the majority. In the vast ocean world, Hai Jingjia had been one of these exceptions. It's rumored that when Zhonghai Jingjia reached the essence spirit middle stage martial grandmaster realm, his spirit sprout sprouted and he grew 8 leaves. Afterwards, when he advanced to the essence spirit late stage martial grandmaster realm, his spirit flower bloomed and the 8 leaves grew 8 flowers. The expressions of that husband and wife of Changli Mountain were solemn to the extreme as they looked somewhat worriedly whilst also somewhat expectantly at Yan Zhaoge in midair. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he appraised Hai Jingjia, "Your true essence is rather abundant." Being appraised by Yan Zhaoge as though he was a senior appraising a junior, Hai Jingjia snorted coldly, "Let's see who's the real deal then." The 9 blood dragons simultaneously spewed out massive amounts of blood-red dragon fire, lunging towards Yan Zhaoge. Hai Jingjia clawed out within the air, those dragon fire transforming into a massive dragon claw within the air, clawing down towards Yan Zhaoge's head. As Hai Jingjia executed the direct lineage martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the Blood Fire Dragon Claw, its power was displayed to the fullest. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, it was as if there were 9 true dragons within the sky, extending their claws in unison, clawing towards him. The power of the 9 dragon claws converged, turning into a 9-fingered fire claw that enveloped the surrounding space. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he extended his left hand. Numerous streams of cold qi shot out from Yan Zhaoge's body, intertwining as they directly transformed into a massive ice dragon claw, clashing head-on with the other party's 9-fingered dragon claw. Dragon claw against dragon claw, ice dragon against blood dragon. They were both true dragons, and they clashed violently in the sky. Frost and flames exploded, turning into an icy mist in midair. Yan Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly, "Right, with the assistance of the bloodline of a true dragon. It looks like your blood dragon sect really does have the essence blood of a blood dragon." The language used was the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Hai Jingjia could barely understand it. At this moment, his heart abruptly sunk to the very bottom. Although it is the true blood of the Ice Dragon, as a mid-essence spirit martial grandmaster, he is actually able to clash head-on with me, a late-essence spirit martial grandmaster, and not be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Hai Jingjia didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. The secret martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs, was executed, the true essence of his entire body exploding mightily. As soon as the Blood Dragon Spitting Orbs was executed, while the martial practitioner would fall into a temporary state of weakness afterwards, their power would skyrocket in that instant. The true essence of Hai Jingjia's entire body surged at this moment, the power of the Blood Fire Dragon Claw abruptly skyrocketing yet another level. At the same time, Hai Jingjia extended his other hand upwards, the 9 blood dragons formed of his true essence coiling and soaring, congregating together as he prepared to unleash yet another killing move, going all out and slaying Yan Zhaoge here for good. Already no longer underestimating Yan Zhaoge, Hai Jingjia directly unleashed his full power with this strike. As long as Yan Zhaoge was forced into retreat by the Blood Fire Dragon Claw that had suddenly increased in power, or if he went all out against him, Hai Jingjia was confident that his second killing move would be able to claim Yan Zhaoge's life. While the two had only just clashed, life and death had already been decided in an instant. However, Just as Hai Jingjie thought that Yan Zhaoge would be suppressed by him, a boundless, immense force emanated from beneath Yan Zhaoge's claw. Numerous ice dragons flew, entangling Hai Jingjie's nine-fingered dragon claw before streams of qi that resembled chaos erupted from within the bodies of the ice dragons. Extreme coldness instantly transformed into extreme heat before an explosive force that was hard to suppress surged forth like a volcano erupting. Also, it was not just a single eruption, but 3 consecutive terrifying eruptions, each one stronger than the one before. The first eruption had already left Hai Jingjie greatly stunned. Who knew that there would still be an even fiercer second and third eruption afterwards? A tsunami that seemed like it would never end. The numerous ice dragons surged with a violent force, directly shattering that 9-fingered dragon claw formed of dragon fire. Hai Jingjie emitted a muffled groan, shockingly having been jolted into retreat by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was unforgiving as he strode forward on the air. Crippling Hai Jingjie's blood-fire dragon claw with his left hand, he clawed upwards with his right palm. Within the air, the 9 blood dragons formed of Hai Jingjie's true essence were currently congregating together, their heads intertwining inwards while their tails faced outwards. While they had yet to completely merge, a massive ball of blood had already appeared. However, Yan Zhaoge's terrifying true essence now condensed into a massive heaven-obscuring hand, directly grabbing that ball of blood. Everyone stared wide-eyed as the 9 blood dragons' tails now resembled grass snakes as they emerged from the gaps between Yan Zhaoge's fingers, twisting unceasingly as they appeared exceptionally laughable. With the blood-fire dragon claw broken, Hai Jingjie's face was green as he felt the qi and blood of his entire body being unstable. Now that Yan Zhaoge had seized the initiative, he could not help but be greatly shocked. Having experienced 100 battles, he was not flustered as he inhaled deeply, immediately stimulating his strength as he continued executing this supreme martial art of the 9 dragons congregating. Numerous spirit flowers appeared amidst the silhouette above Hai Jingjie's head. 8 spirit flowers flickered together, the blood-red light instantly enveloping the heavens and covering the earth. However, Yan Zhaoge grabbed the ball of blood formed of the 9 dragons with one hand, domineeringly striking out towards the sky above with his other hand. The combined force of the 2 palms trapped that ball of blood between them, directly shattering it. An all-encompassing mist of blood instantly exploded and dispersed. Dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon whiskers, dragon claws, dragon bones, innumerable remains rained down from the sky above. His true essence shuddered as Hai Jingjie was finally unable to suppress it as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked as he looked at Yan Zhaoge before him, unable to speak for a time. The surrounding blood dragon sect martial practitioners and that Changli mountain couple were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as well. I'll give you a chance to display it. What other moves do you have? Take them all out and let me see. I want to see how far the martial arts of your vast ocean world have developed. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he traversed the air, instantly arriving before Hai Jingjie. He extended his hands, the massive heaven-obscuring hand formed of his true essence continuing to close over, trapping Hai Jingjie within as it closed forcefully. Hai Jingjie let out a tragic cry. A spiritual light suddenly lit up on his body, forming an armor of light that helped him resist Yan Zhaoge's attack. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. You've activated your spirit artifact just like this? You don't have any more trump cards of your own? Hearing his words, everyone was instantly thrown into disarray. Chapter 458. A spiritual light lit up on Hai Jingjie's body. The middle-grade spirit weapon armor that he carried with him was activated, protecting his body. However, Yan Zhaoge did not care about this at all, the 2 massive heaven-obscuring hands formed of his true essence continuing to come together, that terrifying force causing the armor formed of spiritual light to shake unceasingly. Hai Jingjie's injuries were not light. At this moment, thanks to the protection of the spirit weapon armor, he forced himself to focus and activate his strength. While the blood dragon formed of his true essence had been forcibly dispersed by Yan Zhaoge, the secret art of the blood dragon spitting pearl was still in effect. Strands of quintessential essence surged out of Hai Jingjie's acupoints, turning into a scarlet light. It was as if real blood had dried up and solidified on his body, turning into pieces of dragon scales. Unlike when he manifested the blood dragon earlier and released his strength, Haijingjie now focused all of his strength into his body, forming a powerful defense. The scarlet light kept converging and condensing, and the blood-red dragon scales gradually turned black, becoming incomparably heavy and sturdy. Haijingjie's entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales, his entire person seeming to have transformed into a dragon. This was none other than the supreme defensive martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the Black Blood Dragon scale body. As soon as the Black Blood Dragon scales formed, it merged with the defensive power of that mid-grade spirit artifact armor, assisting Haijingjie in resisting Yan Zhaoge's two massive palms that seemed capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth with great difficulty. At this moment, Haijingjie could finally catch his breath. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he asked with much difficulty, "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping Changli Mountains by Jingkong and his wife to become enemies with my Blood Dragon sect?" Yan Zhaoge laughed, "While we do not live in the same world, I do have some ties with Changli Mountain. The clan that I hail from is called Broad Creed Mountain." From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the most important thing to consider was the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. This thing was produced in the vast ocean world. Whether he asked Changli Mountain or the Blood Dragon sect, the effects would not be too different. It actually didn't matter who he helped, either side was fine. However, the actions of the black-robed old man caused Yan Zhaoge to make a decision. Since the other party wanted to fight, then so be it. Still, since he had already made a move against the Blood Dragon sect, in order to make it easier for him to converse with that couple of Changli Mountain afterwards, Yan Zhaoge did not mind finding a random excuse. Broad Creed Mountain. Changli Mountain. Hearing his words, Haijingjie almost fainted. The 5 peaks of Taoism were only legends before the Great Calamity. Could it be that you were really a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain's Tao Arena in pre-Great Calamity times? Even so, our vast ocean world's Changli Mountain was definitely founded after the Great Calamity, merely taking on the name of Changli Mountain, having nothing to do with the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times. Yan Zhaoge thought to himself, what a coincidence. It's the same for my clan as well. At most, our martial legacies are developed on the foundation of Taoism. Hearing his words, the faces of that black-robed old man and the other 4 Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all turned slightly green. The husband and wife controlling the black and white sword light, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing, felt incomparably fortunate. However, after hearing Haijingjie's words, Bai Jingkong and his wife felt somewhat uneasy. As Haijingjie had said, their Changli Mountain was a sect that had been born and raised in the vast ocean world after the Great Calamity, slowly developing. Yan Zhaoge did not cease in his actions, his palms still forcefully pressing together, squeezing Haijingjie to the point that he was unable to move. Whether or not it has anything to do with the Changli Mountain Tao Arena of pre-Great Calamity times, at least this name sounds very pleasing to my ears, Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Haijingjie and the others wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. Encountering someone who did things based on his mood, his likes and dislikes, what logic was there to speak of? Even 1,000 pieces of gold could not buy one's happiness. Haijingjie said with difficulty, forget it. Today, it is our skills that are inferior. Since you are protecting Bai Jingkong and his wife, we will not make things difficult for you. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, why didn't I see you being this courteous before making a move just now? If my cultivation base had been slightly weaker, I would already have died at your hands along with that husband and wife. If it were any other time, I might still consider it. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and gazed at the unstable dimensional passageway entrance up in the sky. Time is pressing today. I have no time to entertain you. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge abruptly increased his force once more. Haijingjie was greatly shocked. Before he had finished speaking, a change suddenly occurred between Yan Zhaoge's palms. Previously, he had executed the heavenly broad creed palm with his palms, combining the power that could flip the heavens and overturn the earth, pressuring Haijingjie. Now, however, the power that could overturn the heavens and the earth had suddenly vanished. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to cease to exist altogether. The world seemed to have returned to before the heavens and the earth had opened, everything still in a state of chaos. No yin, no yang, no before, no after, no beginning, no end, no movement, no stability. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he continued bringing his palms together towards the center. The next moment, the chaos mightily exploded. It was as though all things had been subsumed within chaos before the chaos was extinguished, the universe opening once more. The boundless, tyrannical power that was tyrannical beyond compare rampantly broke through all of Hai Jingjie's layers of defenses. As Yan Zhaoge brought his palms together, that power seemed infinite as it unceasingly crushed Hai Jingjie's body amidst his tragic cries. Seeing this, the black-robed old man and the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were instantly shocked whilst also enraged. Having taken care of Hai Jingjie, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing the black-robed old man and the others fleeing together towards the dimensional passageway up above. Go! Yan Zhaoge did not move from the spot as a streak of green light shot out from his right sleeve, shooting straight into the skies. The green light seemed to merge as one with the sky, yet a sharp crimson light flickered at the edges of the green light, resembling a mournful scar that had been slashed open within the sky. Yan Zhaoge wielded the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. Where his sword light passed, frenzied tides of death surged. Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing of Changli Mountain were currently dazed as they watched from the side. The two of them looked at each other, rejoicing in their hearts, but also fearful. The spiritual qi pulsation of this world doesn't feel suitable for us qi cultivators to cultivate. How can this young man have such a high cultivation? Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to the others at this moment. The level of revival in their martial arts is not low, but it should not surpass our Eight Extremities world at its highest. This Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster is an elite amongst his generation in terms of talent and strength, a peak existence. Yet, his accompanying spirit artifact is still a mid-grade spirit artifact. This means that in that vast ocean world, high-grade spirit artifacts are just as rare as in our Eight Extremities world. Perhaps it is the restriction of artifact forging or the restriction of resources. Still, the quality of the accompanying weapons of martial practitioners there should not surpass that of our Eight Extremities world at its highest. After taking care of the people of the Blood Dragon sect, Yan Zhaoge descended from the air, bringing them over to the side of Bai Jingkong and his wife as he nodded, "Greetings to the two of you." Bai Jingkong and his wife hurriedly said that they dared not, their gazes that were on Yan Zhaoge vaguely somewhat uneasy. Chapter 459. Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing could not help but feel uneasy. Two late Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters and four mid-Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. Amongst them, the Blood Ocean Soaring Dragon Hai Jingjie was famed throughout the entire vast ocean world as a peak expert of the same cultivation level, surpassing his peers. However, these 6 Blood Dragon sect Martial Grandmasters had all perished at the hands of a single person, a mid-Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster. Meanwhile, this mid-Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was merely in his 20s. While he possessed a high-grade spirit artifact, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing could both tell that the crux of victory did not lie in that high-grade spirit artifact. Having been saved by Yan Zhaoge, they felt rather uneasy as well, especially having arrived in the completely foreign floating life world through the dimensional passageway. After exchanging greetings with Bai Jingkong and his wife, Yan Zhaoge did not exchange any more pleasantries as he got straight to the point. "I see that you and your wife possess a mid-grade spirit artifact, shining with multicolored light. Amongst the materials used to forge this spirit artifact, is there a treasure known as the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith?" Hearing his words, the two exchanged looks, feeling that Yan Zhaoge was not asking for a spirit artifact in return for a favor, as they could not help but feel that it was strange. With the strength and wealth that Yan Zhaoge had displayed, he would naturally not be so fixated on a mid-grade spirit artifact. Even if he had taken a fancy to it and wanted to forcefully wrest it away from him, the couple would also be helpless against it. Thinking of this, Wang Bing answered candidly, "You are right. The mid-grade spirit artifact that I used to protect myself, the Rainbow Dawn bracelet, was indeed infused with Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith when it was forged. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the increasingly unstable dimensional passageway entrance up above that seemed like it might close up at any moment. I heard those people mention just now that you are from the vast ocean world. I wonder if Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith is still produced in the vast ocean world. How is it produced? Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing exchanged glances before Bai Jingkong answered, while it is very rare, it is not produced in just one place. It can be considered a rather precious heavenly material and earthly treasure. While its production is rather low, there is still some. Raising their heads and looking at that dimensional passageway entrance, anxious looks involuntarily surfaced on their faces. Originally, they had still been worried that Hai Jingjie would be blocking their path from the other side. Now that Hai Jingjie had also chased them into the floating life world and had been slain by Yan Zhaoge, the two no longer had anything to worry about. Of course, they hoped to be able to return to their vast ocean world as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge said, "To tell you the truth, I wish to seek this Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith. Making a trip to your vast ocean world, I hope that the two of you can take care of me." Hearing this, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing nodded in unison. "You are too polite. There is a Rainbow Dawn Jade mine under the rule of my Changli Mountain." Having the chance to return Yan Zhaoge's favor, they instead felt much more relaxed. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei and the others, Yan Zhaoge had just been about to speak when Su Fei beat him to it. "Junior apprentice brother Yan, don't go. Let me go." The dimensional passageway entrance leading from the vast ocean world to the floating life world is unstable. It will close immediately. If we go over, we will very likely be trapped within the vast ocean world, unable to return to the floating life world or the eight extremities world. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Su, your worries are not without reason. I have considered this as well, just that I have my own ideas." He flashed the lofty prestige mirror. "Now that this mirror has been merged, while it is hard to repair the broken mirror, I have some methods to make use of this treasure to traverse cultivation realms. While I do not have sufficient confidence, it is not that there is no hope of returning to the eight extremities world at all." Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. "Amidst the dense space and boundless wilderness, returning to the eight extremities world, we more or less have some possibility of locating our position. However, if we do not enter the vast ocean world this time, we can only rely on great luck if we want to find it again. Sister-in-law Yuzhen's current situation can still be considered stable, with her life temporarily not in danger. However, if we want her to recover and wake up, we will have to grasp every single chance we have, increasing our chances of success as much as possible. Humans have a lifespan at the end of the day. Even if she is sealed in an ice coffin, when her lifespan is up and her body does not rot, there is a possibility that she will never wake up again." Yan Zhaoge sighed. While sister-in-law Yuzhen is still young, her cultivation has yet to reach the martial grandmaster realm. With her heavy injuries resulting in her vitality being depleted, she only has a few decades left in her lifespan, perhaps even shorter. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei said, "Even if you have a way to return after going there, you wouldn't be completely confident of doing so, or perhaps it would take a very long time, right?" Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment. "Right now, I still can't be sure." Shui Fei's expression was serious. "It would be fine if we were to remain in the floating life world for a period of time. However, if we were to be trapped in the vast ocean world for a few years, or even longer, unable to return, the consequences would be very severe." "I don't care, but you can't." Shui Fei said seriously, "It doesn't matter if the sect doesn't have me, but if it doesn't have you, Zhaoge, the situation will be very different." Yan Zhaoge knit his brows tightly. "If I go over, even if I have to spend a little more time, I have the confidence of returning in the end. If it is just you, senior apprentice brother Su, going over alone, you might never be able to return to the eight extremities world." His relationship with Shui Fei was different from that of other disciples, so he didn't have to hold back when he spoke. Shui Fei nodded. "I understand, but there's always hope." Yan Zhaoge pressed his lips together. As for Turbid Wave Pavilion's senior apprentice sister Xia, Shui Fei sucked in a deep breath, saying slowly, "Zhaoge, after you return to the eight extremities world, if you meet junior apprentice sister Xia, please tell her about my situation." Yan Zhaoge looked at Shui Fei, who shook his head. I have not had a family since young, and master has already passed away. My concerns in this world need not be mentioned. If I were to talk about people, one would be June and his mother, and the other would be junior apprentice sister Xia. June already knows about the situation. He said that wherever sister-in-law Yuzhen goes, he will go. Xue Fei shook his head. My only worry is junior apprentice sister Xia. However, as one lives in this world, there are some things that must be done. It is not about emotions, but about responsibility. Xue Fei opened his accompanying shadow shrinking pouch, the figure of little Shi Jun appearing. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he said anxiously, little senior apprentice Uncle Yan, I want to go with master and mother. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy. To Shi Jun, being able to be with his mother, in Yuzhen, was already good enough. Whether it was the vast ocean world or the eight extremities world no longer seemed so important. However, to Xue Fei, this departure might be an eternal one. The familiar heavens and earth, his beloved clan, Broad Creed Mountain, or his lover Xia Yuchan, whom he missed dearly, might never be reunited with again. However, Xue Fei did not hesitate at all. After Shi Songtao and Shi Tai had successively perished before his eyes, taking care of Yuzhen and Shi Jun had become a great conviction of his, possibly even being more important than his own life. There were some things that Xue Fei would never say aloud. However, when it came to making a choice through actual actions, this man would not hesitate in the slightest. The dimensional passageway above their heads was already extremely unstable. While Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing were still able to keep their composure, the anxiety on their faces was already evident on their faces. While we are separated by life, it is not by death. If we are fated, we will definitely be able to meet again in the future. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Xue Fei's gaze was resolute, his smile relaxed. Cheer up. I am still waiting for you to bring people over to help us return. Chapter 460. Xue Fei's expression was very calm, not solemn at all. However, his gaze was resolute, not wavering or hesitating in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge glanced deeply at Xue Fei before suddenly extending a finger, piercing a bloody hole in Xue Fei's arm like a sharp sword. Little Shi Jun exclaimed in shock, while Xue Fei stood unmoving where he was, looking calmly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge guided Xue Fei's fresh blood, drawing a profound, complex rune in the air. Then, the lofty prestige mirror reflected that rune, the blood-red rune instantly remaining on its surface before seemingly seeping into it. I will definitely bring you back, Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, his expression solemn as never before. Xue Fei easily stopped the bleeding, taking off the wineskin at his waist and drinking a mouthful before smiling, I'll be waiting for you. Yan Zhaoge quickly told Xue Fei about the method to use the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith to treat Yuzhen, at the same time also making a list of all the other methods that he could currently think of to treat Yuzhen. This way, in the vast ocean world, other than the Rainbow Dawn Jade Pith, if there were any other treasures that could be used, the two of them would be able to act as they pleased. The dimensional passageway entrance in the sky was exceptionally unstable, already gradually showing signs of healing. Looking at Bai Jingkong and his wife, Yan Zhaoge said, my senior apprentice brother will be traveling with the two of you. Please take care of him. Xue Fei also said, thank you for your trouble. While his cultivation base had yet to reach the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, considering his age, Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing did not underestimate him as they both nodded politely. Bai Jingkong said emotionally, we are indebted to you for your help. We have no way to repay you, but we will definitely do our best. Wang Bing said, even if our abilities are limited, we can still report it to our clan. Our clan is one of the 7 pillars of good in the vast ocean world. It would still not be difficult for us to find some things. Breaking through the dimensional barrier and coming to the floating life world, meeting Yan Zhaoge and the others had been purely coincidental. They were not worried that they had been set up by someone. As for Yan Zhaoge having saved them because he had a request for them, as Bai Jingkong and Wang Bing saw it, it was instead a very normal thing. Moreover, as Yan Zhaoge had said, hearing that the clan that Yan Zhaoge and the others hailed from was called Broad Creed Mountain, they similarly felt a little closer. With Yan Zhaoge having such a cultivation base and such great strength at such a young age, Bai Jingkong and his wife were also happy to form a good relationship with him. In that case, the two of us, husband and wife, will take our leave. I hope we can meet again in the future. After saying that, Bai Jingkong and his wife rose up together. Su Fei kept the wineskin, waving towards Yan Zhaoge and the others, "Take care." Then, he brought Shi Jun along and flew towards the entrance of the domain passageway in the sky. Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, raising his head and gazing upwards as he watched the figures of Su Fei and the others vanish within the dimensional passageway. After a short while, the entrance of the domain passageway began to gradually collapse and become blurry. In the end, the domain passage disappeared into the horizon, completely disappearing without a trace. The sky above them returned to its original state. Yan Zhaoge, Ahu, Feng Yunsheng and Ing Long Tu all fell silent as they looked at the sky, which currently no longer had anything out of the ordinary. "Let's go." After a long time, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, turning and saying, "We have already been delayed long enough here in the floating life world." Feng Yunsheng, Ahu and Ing Long Tu all nodded. They chased after the fiercest streak of light which had dispersed in the sky when they had been searching for the dimensional passageway back to the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge's group traveled 5,000 kilometers to the north, feeling for the spiritual chi flow of the floating life world whilst also feeling for the changes in the surrounding heavens and earth. After searching for a long time, Yan Zhaoge's eyes abruptly lit up as he led them in speeding forward. Very quickly, they could see that there seemed to be a massive clump of dark clouds in the distant horizon. There was a vortex at its center, the surrounding chi currents rotating unceasingly within. Having neared it, Yan Zhaoge led them in entering the center of that dark cloud. Raising their heads and gazing upwards, they indeed saw the entrance of yet another dimensional passageway concealed within the depths of the rotating chi currents. This dimensional passageway precisely led to the Eight Extremities world where Yan Zhaoge and the others had come from. The space at the entrance distorted unceasingly, the entrance of the dimensional passageway moving unceasingly within the horizon of the floating life world, resembling a walking tornado. The eye of this tornado was where the entrance of the dimensional passageway was located. Yan Zhaoge extended his palm, streams of true essence transforming into a massive heaven-obscuring hand which pressed against the entrance, analyzing and weighing it. Luckily, this dimensional passageway can still be maintained, not closing up within a short period of time. After a while, Yan Zhaoge nodded slightly. "Still, time is probably gradually running out. We have to move as soon as possible." Carefully analyzing the spatial changes at the entrance of the dimensional passageway, having a rough idea of what was going on. Even if they left, they would not have to worry about not being able to find them again. Thus, Yan Zhaoge led them out of the vortex of dark clouds. They returned to the western domain's Jade Ridge snowy mountains. After seeing Su Yun, Yan Zhaoge sighed, "Aunt Yun, we should be leaving." Su Yun was rather reluctant as well. "Young master, you must take care of yourself. When you see Lord, please send my regards. If you can see Miss, please mention to me that Miss can make a trip back to the floating life world when she is free. I miss her very much." Yan Zhaoge said, "Relax, Aunt Yun. I believe that mother not contacting you after returning to the floating life world should have been due to the special circumstances at the time, not wanting to bring you trouble. If the situation allows it, she will definitely come to see you." Su Yun's gaze was somewhat worried. "This is exactly what I'm most worried about. I hope you're safe." Yan Zhaoge consoled her a little more, bringing up the general matter of the vast ocean world so that Su Yun could mentally prepare herself. While the floating life world was relatively sealed, if a stable dimensional passageway was opened between it and the vast ocean world, it would be a great blow to the people here, not necessarily a blessing. Those of Green Dragon Mountain, the Thunder Rumbling Clan, the Blood Cloud Clan, the Blazing Fire Clan and the others of the floating life world congregated in the West Domain once more, just in order to deliver Grand Spirit Stone Essence to Yan Zhaoge. Previously, in the region of the northern Huqin mountain ranges Yaoqin Mountain, because Yan Zhaoge had something to do, the people in the vicinity had all been cleared out by the Thunder Rumbling Clan beforehand. No one knew what had happened there. However, the great battle that had erupted here had shaken the surrounding heaven and earth, so the people in the vicinity had noticed it. The martial practitioners of the floating life world all felt uneasy as they speculated about what had happened, hoping that Yan Zhaoge could reveal something to them. Yan Zhaoge looked like nothing had happened at all, leaving them helpless about it. Someone noticed that Xue Fei had disappeared, yet dared not ask about it. While they guessed that Yan Zhaoge's group might have suffered a loss, seeing that there were no abnormalities with Yan Zhaoge himself, they would not dare to act rashly no matter how much courage they had. If they continued tangling with him, they would be afraid of enraging the temperamental old devil Yan before them. If they made this great demon king unhappy, they might face the danger of being exterminated at any moment. Not finished yet. Chapter 461. After dismissing Luo Jinghao and the other demonic bloodline cultivators, Yan Zhaoge sorted out the grand spirit stone essence that he had obtained. After taking his leave of Su Yun, bringing along a few talented Snow Crane sect disciples who were willing to leave their homeland, Yan Zhaoge's group soundlessly left the Jade Ridge snowy mountains, hurrying towards the dimensional passageway leading to the Eight Extremities world. Other than Su Yun's family, even the disciples of the Snow Crane sect only knew that they had to select those who were young and had good natural endowments to head to the wonderful realm that was more suitable for Qi cultivators to cultivate in. Yan Zhaoge's group left the floating life world in a low-key manner, leaving behind endless legends here. As time passed, Yan Zhaoge still did not show his face. This caused Luo Jinghao and the others to guess that he might be like Xue Chuqing that year, completely secluding himself from the world, perhaps even leaving this world. However, with Xue Chuqing before them and Yan Zhaoge behind them, no one could say for certain when someone else would set foot in this floating life world again. In this way, Luo Jinghao and the others did not dare to do anything harmful to the Snow Crane sect in the end. In the Battle of the West Domain, Yan Zhaoge had single-handedly slain 3 sects and a demon, representing that Qi cultivators had extinguished the courage of demonic bloodline cultivators. This was not something that could be recovered within a short period of time. Although it was difficult for cultivators to cultivate Qi in the floating life world, and they weren't mainstream, it still caused a wave of youths to yearn to become a Qi cultivator, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Every youth yearned to be like the Yan Emperor, a legendary, peerless expert who could dominate the world and rule over all living things. While in the eyes of many, especially in the eyes of powers like the Blood Cloud clan, Yan Zhaoge was completely a great devil. However, they didn't dare to say so in front of Yan Zhaoge, much less spread their notoriety. The Yan sovereign presided over all under the heavens, ruling over floating life. This was how the people of the floating life world addressed Yan Zhaoge. Although it was like a fleeting appearance, it had greatly changed the situation of the entire floating life world. Now that he was in this world, his words carried enormous weight, and he controlled the universe. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he was still able to intimidate everyone in the floating life world. Impressive indeed. However, it's only because there aren't any tigers in the floating life world. Yan Zhaoge brought Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Ing Longtu along in traversing the dimensional passageway, smiling as he did so. Sovereign titles and emperor titles were rather particular in pre-Great Calamity times, not just anyone could use them. Even now, no one would use it lightly. Our Broad Creed Mountain's past ancestors were virtually all elite figures of the same generation in the Eight Extremities world. However, look at their titles: Heaven Opening Old Man, Exalted Heaven Shaker, Heaven Diviner, Heaven Equaling Saint, and so on. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I've never seen anyone use Sovereign or Emperor as a title. Who gave a silly smile. But, young master, you look quite happy when others call you that. Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly. Cough, cough, let them call out for the time being, and I'll listen for the time being. Feng Yunsheng giggled from the side. Ing Longtu also full of smiles. Senior apprentice brother Yan is lying. Yan Zhaoge flicked Ing Longtu's forehead with a finger. Not bad, you're really smart now. Ing Longtu clutched his head and laughed foolishly, as if he had returned to his childhood. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Honestly speaking, I still can't bear this title as of now. However, it does indeed sound rather joyous. Feng Yunsheng blinked, letting out an "oh." As of now, Yan Zhaoge similarly blinked. Is there a problem? I feel that I'm very careful with my words. Feng Yunsheng gave him a thumbs up. I feel so too. Chatting and laughing along the way, they passed through the dimensional passageway. Streams of spiritual qi intermingled between the heavens and the earth as the scene of the 10-character heavenly rainbow reappeared before their eyes. 2 rainbows traversed the horizon, one horizontal and one vertical, intersecting within the air. Feeling the flow of spiritual qi that was clearly different from that of the floating life world, Yan Zhaoge and the others all let out a comfortable sigh of praise. That feeling was like having emerged from a great desert, stepping into the waters of Jiangnan. However, within the marsh of illusory sea, while the 10-character heavenly rainbow had been established, illusory scenes still arose. Yan Zhaoge appraised their surroundings. Unlike the floating life world where the dimensional passageway's entrance is unstable, the one over at the 8 extremities world should be fixed. However, I have never heard of anyone from the floating life world going there. Looking at the surrounding environment, even after such a long time, no one has approached this 10-character heavenly rainbow. Feng Yunsheng guessed, this 10-character heavenly rainbow is already deep within the depths of the marsh of illusory sea. It would be very hard for those with lower cultivation bases to enter. While it is currently in a weakened state, even martial grandmasters might get lost here. As for those with higher cultivation bases not coming here, could it be that some major change has occurred in the current 8 extremities world, such that no one has the time to pay attention to this? Yan Zhaoge said, let's first think of a way to get out, then find someone to ask. Luckily, the flow of time in the floating life world is basically the same as in the 8 extremities world. He glanced back at the 10-character heavenly rainbow within the sky before lowering his head to look at the snow crane hairpin in his hands, shaking his head slightly. In a place like the marsh of illusory sea, entering it was extremely difficult. Wanting to leave it safely was similarly difficult, because it was very hard to determine one's direction. Only after a long time had passed did they finally emerge from the marsh of illusory sea. On the surface of the lake domain, if one wanted to obtain information, they would naturally have to find those of Turbid Wave Pavilion. Knowing that Xia Yuchan had still not left seclusion, Yan Zhaoge felt slightly more relaxed. For him, he naturally hoped that Xia Yuchan would remain in seclusion until Xue Fei safely returned to the 8 extremities world. Not being able to see Xia Yuchan, Yan Zhaoge still had other acquaintances in Turbid Wave Pavilion. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the little girl Zhang Yao was extremely happy. Senior apprentice brother Yan, you've returned from the marsh of illusory sea? That's right, junior apprentice sister Zhang, long time no see. How have you been? Yan Zhaoge smiled, introducing Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Turbid Wave Pavilion's maiden of extreme Yin, Fan Qiu, was rather close to Zhang Yao. Seeing Feng Yunsheng who had defeated Fan Qiu in the 5th extreme Yin bout now, Zhang Yao could not help but feel a little curious. Feng Yunsheng smiled as she led Ing Longtu and Zhang Yao in greeting, smiling, how has junior apprentice sister Fan been? Zhang Yao said rather embarrassedly, senior apprentice sister Fan admires senior apprentice sister Feng greatly, but still hopes to have a showdown with you next year. She is currently in secluded cultivation. Feng Yunsheng smiled freely, junior apprentice sister Fan's talent is outstanding, and she is also willing to work hard. I look forward to it very much. Everyone laughed, Zhang Yao laughing as well, instead being much more casual towards Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge asked, junior apprentice sister Zhang, while we were in the marsh of illusory sea, did anything major happen in the 8 extremities world? Zhang Yao straightened her expression, saying, something very major happened. Not long ago, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall joined hands to cause trouble for Jade Sea City. The Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East-coming Martial Saint, Senior Huang, and the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint, Senior Shen, both personally headed to the water domain. She looked at Yan Zhaoge and the others, your clans have an equaling Senior Elder brought along the clear Qi robe, obstructing the East-coming Martial Saint in the Earth domain. A great battle erupted between the two. Chapter 462. Zhang Yao said, the Extreme Yin Crown controlled by the Sacred Sun clan, under the control of senior apprentice sister Meng Wan, also left for the water domain. Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Beiyue Towering Heaven Chu also left with his sacred artifact, the Heaven Cleaving Axe. Speaking of how the Sacred Sun clan had dispatched the Extreme Yin Crown to Jade Sea City, Zhang Yao sighed. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he asked, what else? Also. Zhang Yao's spirits rose. Your father, Chief Yan, battled with the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Green Thunder Martial Saint, Senior Shen, at the border between the Thunder and Water domains. Not bringing a sacred artifact, not relying on the power of the terrain, your father faced the Green Thunder Martial Saint head-on as a martial grandmaster. The Green Thunder Martial Saint saw the water domain right before his eyes, but was unable to take a single step forward. Hearing her words, Ahu instantly laughed till his eyes could not be seen as he chuckled happily. Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu also had looks of admiration on their faces. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not seem shocked as he just smiled, asking, and the final result? The excitement on Zhang Yao's face was retracted as her gaze gradually turned solemn, as the two sides clashed. Before victory and defeat could be decided, something else suddenly happened, breaking off this great battle. She sucked in a deep breath, deep wariness surfacing within her eyes. It is not just the contest between your father and the Green Thunder Martial Saint. In other aspects, the contest between your clan's Heaven Equaling Saint and the Sacred Sun clan's East Coming Martial Saint was also forced to stop. The standoff between the Extreme Yin Crown and the Heaven Cleaving Axe could only come to an end. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Zhang Yao said in a heavy tone, an intense change occurred in the Earth domain, affecting the entire Earth domain, even spreading to the surrounding few domains. It is rumored that an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the Earth domain, as well as a tragic howl that shook one's soul. As she spoke, deep fear appeared within Zhang Yao's gaze. At that time, everyone who was in the Earth domain, other than your clan's Heaven Equaling Saint and the Sacred Sun clan's East Coming Martial Saint, instantly perished. While they had not personally been there, Yan Zhaoge and the others could all feel a chill surging within their hearts. The Earth domain was vast, virtually as large as the Heaven domain ruled by Broad Creed Mountain. While the Earth domain had always been one of the 6 great danger grounds of the 8 extremities world, there were also many precious specialties that could not be found elsewhere. Therefore, there were always people who took the risk to enter, and among them, there was no lack of great grandmaster martial artists with high cultivation. However, when the waves hit, the people in the middle of it were like a lone boat in the ocean, suddenly facing a tsunami that affected the entire ocean and drowned them in an instant. Among these people, there were more or less martial artists from the 6 great holy lands. Such a terrifying scene, just thinking about it made people shudder. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. While my grandmaster and the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglie are engaged in a great battle in the Earth domain, they should have paid attention to minimizing their influence on the Earth domain. They shouldn't have caused such a great disturbance. Zhang Yao replied, I heard that Senior Yuan and Senior Huang were indeed paying attention. The sudden changes in the Earth domain were not caused by them. The young girl bit her lip. The pavilion master had originally been recuperating from her injuries in seclusion, but she was also alarmed. She said that the abnormality in the Earth domain this time surpasses the previous disturbances of the decimating abyss. The source seems to be in the deepest part of the Earth domain, and is very likely related to the 9 underworlds itself. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, also feeling a bit of a headache. What happened after that? Zhang Yao's expression relaxed somewhat. With the abnormalities in the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds in chaos, the 2 sides currently clashing could only temporarily stop, first hurrying to the Earth domain to deal with it. Yan Zhaoge did not speak, looking at Zhang Yao, waiting for her to continue. The young girl had a puzzled look on her face. I am also not very clear on the specifics of the situation, but it is rumored that golden radiance flickered within the deep abyss of the Earth domain. Affected by this, the Earth domain which originally had black chi surging to the heavens temporarily calmed a little. However, it is still exceptionally dangerous. The elders of the various sects have already sent down the notice that disciples below the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm are strictly forbidden from approaching the vicinity of the Earth domain, not even entering its outskirts. Yan Zhaoge's expression flickered slightly, golden radiance. It was said that the reason why the Earth domain had become the current land of death was because, for some unknown reason, a crevice leading to the 9 underworlds had opened up many years ago. It was just that this crevice had been sealed by a force of unknown origin, preventing the power of death and destruction from continuing to expand. However, the Earth domain had also become hell. Not mentioning that before the Great Calamity, the fearsome name of the 9 underworlds had already been passed down from ancient times. Just from the example of the Earth domain alone, one could understand why the entire 8 extremities world was filled with wariness towards the 9 underworlds. After discovering traces of the decimating abyss, everyone wanted to attack them. The evil devils of the 9 underworlds bewitched the hearts of the people, specially targeting holes in the hearts of people. While they did not seem as violent as the flame devils, if the 9 underworlds descended into the human realm, the destruction they would cause would also be indisputably destructive. Yan Zhaoge had once suspected that the people of the decimating abyss had intended to open up that crevice in the Earth domain, guiding the 9 underworlds to continue descending. Afterwards, seeing the people of the decimating abyss leave the Earth domain, wreaking havoc elsewhere in the 8 extremities world in an attempt to open the 9 underworlds door, Yan Zhaoge had become interested in that power that sealed the Earth domain. However, because he was wary of the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge had not acted rashly. A moment of carelessness and the seal had been broken, the 9 underworlds descending, that would have been a huge problem. Hearing that golden light had suddenly appeared in the Earth domain, suppressing the abnormalities there once more, Yan Zhaoge immediately thought of this matter. What's the situation over at the Earth domain now? Yan Zhaoge asked. Zhang Yao said as they walked, the 6 great sacred grounds all have people watching over there, with a few martial saint experts also on standby at all times, entering from time to time in an attempt to probe deeper. However, there still seems to be no certainty now. Instead, the abnormalities in the Earth domain have gradually calmed, becoming weaker and weaker. Everyone is saying that this tribulation seems to have passed for the time being, but we still have to remain vigilant. Yan Zhaoge nodded, it should be so. As they walked, a layer of darkness gradually surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Has it passed? Lin Zhou's words that seemed like a prophecy whilst also a curse before his death now surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind. Is it referring to this? The abnormalities in the Earth domain might have originated from the 9 underworlds. Perhaps it was because the decimating abyss had been obstructed time and time again, thus drawing the attention of the powerful evil devils over at the 9 underworlds, or perhaps angering them. Yan Zhaoge pondered, we have to plan carefully. Passing by Turbid Wave Pavilion, after paying a visit and greeting them, they continued heading north. With such a great change having occurred in the Earth domain, it was a little inconvenient for them to head to the Heaven domain. However, there were also many peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain currently in the vicinity of the Earth domain. Currently, not only was Yuan Jingfeng keeping an eye on the Earth domain, Feng Zhuan of Broad Creed Mountain, who had the greatest understanding of the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoge, had also come over. After entrusting Feng Yunsheng, Ing Longtu, and the others to other longtime elders of the clan, Yan Zhaoge himself remained behind, preparing to investigate the current Earth domain. Chapter 463. Those below the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm were forbidden from entering the Earth domain. This restriction naturally did not exist for Yan Zhaoge. Following the guidance, Yan Zhaoge passed through the dense black fog, appearing before Yuan Jingfeng and Feng Zhuan. The two were not surprised at his arrival. Yuan Jingfeng nodded slightly. Zhaoge has returned from the Marsh of Illusory Sea. As Yan Zhaoge greeted the two, he saw streams of clear qi swaying and entangling Feng Zhuan's entire body, intermingling with the streams of black qi within the deep abyss down below, forming an existence that resembled a cage, enveloping his entire person within. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Feng Zhuan smiled and nodded, but did not open his mouth to speak. His attention seemed to be entirely placed on the coiling black fog before him. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that it was not just Broad Creed Mountain. In the entire 8 extremities world, Feng Zhuan was currently the person with the deepest understanding of the Earth domain other than Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the 9 underworlds was based on the scriptures of the Divine Palace of pre-Great Calamity times. After the Great Calamity, Feng Zhuan, who had once investigated the 9 underworlds and the Earth domain for many years, might be even more familiar with some of the details than Yan Zhaoge. Carefully feeling that black fog, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding: this is baleful qi that is even more dangerous than the chaotic Tao baleful qi. Within is also the devilish qi of the 9 underworlds, intimidating one's soul as one falls to the dark side. The heavenly abyss countercurrent technique can neutralize the harm caused by the chaotic baleful qi, but it can't do anything about the baleful qi of the 9 underworlds, which is even stronger. As Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and looked carefully, he saw a faint golden radiance vaguely emanating from the depths of the black fog. The radiance was thin and indistinct. It should be buried at the bottom of the abyss. Shrouded by the black fog, while that golden radiance was thin, it did not appear weak in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge could even feel a sense of warmth from within, completely different from the harsh environment around him. It was as if the sun was covered by dark clouds, but there were still rays of sunlight penetrating the clouds and shining on the earth. What kind of seal is it? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, first thinking of the sacred Sun clan. However, when the Earth domain had first undergone further changes that year, transforming into hell, the sacred Sun clan had still been far from having developed to its current level. As for the seal that had been set up in the Earth domain by an unknown person and unknown power, it had already existed from the very beginning. Also, according to Yan Zhaoge's estimations, unlike how he and the others had previously blocked the Great 9 Underworlds door, a path leading to the 9 Underworlds might have already long since been officially opened in the depths of the Earth domain, just that it had been blocked by the divine abilities of a bigwig. Such methods were also not something that the past experts of the Sacred Sun clan had been able to achieve. Carefully feeling the concept contained within that golden radiance, it was also different from the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan that he usually came into contact with. But there's also a somewhat familiar feeling. Yan Zhaoge's gaze focused slightly. It seems like I've come into contact with it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge looked at Yuan Jingfeng. Grand Master, the situation here is currently gradually stabilizing. What was the situation like when it was the most intense earlier? Yuan Jingfeng said with a solemn expression. The murderous aura soared to the sky and bewitched people's minds. It was different from how the 9 underworlds bewitched people's minds and killed them slowly. The situation back then was as if it wanted to forcefully drag people into an abyss that they couldn't get out of. Whether you were willing or not, your mind seemed to have been corroded by someone, your humanity obliterated. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression grew even more solemn. That was rather fierce, extremely rarely seen before. When the decimating abyss people stirred up the greatest disturbance, the devilish qi they stirred up did not seem as intense as this. This time, it is probably not someone of the 8 extremities world who has been enticed by the 9 underworlds. Instead, it is a powerful evil devil causing mischief in the 9 underworlds over there. Yuan Jingfeng said, if that is so, the calmness now is likely only temporary. It is unknown when the other party will make a move once more. This time, it was likely just a probe. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Grand Master's words are extremely true. This is precisely what is most worth worrying about. Yuan Jingfeng said, this old man once entered the deep abyss of hell together with Huang Guanglia, Shenli, Chu Yan and the others, descending all the way to the very bottom. There, a dazzling golden light flickered. It is unknown which senior expert left behind a seal that has always been sealing the bottom of the deep abyss. Yuan Jingfeng sighed rather regretfully. After investigating it, we discovered that that place is currently in a delicate balance. If we were to touch it, it might instead lose its balance, causing the seal to shatter completely. Therefore, we could only retreat, keeping watch over it from here. Yan Zhaoge pondered as he said, while we can only passively wait, if the 9 underworlds change once more, the seal of golden light should not completely shatter. This way, we can still borrow its power to resist the 9 underworlds together. Yuan Jingfeng nodded slowly. it is precisely due to such considerations that this old man, unreasonable Huang, and the others finally decided to wait and see. Yan Zhaoge asked, Grand Master, did you manage to obtain a strand of golden light? While I had to avoid touching the seal, I was still able to successfully obtain some of its aura. Still, this old man's eyes are not sharp, and I have yet to recognize its origins. Yuan Jingfeng opened his palm, a few strands of faint golden radiance appearing on his palm, resembling the light of the sun as it was dazzling and blinding. However, it feels like it is of the direct lineage of Taoism from before the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge carefully obtained a strand of radiance, keeping it carefully as he prepared to slowly analyze it. Grand Master, in my trip to the Marsh of Illusory Sea this time. Yan Zhaoge told Yuan Jingfeng about his journey here, picking out the important matters. Yuan Jingfeng was one of the few people who knew about the matter of his mother. Yan Zhaoge had no need to hide it from him. Listening carefully, Yuan Jingfeng could not help but click his tongue in admiration. World beyond worlds, floating life world, vast ocean world, demonic bloodline cultivators. After knowing the whereabouts of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yuan Jingfeng's gaze contained a rare hint of worry. I hope that the heavens help them. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng, who resembled an ordinary old man at this moment, thinking of Su Fei and Shi Jun, Yan Zhaoge could not help but feel a little sour within his heart. Yuan Jingfeng retracted his thoughts, looking at Yan Zhaoge as he consoled, this old man has a very deep impression of that child Chu Qing. While she usually seems a little muddle-headed, not being as meticulous as most women, she is a very independent person with her own ideas. While you are not able to find her in the floating life world, don't be discouraged. You will definitely meet her again in the future. Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding. Yuan Jingfeng raised his head slightly, the vast ocean world and the floating life world aside. It is the world beyond worlds that you said that Chu Qing mentioned in her message that is truly extraordinary. While it is like looking at a leopard through a tube, it still gives one the feeling of seeing something new. Yan Zhaoge answered, I feel the same way. Yuan Jingfeng pondered for a moment before saying, you should return to the clan first. Your father is currently guarding over the clan. You should also return to meditate and recuperate. If there are any changes here, this old man will inform you. Such a massive change in the Earth domain indeed required the martial Saint Yuan Jingfeng to guard over it. Yan Zhaoge had many thoughts that needed to be sorted out as he also had to make some preparations for the changes in the Earth domain. Therefore, after taking his leave of Yuan Jingfeng and Fang Zhuan, Yan Zhaoge returned to the Heaven Domain's Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 464. Jade Sea City needed to repair their Guardian Grand formation, and their city lord Song Wuliang also needed to recuperate from his injuries in seclusion. With this extremely rare chance, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall suppressed the water domain, launching an offensive. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain both acted decisively, obstructing the advance of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. As a result, the battle had just begun when it was interrupted by external factors. As a large-scale abnormality erupted in the Earth domain once more, the sacred grounds had no choice but to temporarily set aside their enmity, first turning their spearheads towards the common enemy of the entire Eight Extremities world. Some of the experts of the various families stayed behind to monitor and guard the region, while others returned to their own mountain gates to make various arrangements. Returning to Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge first saw his father, Yan Di. Little Swallow looking for his mother, failed. Yan Zhaoge's first words left Yan Di not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Although he still couldn't accurately understand the deeper level of bad taste in Yan Zhaoge's words, he could still understand the literal meaning. Yan Di sighed, Yunsheng and Longtu have already told me the gist of the matter. Such a result is also something that cannot be helped. After sighing, Yan Di's gaze turned sharp once more. World beyond worlds, heh. Yan Zhaoge smiled, at least from the looks of it now, mother should be fine. While the affairs of the world are hard to predict, from the tone of her message, it was still rather casual. Still, we can't let our guard down. If everything was really fine, she wouldn't have come to the floating life world a second time without showing herself, not even meeting Aunt Yun. His hands behind his back, Yan Di gazed towards the distant southeast, in the direction of the lake domain. Yan Zhaoge said, counting the days, the 10-character heavenly rainbow should already have vanished by now. Still, having obtained the lofty prestige mirror left behind by my mother, I think that it might be of greater use to me. It is just that if the world beyond worlds is really as difficult to enter as mother says, the lofty prestige mirror might not be enough. Yan Di nodded silently, retracting his distant gaze after a while as he said in a heavy tone, if it is as you say, the lofty prestige mirror has many miraculous uses, you should pay more attention to it then. Shui Fei, Shi Jun, and the others are all alone outside. This is indeed a worrying matter. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded solemnly, please rest assured. After pausing for a moment, Yan Zhaoge continued, there's still one more thing. I unintentionally obtained a formation diagram earlier. It is not a formation like the Clear Chi Grand Formation or the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation that relies on geography. Instead, it is a formation diagram of a battle formation, known as the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Yan Di's gaze hardened slightly, oh? Yan Zhaoge nodded, I never mentioned it to you before because the difficulty of setting up this formation is too high. First of all, we need at least 4 experts of the second level of the Martial Saint realm to form the formation. The higher their cultivation base, the better. If we really can't gather all of them, we can just barely make do with a first-level Martial Saint and a sacred artifact. Secondly, I need a large amount of Grand Spirit Stones to refine the auxiliary formation weapons. Yan Zhaoge said, the latter problem is actually even more difficult than the former. After all, Grand Spirit Stone essence is already extinct in the 8 Extremities world. However, having inadvertently gone to the floating life world this time, I instead obtained a large amount of Grand Spirit Stone essence. With that, this problem was easily solved. Yan Di asked, therefore, we have to face the first problem now. Yan Zhaoge said bluntly, if the situation really is urgent and we need to gather enough people, this is also something that can't be helped. Otherwise, I naturally wouldn't want to include the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia. After all, we are irreconcilable enemies with the Sacred Sun Clan. Yan Di's expression was as per usual, our clan definitely won't be able to gather enough people within a short period of time. Now that you have proposed this formation, your target should also be the Earth Domain or the Flame Devil world, right? Yan Zhaoge answered, it is precisely so. Master with the Clear Chi Robe, City Lord Song with the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, and also Old Man Mo. Yan Di raised his head slightly, there is an empty spot. He swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, no eggs remain intact when the nest is overturned. At a critical moment, we must unite against external enemies. If the situation really is urgent, we can only count Huang Guanglia in. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly, you can rest easy. I will make additional preparations. Of course, there is nothing wrong with uniting against external enemies. Still, we cannot let our guard down. We all know about the Sacred Sun Clan's conduct. Yan Di pondered for a moment before saying, the Earth Domain can still temporarily maintain stability for a period of time, right? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge knew that Yan Di might have some sort of plan. At times like this, an accurate explanation was needed to facilitate Yan Di's judgment. Therefore, after pondering very seriously for a moment, Yan Zhaoge answered, Grand Master, Second Apprentice Uncle and I all unanimously believe that as long as there are no major changes, there shouldn't be any problems within a short period of time. My personal judgment is that there should be no worries for the next half a year. After hearing this, Yan Di's gaze turned resolute, inform your Grand Master that I will be entering secluded cultivation in the next few days. According to my own estimates, this secluded cultivation might take more than a year's time. Yan Zhaoge was first shocked before his spirits rose, Father, you, Yan Di nodded, I have remained at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage, for a rather long time, having accumulated more experience. After stepping into the Transcending Mortality stage, I battled with 3 Martial Saints, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian, the East-coming Martial Saint Huang Guanglia and the Green Thunder Martial Saint Shunli. Usually, I also sparred with Master, having more or less gained some insights. Afterwards, There was also that crimson pagoda that you brought back from the East Sea. Comprehending the concept within, I benefited greatly. Having returned from the floating life world this time, listening to you describe the cultivation of demonic bloodline cultivators, I was able to comprehend them by analogy. Yen Di said quietly, with so much experience, I want to give it a try. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire Eight Extremities world. After all, Yen Di had only just stepped into the transcending mortality stage during the Great Battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier. Breaking through into the Martial Saint realm within such a short period of time would truly cause all the other transcending mortality martial grandmasters to wish they could die from embarrassment. Yuan Jingfeng had been injured, first not mentioning it. Xian Dongping had fallen to the dark side, not having sufficient confidence in taking that final step. While Yen Di had said that he wanted to give it a try, with his current cultivation base, he had an extremely accurate grasp of himself. Daring to give it a try, while he might not be certain of success, he would still have some confidence. This was related to Yen Di having intentionally suppressed his footsteps somewhat when he had been at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman stage. Even Yen Zhaoge, who understood the situation, felt slightly taken aback at this moment. His father was indeed not comparable to ordinary people. However, amidst feeling happy for his father, Yen Zhaoge was not completely relaxed. While Yen Di's speed surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, he might still not be able to make it in time. While the current Yen Di had yet to enter the Martial Saint realm, he was already equivalent to a Martial Saint expert. Currently being troubled times, if something happened while Yen Di was in secluded cultivation and he was unable to participate in the battle, it would affect him greatly. However, time waited for no man. The opponents that the Eight Extremities world might face were not just the Earth Domain and the 9 underworlds. There was also the Flame Devils. Yen Zhaoge said solemnly, I wish you success in advance. Chapter 465. Receiving the news that Yen Di was about to enter secluded cultivation in an attempt to break through into the Martial Saint realm, Yuan Jingfeng was both worried and delighted. With no abnormalities occurring in the Earth Domain for the time being, he returned to Broad Creed Mountain with the clear Qi robe. After sending his father into secluded cultivation, Yen Zhaoge also began to make serious preparations. First, he helped Yuan Jingfeng settle down the girl who resembled Xikong Qing that he had brought back from the floating life world, Ying. Then there was the matter of the Tai Imperial breaking formation. With the help of the internal crystal furnace, refining the Grand Spirit Stone essence would be relatively easy. At the end of the day, Yen Zhaoge was confident in this matter. On the other hand, if he wanted to repair the lofty prestige mirror, he would have to spend a lot of effort on it. With little time, there were many things to do. Other than remaining at the clan to make preparations, Yen Zhaoge still had to make a trip to the Earth Domain from time to time, observing the situation there as well as discussing and exchanging opinions with Fang Zhuan, who had been left behind to monitor the situation. Time flew by as he traveled back and forth between the mountain gate and the region. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, but fortunately, there were still no major changes in the region. What Yen Zhaoge had said to Yen Di earlier was a conservative estimate as much as possible in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Now that the situation was as they had expected, Yen Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all felt much more relaxed. It was just that it would probably still be a long time before Yen Di emerged from seclusion. It was very hard to say what the situation in the Earth Domain would be like, and it was also unknown whether Yen Di would be able to make it in time. The more time passed, the more vigilant the experts of the Eight Extremities world became, paying close attention to the movements of the Earth Domain at all times. As for the Water Domain's Jade Sea City, having obtained this period of stability, they finally successfully extricated themselves from their previous decline. With their Guardian Grand Formation having been rebuilt, their city lord Song Wuliang having recovered from his injuries and emerged from seclusion, the strength of Jade Sea City, who possessed the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, had soared greatly, presiding over Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Turbid Wave Pavilion, becoming a massive power comparable to Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan. This was also something that the Sacred Sun Clan was unwilling to see. Sadly, they had already missed the best chance to suppress Jade Sea City. However, with the 9 underworlds currently restless and a calamity likely to occur in the Earth domain at any time, Jade Sea City could only first suppress their past enmity, not settling their debts with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. After all, Jade Sea City could be considered the sacred ground with the worst geographical location. To the west of the Water Domain was the border of the Earth Domain, while to the east was the Outer East Sea. It happened to be sandwiched between the 9 underworlds and the Flame Devils. If anything happened, the situation would be the most dangerous. However much Jade Sea City wanted to hold their heads up high and exact their vengeance, they still had to first deal with external threats. Old Man Imo, who had returned to Verdant Pill Island after the Battle of the Eastern Sea and ignored the affairs of the world, was startled once more. He sent out his disciples to contact the 6 holy lands of the continent to understand what was going on. The entire 8 extremities world was currently in an atmosphere that seemed relaxed but was actually tense. But regardless of the atmosphere, the 6th Extreme bout arrived as scheduled. While the Sacred Sun Clan wanted to postpone the 6th Extreme bout on the grounds of the tense situation, the other sacred grounds, Turbid Wave Pavilion included, would not agree to it. However, the final result was still as the Sacred Sun Clan had wished for. Meng Wan, who had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, once again won the championship. Out of the 6 Extreme bouts, she had emerged as the champion 4 times. As long as she did not make any mistakes, she would not let the Extreme crown fall into the hands of others. Meng Wan had once again solidified her name as the strongest maiden of Extreme. Even as she completed the first consecutive championship in the history of the Extreme bout, she had also successfully left the Extreme crown behind in the Sacred Sun Clan. However, illuminated by Meng Wan's dazzling radiance, there was someone who did not pale in comparison. This person was naturally Broad Creed Mountain's maiden of Extreme, Feng Yunsheng. The final battle of the 6th Extreme bout once again unfolded between Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan. Unlike last time, when Feng Yunsheng had virtually expended all of her strength in her great battle with Fan Qiu, her battle power had been limited when facing Meng Wan afterwards. In this time's Extreme bout, the two clashed fiercely. At the very end, the 2 girls had virtually perished together, with Meng Wan barely managing to win by a move and a half, barely managing to obtain the Extreme crown. Many people thought that if Feng Yunsheng had been able to successfully advance a step further, also attaining the mid-Xiantian stage, the result of this battle would have been extremely different. Especially in the 6th Extreme bout, Feng Yunsheng had displayed extremely shocking strength, actually seeming to be able to vaguely break the supreme Extreme arts of the other maidens of Extreme, Meng Wan included, causing everyone to feel shocked. Because she had once borrowed the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain to recover her Extreme physique, as well as the news that Lin Zhou had spread that year, the matter of Feng Yunsheng had gradually spread throughout the 8 extremities world. After Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had completely fallen out, they no longer cared about keeping it a secret. Therefore, there were already many people who knew that Feng Yunsheng had once fallen to rock bottom that year, only rising back up again after 2 years. However, in the 5th Extreme bout, she had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and now, in the 6th Extreme bout, she had even displayed a momentum of improvement that was even fiercer than Meng Wan's. At this rate, in the next Extreme bout, would Meng Wan still be able to help the Sacred Sun Clan retain the Extreme crown? Even those of the Sacred Sun Clan felt their hearts grow heavy as they thought of this problem. Zhaoge, your estimations are indeed very accurate. In Broad Creed Mountain, Fu Enshu sighed somewhat wryly, if not for the Sacred Sun Clan having also analyzed a yin-yang coexisting technique, strengthening and raising Meng Wan's Extreme physique. In this 6th Extreme bout, the Extreme crown would have already been in our Broad Creed Mountain's possession. Yan Zhaoge smiled, it is indeed a pity, but it is also something that can't be helped. With the Sacred Sun Clan having started early on the matter of the Extreme crown, having made many preparations, it can also be foreseen that they have some true abilities. While she knew that this was indeed the case, Fu Enshu still shook her head unceasingly, feeling extremely regretful. Swiveling her head to look at Feng Yunsheng, she said, don't relax. continue working hard in your cultivation. In the 7th Extreme Yin bout, the Extreme Yin crown will definitely be ours. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, her gaze resolute, as though she was completely unaffected by yet another loss. Rest assured, Master. Your disciple will definitely do her best. Feng Yunsheng let out a long breath. Even without Fu Enshu's reminder, she would still do her best. That pure white crown, that had always been her goal, that lofty peak which she had once thought that she no longer had any hope of ascending, was now within reach. She was only a single step away from the peak. How would she allow all of this to slip away from her eyes because of her own laziness? Fu Enshu swiveled her head to look to the other side, where Yin Luhua stood. While Yin Luhua had not accompanied Fu Enshu and Feng Yunsheng to participate in the 6th Extreme Yin bout, Fu Enshu had recorded the process of the bout using light and shadow, bringing it back to explain it to Yin Luhua so that she could spectate and gain experience. Luhua, you also cannot relax, understand? Yin Luhua hurriedly answered, yes, Master. Fu Enshu nodded. Zhaoge said earlier that I would also use a secret technique on you. How did it go? Chapter 466. The cold marrow needles technique was already no longer a secret to Yuan Jingfeng, Yan Di, Fu Enshu and the others. Because of this, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had always been treated as treasures by all of Broad Creed Mountain, had been fiercely criticized. If it weren't for Feng Yunsheng's insistence, Yuan Jingfeng would never have supported this. While Yan Zhaoge had been criticized, he wasn't unhappy about it. In truth, he himself wasn't willing to use this technique. If not for Feng Yunsheng's strong request, he wouldn't even have mentioned it. On the other hand, Fu Enshu somewhat agreed with it. She was more and more optimistic about Feng Yunsheng, who could withstand this technique. Still, with this, Yin Luhua would be in for a tragedy. As Fu Enshu saw it, since Feng Yunsheng could bear it, Yin Luhua should be able to as well. Master, those cold marrow needles. Hearing Fu Enshu's question, Yin Luhua's face instantly turned rather green, her gaze filled with terror. Fu Enshu frowned slightly when she saw the look on her face. What's wrong? Yin Luhua said slowly, Master, I really can't stand those cold marrow needles, Yan Zhaoge said from the side. After testing it once, junior apprentice sister Yin expressed that she was completely unable to bear it, and I also couldn't continue. Seeing Fu Enshu's brows gradually rise, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Because of their physique, the pain that maidens of extreme Yin suffer from the cold marrow needles is indeed more intense than that of ordinary people. Fu Enshu's expression was still serious, but Yunsheng can bear it. Yin Luhua lowered her head, not daring to speak. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips, sending a sound transmission to Fu Enshu. After all, not everyone has such a firm heart like junior apprentice sister Feng. Fu Enshu's brows gradually flattened, her gaze moving between Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua before she said, let Luhua try again. Looking at Yin Luhua, she said in a heavy and heartfelt tone, while your senior apprentice sister Feng has improved rapidly, you cannot lose your heart to improve because of this. Your senior apprentice sister Feng accidentally injured her extreme Yin physique that year, and that Mengwan of the Sacred Sun clan was also defeated in the 2nd Extreme Yin bout due to her previous injuries. There are always many unexpected occurrences in this world that we have no choice but to guard against. The contest for the Extreme Yin crown is not something that Yunsheng alone can accomplish. Fu Enshu said, Luhua, you started later than the others in the first place. If you do not work hard to catch up, how will you compete with the other maidens of Extreme Yin? If you remain content with things as they are, let alone Mengwan, Fan Qiu and the others, you won't even be able to catch up to that Yun Shuqing of the Sacred Sun clan. Even for Nian Lei and Ling Hui, who are always at the bottom every year, wanting to catch up and surpass them would be a difficult thing. Do you understand? Yin Luhua pressed her lips together. This disciple will cultivate diligently. Please guide me, master and senior apprentice brother Yan. Fu Enshu said, it's good that you really remember it. She swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Zhaoge, can you teach me the cold marrow needles technique? I'll personally keep an eye on flowing flower from now on. Yin Liuhua's face turned a little green as Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "Of course it is convenient." Feng Yunsheng watched from the side and sighed. After Yan Zhaoge and Fu Enchu had finished their conversation, Yin Luhua said timidly, "Master, this disciple has some questions regarding Supreme Extreme Yin Arts that I would like to ask Senior Apprentice Brother Yan." Fu Enchu nodded, "Of course you can." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Yin Luhua, bringing her along to the other side. Fu Enchu and Feng Yunsheng remained where they were, Fu Enchu guiding Feng Yunsheng in the other supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain. After asking Yan Zhaoge a few questions, Yin Luhua said rather dispiritedly, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, am I especially slow-witted?" Yan Zhaoge's gaze was calm. "Your talent is indeed inferior to Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's, but you are far from being slow-witted. On the contrary, you can be groomed." Raising her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, Yin Luhua said rather hesitantly, "My talent is inferior to Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's, and I also started out far later than her. However much I try to catch up, it would still be impossible for me to catch up to Senior Apprentice Sister Feng." Yan Zhaoge asked mildly, "What, you want to say that however hard you try, you are only a backup at most?" Yin Luhua hurriedly shook her head, "I don't dare, that's not what I mean." Yan Zhaoge said, "I remember that when you first entered the clan, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu once said that if you could be more outstanding than Junior Apprentice Sister Feng, having a greater chance of victory in the Extreme Yin bout, you would naturally be the main one. Indeed, you entered the clan late, starting out late. These are all facts. However, the clan has never treated you unfairly in terms of resources, all of which were based on Junior Apprentice Sister Feng standards. At the end of the day, the two of you are of the same clan. Your opponent is not just Junior Apprentice Sister Feng. More accurately speaking, your opponents are the maidens of Extreme Yin of the other sacred grounds." Yin Luhua nodded, "Yes, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan, I understand." She bit her lips lightly, "It's just that I feel that there is completely no hope in sight at all." Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. At the start, Junior Apprentice Sister Feng could not see any hope at all. Being able to reach where she is today, it was through her own efforts. Yin Luhua said softly, "Senior Apprentice Brother Yan is too modest. The yin-yang coexisting technique was something that you analyzed and imparted to us. The extreme yin scripture was obtained by you through a fortuitous encounter. The cold marrow needles was also an ancient secret technique that you obtained, and there are also many, many others. Whether it is Senior Apprentice Sister Feng or me, Broad Creed Mountain's maidens of extreme yin were all created by you." Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "Providing the same conditions for all of them, different people, the final results may also be different. As the old saying goes, the master leads the way, but cultivation is up to the individual." Yin Luhua lowered her head. "Yes, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan." Looking at Yan Zhaoge's departing figure, she bit her lips hard. "There are definitely other secret techniques. Not talking about anything else, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan definitely has a technique that can lessen the pain of the cold marrow needles. He himself also said that that was one of the 7 great punishments of pre-great calamity times, specially used to torment people. Being used on us maidens of extreme yin, it is even more unbearable. If it could be so easily endured, still using it for cultivation, how could it still be considered one of the 7 great punishments?" Feeling Yin Liuhua's gaze on him from behind, Yan Zhaoge shook his head inwardly. Her mentality isn't right. In the 6th Extreme Yin bout, Feng Yunsheng had regrettably lost by a single move. While Yan Zhaoge also felt that it was a pity, it could not be said to be a disappointment. The situation was more or less within the scope of his predictions. From the looks of it now, the 7th Extreme Yin bout could really be looked forward to. If there were no major accidents, the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan would be toppled from her throne a year from now. With the Extreme Yin bout having ended, Yan Zhaoge's attention had mostly returned to the Earth domain. Yan Zhaoge was busy with his martial cultivation whilst also preparing for the forging of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formations artifacts whilst also being busy with the matter of the lofty prestige mirror. Yan Zhaoge's following days were incomparably fulfilling. Time passed day by day amidst the busyness. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. It had already been over a year since Yan Di had entered secluded cultivation. It was just that he still showed no signs of emerging from seclusion. Yan Zhaoge had already pretty much finished dealing with the matters on hand. Still, it was not convenient for him to leave the Eight Extremities world now and attempt to search for the vast ocean world and Su Fei and the others. Because as time passed, the Earth domain gradually began to change again. Chapter 467. Feng Zhuan had sent back news from the Earth domain that the baleful qi there was growing denser and denser, especially in recent days, with the rate at which it was worsening rapidly. After receiving the news, Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng both began preparing to set off for the Earth domain. Yan Di still had not left seclusion, and it was also unknown when he would be able to do so. However, the situation waited for no one. Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng could only sigh inwardly. Master, junior apprentice brother Yan is in seclusion, and you are leaving the mountain as well. Why don't you exchange second apprentice brother back from the Earth domain to support us? Fu Enshu said as she also wanted to leave the mountain, traveling alongside Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng nodded slightly. We'll see how things are after arriving at the Earth domain. Director Feng Zhuan is naturally very outstanding. He swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua following behind Fu Enshu. While the Flame Devils of the East Sea have not made any major movements, you still have to be careful. Fu Enshu said, as maidens of extreme Yin, it would be of great help to them to come into contact with the Flame Devils as much as possible. Yuan Jingfeng said, it is not just the Flame Devils. There are other dangers too. Fu Enshu understood what Yuan Jingfeng was referring to. I understand. Traveling alongside Yuan Jingfeng, Yan Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to her. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu, you might want to reconsider the matter that I mentioned to you earlier. I still feel that you are a little too hasty with regards to junior apprentice Sister Yin. A hint of darkness surfaced within Fu Enshu's gaze. I can tolerate any flaws in my disciple, but I can't tolerate her being lazy and not putting in her best effort. Even Master advises me not to use Yunsheng, Sikong or myself to judge everyone. Alright, I'll relax my standards then. As Fu Enshu spoke, she felt a little angry. I don't ask for Lu Hua to be like Yunsheng, but I am very clear on where her limits lie. Always slacking off, lowering her standards time and time again, how could there possibly come a day when she breaks through her limits? Instead, it would only cause her upper limits to fall unceasingly, wasting her innate talent for nothing. Fu Enshu glared at Yan Zhaoge. It is not just a problem with her cultivation as a maiden of extreme Yin. This also concerns her improvement as a martial practitioner. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Perhaps junior apprentice Sister Yin just wants to live a little more easily. You might as well consider my earlier suggestion, lowering your expectations of her a little. This way, it might be better for everyone. Fu Enshu said in dissatisfaction, I no longer have extravagant hopes that she can catch up to or surpass Yunsheng, but her opponent should never be Yunsheng. But with her current state, how can she compete with the maidens of extreme Yin of the other sacred grounds? Lower my expectations? How much lower? She looked at Yan Zhaoge, following the method above, obtaining the method within, following the method within, obtaining the method below, following the method below, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me you don't understand this. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. At the end of the day, you are her master. It would not be good for me to interfere too much. After pausing for a moment, he said softly, however, it is naturally good to be able to refine a piece of good iron. However, if it really isn't that material and you hammer it too hard, it might be ruined. Fu Enshu fell silent, glancing at Yin Luhua behind her from the corner of her eye. As the two had been communicating via sound transmission, Yin Luhua naturally did not know what they were discussing. At this moment, all she could think about was her return to Donghai, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Fu Enshu sighed. Give her some more time and opportunities. Yan Zhaoge nodded. In going to the East Sea this time, please be more careful. While the Flame Devils retreated in defeat last time, their vitality still exists. With the changes in the Earth domain, they may also cause trouble together. Fu Enshu said, chaos is indeed about to arise on the East Sea as well. Old Man Imo and Jade Sea City Lord Song are both on guard. It is you who have to be careful heading to the Earth domain instead. According to what you've said, the situation this time is different from the decimating abyss. It might be even more dangerous. Yan Zhaoge gazed in the direction of the distant Earth domain. The problem with the decimating abyss that time was that it was hard to predict. Because the enemy concealed their identity, danger lurked in unknown places around us, resembling a boat traversing fog. This time, the crisis is much simpler, but it may be even more violent and unstoppable, like a flood in front of us. After taking his leave of Fu Enchu and the others, Yan Zhaoge and Yuan Jingfeng arrived at the Earth domain. Just having arrived at its outskirts, they could already feel baleful qi surging to the heavens. The deeper they went, the denser the baleful aura became. This place was already hell in name. There had once been some demonic beasts who had adapted to the environment here, living here. However, at this moment, even such life forms were unceasingly being extinguished amidst the baleful aura. Those that were comparatively stronger were all beginning to flee. In the outskirts of the Earth domain, a wave of fleeing demonic beasts arose, fleeing out of the Earth domain and entering other places. Fortunately, whether it was Broad Creed Mountain or the other sacred grounds, they had all been prepared for this, having long since set up a perimeter around the Earth domain, blocking the beast tide and preventing it from causing major trouble. As Yuan Jingfeng and Yan Zhaoge's group headed inwards, they suddenly saw golden radiance flickering in the distance, resembling a sun rising amidst the boundless darkness. Sacred Sun Clan, the expressions of Yan Zhaoge and the others did not change as they saw that golden radiance arrive before them. Within the radiance that resembled an actual sun, a white-clothed old man slowly walked out. It was precisely the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder, the East-coming Martial Saint Huang Guanglia. Behind him followed a group of people, all of them experts of the Sacred Sun Clan. The Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns followed closely behind Huang Guanglia, looking expressionlessly at Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yuan Jingfeng asked mildly, "East coming, what do you say?" Huang Guanglia said, "Let's go down and take a look together." Yuan Jingfeng led the way, descending. That was my intention as well. As they descended together, Yan Zhaoge felt a gaze falling on him. Swiveling his head, he saw that of the group of Sacred Sun Clan, other than Huang Guanglia, most of their gazes were focused on him. This was especially so for the East Rising Lord, whose gaze on Yan Zhaoge was filled with a complex, incomprehensible feeling. Of the Sacred Sun Clan's higher echelon experts, he could virtually be considered the first person to have come into contact with Yan Zhaoge, though not directly. Back in the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had actually already wanted to kill Yan Zhaoge. Because of the Eastern Region Elder of Broad Creed Mountain and the King of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, he had been unable to do so. However, as the East Rising Lord recalled the events of that year now, he sometimes could not help but think that if he had risked his own death back then to try to exchange for Yan Zhaoge's life, if he had succeeded, wouldn't everything afterwards have been completely different? While such a thought had only flashed through his mind for a brief moment, it could not be suppressed. At that time, even if Yan Zhaoge was Yan Di's son, if someone had suggested using the East Rising Lord of the Seven Reigning Suns, a lofty essence talisman martial grandmaster, to exchange pieces with Yan Zhaoge who was merely an outer aura martial scholar, everyone would have taken him for an idiot. And now, even the East Rising Lord himself would occasionally be unable to help himself from guessing how great the chances of success were, even though he hoped that the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster would be someone else. The affairs of the world were inconstant. Chapter 468. Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the East Rising Lord and the others, who met his gaze expressionlessly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Now, the sound of thunder resounded from above. Raising their heads and gazing over, they saw that under Shen Li's lead, the Heavenly Thunder Hall experts had also descended into the deep abyss. Apart from this, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord and Qinglin descended from the other side along with a group of Turbid Wave Pavilion's longtime elders. When Yuan Jingfeng and Huang Guanglia saw them, they both nodded slightly. Shen Li and Qinglin similarly nodded in greeting. Right at this moment, a violent aura fluctuation came from the abyss. a suffocating and terrifying aura surged up. Aside from Yuan Jingfeng and the other martial saint experts, the accompanying Essence Talisman martial grandmasters all frowned. As the only martial practitioner below the Essence Talisman martial grandmaster realm, Yan Zhaoge's feelings were naturally even more obvious. As the baleful qi entered his body, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that his meridians, flesh and blood all seemed to show signs of withering for a time. What was even more frightening was that under the assault of the baleful aura, his Zhenyuan seemed to be assimilating with the baleful aura, as if it was about to revolt. The 9 underworlds' baleful qi truly lives up to its name. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly, a qi flow that resembled chaos appearing within his body in a vast manner as it enveloped his entire body, lifeless and inextinguishable as it kept the invading baleful qi of the 9 underworlds at bay. The peerless heavenly scripture that Yan Zhaoge cultivated in had been hailed as the #1 direct lineage technique of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times, able to give birth to all things, able to contain all things, able to extinguish all things. Even the baleful qi of the 9 underworlds did not fear it. However, compared to his current cultivation, the amount of netherworld baleful qi in front of him was too huge. Even if it could be dispelled and melted, a rather long period of time would be required. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was currently neither resisting nor absorbing it, just isolating it from the outside. To the 9 underworlds' baleful qi before him, Yan Zhaoge was like an empty void at this moment, no longer existing. Those of the other sacred grounds were also observing Yan Zhaoge. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was not affected by the 9 underworlds' baleful qi, their expressions varied. The expressions of those of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall were all slightly gloomy, while those of Turbid Wave Pavilion were more filled with admiration and respect. Everyone looked down, and suddenly, they saw a golden light rising up from below. Coming into contact with the golden light, Yan Zhaoge and the others all felt as though they were feeling the warm sunlight of winter. The adverse effects brought about by the baleful qi of the 9 underworlds were greatly alleviated. Even the real sun in the sky had been covered by the baleful aura, and everything was dark. However, in the abyss below, there seemed to be another sun. Because of the close distance, the heat and light penetrated the thick fog, bringing light to everyone's eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to have reversed at this moment. Light flickered unceasingly within Huang Guanglia's eyes, while a shocking light erupted from the eyes of the Sunset Lord, the East Rising Lord and the other experts of the Sacred Sun Clan. Compared to the others, they had a deeper understanding of the energy fluctuations at the bottom of the abyss. While it was different from the Sacred Sun Clan's legacy, Huang Guanglia and the others could feel that it was a concept related to the sun star of the sky. Just being bathed in the radiance of the deep abyss below caused the East Rising Lord and the others to feel extremely comfortable. Huang Guanglia, who had a higher cultivation, didn't have such an intense feeling, but he had a deeper understanding of the concept behind it. For a moment, he only felt that it was boundlessly profound. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. Previously, he had been to the Earth domain many times. Now that he was in direct contact with the golden sunlight, he gradually had an idea of what was going on. No wonder it also felt somewhat familiar earlier. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Extreme Yang scripture. Yan Zhaoge held an ancient beast skin scroll within his hands. That was something he had obtained along with the immortal crane wings when he had entered the foreign dimension where the solitary practitioner loose practitioner he of pre-Great Calamity times had resided. Currently, the immortal crane wings had already been handed over to Ahu, but this ancient beast hide scroll had always remained with Yan Zhaoge. The animal skin scroll was empty except for a square pattern in the center, which seemed to have been left by some kind of seal. The pattern left behind by the seal was like a sun. When Yan Zhaoge had analyzed the concept within, he had felt that it seemed to have originated from a supreme scripture of before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Yang scripture. Before the descent of the Great Calamity, the creator of the Extreme Yang scripture had only just created this supreme martial art. He was still unceasingly perfecting it, not having completed it completely. Sadly, with the descent of the Great Calamity, everything was no longer the same. This lost technique was also one of the few lost techniques that were not recorded in the Divine Palace's library. Still, Yan Zhaoge had come into contact with some incomplete scriptures before. The Sacred Sun clan's martial legacy had similarly been developed after the Great Calamity by unearthing the remnants of the previous martial civilization, combining their own comprehensions, vaguely containing some traces of the extreme Yang scripture. However, as Yen Zhaoge saw it, the concept contained within the sunlight before him was likely of the orthodox direct lineage of the extreme Yang scripture. While it had not been completed that year, it was still an extremely peak martial art. As Yen Zhaoge carefully analyzed the golden light within the deep abyss at this moment, he could only feel that the abyss seemed even deeper. A pity that I do not have the complete extreme Yang scripture from back then. Otherwise, I would be able to analyze it a little. Yen Zhaoge pondered, however, if my feeling is not wrong, the Great Calamity should not have caused the extreme Yang scripture to be severed. Instead, it should have been unceasingly perfected by someone, finally unceasingly deducing and perfecting it. The Eight Extremities world had never heard of the existence of such a person before. However, other than the Flame Devil world that was not occupied by humans, Yen Zhaoge could already confirm that there were also the vast ocean world, the floating life world and other worlds where human martial practitioners resided, as well as the existence of that legendary world beyond worlds. Therefore, he did not feel surprised. This was especially so with the image of that woman he had seen when refining the pillar of the divine palace back then, allowing Yen Zhaoge to confirm that there were still people who had successfully escaped the tribulation of the Great Calamity and survived. This seal seems to be relying on some sort of treasure. Staring at the golden light down below for a moment, Yen Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on the deep abyss of the earth domain before him once more. The golden light and the black fog clashed unceasingly. The baleful chi of the 9 underworlds grew denser and denser, fiercer and fiercer as it surged upwards unceasingly. Accompanied by the strengthening of the black fog, the golden light seemed to be strengthening in opposition as well. However, if one observed carefully, they would be able to detect the changes within as they were somewhat stiff and unrefined. Everyone understood that the seal down below still seemed to have sufficient power. However, under the accumulated assault of the chi of the 9 underworlds over a long period of time, its spirituality was gradually being lost as it weakened unceasingly. Even so, one could only sigh in admiration. After all, the tragic scene of hell had already existed for an extremely long period of time. The seal down below had endured such a long period of wear and tear, yet still stood firm. As they descended, Yuan Jingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, Fang Zhuan. However, the next moment, Yuan Jingfeng's expression turned solemn. He saw his disciple Fang Zhuan's entire body being shrouded by baleful chi of the 9 underworlds as well as golden sunlight, his body sinking unceasingly. Fang Zhuan had always been on the front lines monitoring the abnormalities in the earth domain. He had also been the first to report the situation as soon as it had intensified this time. However, the result of going too deep was that he himself had sunk deep within as well. While Fang Zhuan's expression was solemn, it was not for his own safety. Instead, he was staring fixedly at the deep abyss down below. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, Yuan Jingfeng and the others arrive, he raised his voice and roared, "It's coming up." Before his words had landed, golden light erupted down below, seemingly being pushed upwards by something. Chapter 469. Looking down below, Yen Zhaoge and the others saw golden light erupt, rapidly rising upwards. Below the golden light, one could see layers of black fog surging. The black fog seemed to have a life of its own. As the golden light approached, everyone could clearly feel the surging power within it. But as the black fog approached, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the netherworld. Everyone present was a peak expert of the 8 extremities world. Yet, at this moment, they all felt uneasy within their hearts, a frenzied feeling surging uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. This was no longer the negative thoughts in the depths of a martial artist's heart. Rather, it was as if someone had forcefully intruded into their hearts and dug out the darkest corners of their hearts. Then, they unscrupulously magnified it and exposed it to the light of day. Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia, Shen Li and Qing Lin, the 4 great martial saints, shouted in unison. The 4 of them attacked together. streams of light filled the darkness and suppressed the 9 underworld's baleful qi. With them bearing the brunt of the pressure, the others were in a much better state. After stabilizing their minds, they each took action to help suppress it. The black mist's upward momentum slowed, and an angry emotion immediately spread out from the bottom of the abyss, shaking everyone's hearts. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. This feeling is different from when the descent of the Great 9 Underworld's door failed earlier and was forced to close. Previously, when he broke the demonic domain Great Formation and stopped the 9 Underworld's gate from opening, the gate also emitted a furious and unwilling emotion. But at the same time that emotion was extremely grand, it also seemed illusory. It was as if the 9 Underworlds herself had emotions and was angry because she was obstructed. Right now, the anger at the bottom of the abyss was not as grand, but it was more real and lively. The rising momentum of the golden light and the black fog slowed down, and then they were in a stalemate in the abyss. As soon as they stopped moving, a clear outline of their bodies appeared. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be an actual sun appearing before his eyes, incomparably dazzling and blazing. Countless golden talisman markings formed numerous streams of light that seemed like chains and ribbons, and they crisscrossed and fluttered in the air. Below him was boundless darkness that stood in sharp opposition to the golden sun. Countless black chains stretched out from the darkness and intertwined with the golden chains above, constantly pulling at each other. The surface of the black chains seemed to be covered in dark red light that flowed endlessly like bloodlines. The majestic and boundless energy constantly collided and resisted. Where the golden sun and the thick black fog met, the space was completely distorted and chaotic. Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that the true size of the great golden sun might be much larger than what he saw before his eyes. But because of the distortion of space, it looked like this. When Yuan Jingfeng and Huang Guanglie saw the terrifying area where the two sides came into contact, fear appeared in their eyes. Streaks of golden light intertwined with the black chains, extending and expanding in all directions. As the two of them rose from the abyss, they gradually lit up the entire region. At this moment, if one looked down from the sky from outside the abyss, they would see that the entire area, which was the size of the heaven domain, was lit up. The densely packed golden and black threads were like a spider web that covered the vast land. It was a ghastly sight. Let's begin. Yuan Jingfeng said, if the 9 underworlds are truly connected to the 8 extremities world, all of us would face a calamity of extinction. That is not something that the Flame Devil world can compare to. Everyone present nodded silently. The 9 underworlds had already existed before the Great Calamity. It had been the polar opposite of the Great Thousand Worlds of that time, being the darkest, foulest and evilest land of the world. It was unlike the Flame Devil world, the Floating Life world, the Vast Ocean world and even the 8 Extremities world, which had all been formed from the shattering of the Great Thousand Heavens and Earth. The 9 underworlds were the 9 underworlds. When had there ever been someone who named it the 9 underworlds world? Just the name alone was already different from that of the Flame Devil world. Huang Guanglie and the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners gazed at that great golden sun for a long time before they all sighed, shifting their gazes away. They simultaneously moved, their power unceasingly bolstering that great golden sun. Clear qi, sunlight, thunderbolts, clouds and mist, numerous sigils manifested different forms, transforming into numerous runes that formed a formation, entrenched within the air as they unceasingly locked down the black fog. Over the past year, other than Fang Zhuan and the other higher echelon elders of the various clans who were stationed in the Earth domain to keep watch over it, Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglie and the other bigwigs also frequently came to the Earth domain. At this critical moment, many of their previous worries were cast aside as they unceasingly investigated and deduced, gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the current situation in the Earth domain. Facing external enemies, the bigwigs of the various clans temporarily joined forces, exchanging information as they discussed and came up with some countermeasures. Yan Zhaoge did not make a move, instead continuing to earnestly observe and analyze the situation. The current method of Yuan Jingfeng and the others was still to seek stability, continuing to rely on that great golden sun as the core of the seal and reinforcing it. It was just that they were not the original owners of the seal at the end of the day. Reinforcing the seal took twice the effort for half the results. Even so, the situation was already under control. The black fog was hard-pressed to continue rising, the great golden sun even beginning to descend once more, pressuring the black fog downwards. The unresigned and furious emotions within the deep abyss grew denser and denser as a soundless roar seemed to resound by everyone's ears, causing their hearts to twist together. The dense blood-red patterns on the numerous black chains that extended from the darkness suddenly turned bright and dazzling. Then, numerous streams of blood chi surged from the black chains before transforming into numerous evil devils, shooting over towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yuan Jingfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the other two saints did not move. They continued to strengthen the seal. The Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the various sects who had come together with them all moved, engaging in a great battle against the evil devils manifested from devilish chi. These evil spirits were extremely powerful, causing people to be alarmed. Just the demons manifested by the devil chi were already so powerful. What kind of existence was the source of the devil chi itself that was trying to rush up from the abyss? How many of such existences were there in the 9 underworlds? Just thinking about it made one shudder. At that moment, someone suddenly approached from above the abyss. Raising their heads to look, they saw that the newcomer was a longtime elder of Jade Sea City. The other party's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "The Eastern Sea is in an emergency. The Flame Devils are attacking again." Several Flame Devil Kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the martial saint realm of our human race passed through the dimensional passageway once more, stepping into the outer East Sea. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and to the top of their heads. Currently, blazing fire swept through the world above the East Sea once more. Led by one powerful Flame Devil King after another, the numerous Flame Devils slaughtered their way into the 8 Extremities world. The first line of defense set up by the human race martial artists was instantly destroyed. Chapter 470. Above the outer East Sea, the surface of the sea surged majestically, yet not a single island could be seen. The islands here had long since been destroyed and flattened by the Flame Devils time and time again. At this moment, massive bubbles roiled on the surface of the outer East Sea one after another as the entire sea seemed to be boiling. Above the sea, the blue skies had already vanished. There was only an all-encompassing sky of flowing fire that surged rampantly. One powerful flame devil after another traversed the horizon, spreading into the surroundings as they brought with them the aura of destruction and calamity. The great flame devil charging at the very front had the head of a tiger and the body of a human, its features savage and terrifying as it roared continuously. Suddenly, its body abruptly halted in mid-air. The next moment, countless flowing fire shot out from behind it. The back of its head, neck, back, waist, buttocks, limbs, soles of its feet, streams of flowing fire shot out from every single part of its body. The flames condensed in the space behind this great flame devil, instantly forming a dazzling painting. It was a painting completely composed of blazing flames, on which were famed mountains and great rivers that were majestic and magnificent. The painting of flames condensed in the air, incomparably dazzling and breathtaking as it did not dissipate for a long time. Amidst its extreme magnificence, it also contained a terrifying power, resembling a cage. The flame devils that followed were unable to stop in time as they slammed headfirst into that painting of fire, seemingly entering another world. A world of mountains and rivers completely composed of flames. While the flame devils did not fear blazing fire, being within it, they were still struck by streams of chi, forming ferocious attacks. Meanwhile, the flames of that great flame devil from earlier were rapidly extinguished, its roars coming to a halt as its body fell towards the sea down below, no longer possessing any signs of life. A scholarly-looking old man with his hands behind his back slowly appeared within space. Meanwhile, in another direction, the speeding group of flame devils suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. Possessing natural spiritual essence of fire, they could clearly sense that the water vapor in the surrounding air had suddenly increased. Before they could react, one spark after another erupted from the surface of their bodies. It was like human skin rupturing, fresh blood spurting out. A subtle yet majestic, formless yet hard to resist power instantly enveloped the entire bodies of these flame devils. They wanted to dodge, yet were unable to do so. Because that attack came from all directions, from every corner of the air, covering every inch of their bodies. Pervasive, omnipresent, omnipresent. The source of these invisible swords was the water vapor that densely covered the surrounding space. Under the raging fire, the water vapor should have been swept away, but the raging fire seemed to be helpless in the face of this water vapor. The water vapor turned into countless sharp swords at this moment, attacking these flame demons from all directions. The seemingly weak and fine water vapor just happened to seem all-powerful and sharp at this moment, and it caused all the flame devil experts to be unable to resist it. Some of the flame devils struggled to resist, but the water vapor seemed to be endless and unending. As the countless swords pierced through, the bodies of the flame devils directly disintegrated. Being dismembered into 1,000 pieces was not enough to describe this scene. It was as if the flesh and blood of a human body had been minced into a rain of blood and minced meat. The endless rain of fire exploded and drifted down to the ocean below. The figure of Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang appeared in this direction, innumerable illusory streaks of light circulating unceasingly around him, dense sword chi unable to be seen clearly suffusing the heavens and the earth. Facing the countless attacking flame devils, a bright moonlight rose from the surface of the sea. The moonlight rose, and it seemed as if it could compete with the sun in the sky. The blazing heat caused by the infinite blazing fire instantly fell, the air welcoming a long-awaited cool feeling. Very quickly, however, an extremely powerful fluctuation emanated from the direction from which the flame devils had surged, the temperature between the heavens and the earth rising once more. That powerful fluctuation was far from just a single one. Congregating together, it had a domineering momentum as it advanced from east to west with a crushing momentum. To the east of the Great Sea, the boundary between the sky and the sea grew blurry, only a crimson color remaining as blazing flames enveloped the sky. Song Wuliang and the scholarly old man drew closer to the moonlight at the center. "Old Mo, we now seek stability," Song Wuliang said in a heavy tone. The scholarly old man was naturally the painting saint Old Man Mo. He nodded, slowly retreating alongside Song Wuliang. Meng Wan, who wielded the extreme Yin crown, naturally had no objections as well, following the two seniors at every step. While the Outer East Sea was no longer completely transformed into a sea of flames like last time, there were 4 flame devil kings equivalent to experts of the second level of the martial saint realm before them. Adding on the other flame devil kings and great flame devils, the destructive torrent formed left Song Wuliang and the others powerless to forcibly resist it, as they could only retreat step by step. Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yen, who had remained in the water domain, had originally been situated between the East Sea and the Earth domain, prepared to support both sides at any time. Now that he had received the news, Chu Yen had immediately brought along Infinite Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, in haste to the East Sea. Even so, however, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. As the flame devils advanced, the human experts could only retreat time and time again, giving up on the Outer East Sea as they retreated all the way to Jade Sea City of the Inner East Sea, relying on the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as the foundation of their stronghold to block the flame devils. Jade Sea City fell into a storm once more, seeming as though it might collapse at any moment. Within the Earth domain, having received the news, Yuan Jingfeng and the others exchanged looks. As compared to the current situation in the Earth domain, the situation in the East Sea was even more dangerous. While the Earth domain might be even more dangerous, the situation in the East Sea had already reached the point where it was on fire. Yuan Jingfeng said in a heavy tone, "As long as the seal here is not broken, nothing will happen. However, the situation in the East Sea is critical. Other than the 4 flame devil kings equivalent to the second level of the martial saint realm, there are also other flame devil kings equivalent to the first level of the martial saint realm." The Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, and Qing Lin, said to Huang Guanglia, "East Huang, I will go with you to the East Sea. The martial legacies of our 2 clans will be comparatively advantageous against the flame devils." A martial grandmaster of Turbid Wave Pavilion said hesitantly, "If there are only 2 martial saints here," Yuan Jingfeng shook his head, "Unlike before, the seal has already stabilized once more. 4 people would at most be a little faster in suppressing them, 2 a little slower. If the seal really is broken, to say something disheartening, there might not be any use even if we all remain here. Huang Guanglie gazed at Yuan Jingfeng. Pointing at the great golden sun down below, Yuan Jingfeng looked straight at Huang Guanglie. Unreasonable old Huang, this old man knows that you covet this treasure down below. This old man covets it as well. Who doesn't like good things? However, if the seal is broken, let alone the 9 underworlds descending afterwards, this old man and Shenli would be the first 2 to suffer a calamity here. If it were you, would you want a treasure over your life? Shenli nodded solemnly as well. Huang Guanglie looked at the great golden sun that was currently sinking unceasingly within the deep abyss down below, pondering for a moment before he finally still nodded, all right. Everyone present were bigwigs of their own domains, being decisive in their actions. Having made their decision, they immediately acted. Huang Guanglie and An Qinglin immediately ceased their cultivation before rising together, leaving the Earth domain and heading straight for the East Sea. Chapter 471. The situation at the East Sea was extremely urgent. Since a decision had already been made, Huang Guanglie and An Qinglin speedily left. The higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun Clan and Turbid Wave Pavilion who had accompanied them to the Earth domain remained where they were, continuing to clean up the evil devils spawned from those black chains. Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli stood above the deep abyss together, simultaneously extending their palms, continuing to press downwards. The power of the 2 martial saints assisted the seal that resembled the great golden sun down below, suppressing the black fog that was trying to surge upwards from the deep abyss and charge out of the Earth domain. The light of the great golden sun shone, innumerable rays of golden light that resembled needles illuminating the surrounding area, unceasingly dispersing the black fog. Currently, if one looked down from the sky above the deep abyss, one would see that in the Earth domain where countless streams of light intersected, the golden streams of light were growing denser and denser while the black streams of light were growing sparser and sparser. As time passed unceasingly, the golden streams of light gradually grew sparser as well. The veins of light that resembled a spiderweb that had enveloped the great dark Earth earlier were currently gradually dimming. Within the deep abyss, that great sun of pure gold was unceasingly descending. The violent, manic emotions emanated from the black fog down below as it resisted even more fiercely. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that the space where the black fog and the great sun collided was shockingly shattering unceasingly. The shattered space instantly regained its original state, only to immediately shatter once more, this cycle repeating itself. That destructive force caused one to shrink back. Swept within, one would instantly be ripped apart along with that space itself. However, the seal formed of the great golden sun was still stable at the end of the day. Pushed by Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli, the abnormalities of the 9 underworlds were suppressed once more. The numerous black chains that extended outwards resembled tentacles now as they waved unceasingly. The numerous black runes that formed the chains circulated unceasingly, the red light on their surface flickering non-stop. The numerous evil devils born from the black chains were successively slain and destroyed by the peak experts of the human race here. However, these evil devils seemed inexhaustible, unable to be eradicated completely. As the ones at the front were destroyed, more appeared behind them, advancing wave upon wave. The evil devils emitted numerous roars, numerous devils dancing chaotically within the entire deep abyss for a time. The experts of the human race dealt with them calmly, not clashing head-on as they just kept the evil devils at bay, not letting them assault and disrupt the seal. Yan Zhaoge descended, arriving above the great golden sun. There, Feng Zhuan's entire body was shrouded by golden and black light as he descended alongside the great golden sun. Second martial uncle. Yan Zhaoge interlocked his palms before separating them once more, a few of the chains of light on Feng Zhuan's body breaking apart. However, as the light ribbon swayed, they quickly wrapped around him again. Feng Zhuan said, "There's no rush. It won't be too late to deal with it after the seal has been completely completed." As Yan Zhaoge nodded, he thought back to the feeling when he had severed the belt of light earlier, analyzing the changes in power within. Fang Zhuan lowered his head to look at the great golden sun down below, before looking at Yuan Jingfeng and Shunli. With this side of the Earth domain has at least managed to avoid any danger. On the other hand, even if the advance of the Flame Devils is obstructed in the East Sea, it is still possible that a portion of their forces are restraining the experts of our human race, while the rest are causing trouble everywhere. It's not just the water region. The lake region and the thunder region might also be ambushed. We need to have enough strength to stop them. If they set foot on the land, the damage they will cause will be much more severe than in the sea. After settling the matters in the Earth domain as soon as possible, Master and Shunli will have to rush to the Eastern Sea without stopping. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge said softly, "We still can't let our guard down over at the Earth domain. The other party might launch a counterattack at the very last moment." Fang Zhuan nodded, "That's right." As the Earth domain was racing against time to suppress the seal, the great battle on the East Sea had already long since reached its climax. The outer East Sea was already barren and uninhabited. The region of sea where the outer East Sea and the inner East Sea connected, Long Ocean City, was already completely barren. Long Ocean City of the water domain's 9 cities and the island it was on had already been reduced to nothingness, no longer existing. Even the region of sea around Jade Sea City was a mess. Jade Sea City had suffered a tribulation once more, one even greater than before. With Jing Zhong at their head, 4 Flame Devil Kings equivalent to second-level martial saints surrounded East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City. Under their lead, the other Flame Devil Kings and Great Flame Devils also launched a tide-like attack, frenziedly attacking Jade Sea City. Within Jade Sea City, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation expanded, the endless Jade Sea keeping the blazing fire at bay. At the core of the Grand Formation sat the Jade Sea Martial Saint Song Wuliang, formless swords revolving around his body as light surged without end, merging as one with the surrounding Jade Sea. With Song Wuliang wielding the sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, controlling the Grand Formation, the power of the formation was naturally incomparable to how it had been in the past. The painting Saint Old Man Imo stood beside Song Wuliang, one hand behind his back as the other unceasingly painted in the air. One painting after another was inscribed amidst space, manifesting in an endless stream. Old Man Imo was currently only painting a single thing, the endless ocean. Countless painting scrolls were all of the endless, surging seawater that merged within the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, resisting the blazing fire that swept the heavens and earth together. Gazing far into the distance, one could see that above the Great Sea, the sky above was completely crimson, filled with blazing fire, while below was the surging seawater. The boundary between the sky and the sea had already vanished, water and fire clashing unceasingly. Just having erupted with dense white water vapor, it was immediately engulfed by the surging blazing fire and seawater that followed. Even though Song Wuliang possessed the geographical advantage of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as well as the assistance of Old Man Imo, there were really just too many experts on the other side. Beneath the violent attacks of the blazing fire, Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation swayed amidst the wind and rain, unable to withstand it as cracks were unceasingly ripped open. Within the Grand Formation, the Sacred Sun Clan's Mengwan wielded the Extreme Yin Crown while Infinite Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu Yen wielded the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, both acting to obstruct the Flame Devils attempting to barge in through the cracks. The two sides engaged in a continuous, bloody battle. Song Wuliang, Old Man Imo, Mengwan and Chu Yen were all more or less injured. However, they could only grit their teeth and hold on at this moment. Now, the attacks of the Flame Devils slowed slightly. Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings gazed towards where the sky and sea intersected in the west, only to see a sun seemingly rising in the west, an all-encompassing radiance suddenly appearing. Around the great sun, streams of white smoke coiled, never dispersing beneath the illumination of the sunlight. It was precisely Huang Guanglie and Qing Lin who had arrived as reinforcements. The Flame Devil race had wanted to send out their peak experts to obstruct them, while Jing Zhong and the others had even more intentions of changing their target, first taking care of Huang Guanglie and Qing Lin who did not have the support of the Grand Formation and thus appeared to be weak on their own. However, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation which had always been on the verge of collapse suddenly erupted with power in a counterattack. The endless tide extended far into the distance, sweeping towards Huang Guanglia and Qinglin. Huang Guanglia and Qinglin also exerted force at this moment, joining forces with the people of Jade Sea City from within and without. Chapter 472. Huang Guanglia and Qinglin charged into the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation together. The intense eruption of the Grand Formation earlier was like the final radiance of a setting sun as its momentum involuntarily began to recede after its initial fierceness. Accepting Huang Guanglia and Qinglin into the formation also inevitably caused the circulation of the Grand Formation to become sluggish. The group of Flame Devil experts roared as they lunged over, their violent power directly locking the Grand Formation in place for an instant as the gap that had opened up in the formation was unable to close. Glancing at Huang Guanglia, Song Wuliang formed a sword seal with his hands, drawing with his index and middle fingers as endless, formless sword light surged into the skies. Having entered the Grand Formation, not even having stabilized his footing, Huang Guanglia had already turned and pushed out with a palm. Numerous streaks of golden light condensed with the power of extreme yang shot upwards, piercing straight into the heavens. Those numerous streaks of formless sword light currently manifested as the power of extreme yin, merging together with the power of Huang Guanglia's palm. While they were not completely in sync, one hard one soft, one yin one yang, the two majestic powers still merged together, hardness and softness complementing each other, yin and yang congregating. Old Man Imo extended his finger, drawing in the air as numerous streaks of light were inscribed within the air, transforming into numerous painting scrolls of mountains and rivers. This time, the painting did not carry any killing intent at all, appearing extremely calm. The mountains and rivers within the painting, the firmness of the high mountains and the gentleness of the flowing water, appeared incomparably harmonious when combined together. Vaguely, an indistinct Taiji diagram seemed to manifest within the air. Enveloped by this painting of mountains and rivers, Song Wuliang's attacks and Huang Guanglia's yin and yang complemented each other, instantly becoming even more in sync. Extreme yin and extreme yang, extreme softness and extreme toughness, the two unceasingly merged together, giving birth to each other, causing this power to show signs of growing further, its power even more shocking. On the other side, Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Qinglin was like Song Wuliang, her index and middle fingers forming a sword as she executed her sword seal, numerous streams of white mist suffusing the air. The dense sword light seemed dim and not bright, but it was continuous and unending, not dissipating even when the gentle mist touched the blazing fire. The profundities of the Tao of the sword, its flexibility and limitless variations, were displayed to the fullest at this moment, soft to the extreme. The sword light that resembled white mist accompanied Huang Guanglia's extreme yang fist, surging upwards alongside the power of Song Wuliang's Jade Sea formless sword. Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yan's expression was grave as he raised a clump of dense black light high within his hand. That ball of light didn't seem to have any shape. It was just a vast expanse of darkness, and it emitted an incomparably heavy and profound power. When Chu Yan raised his hand, it was as if he was lifting 1,000 mountains. As he waved his hand downwards, the black ball of light sliced through the air, and a crack appeared in the void in front of him. The crack twisted madly, and an incomparably fierce and heavy power erupted from within, wanting to tear the crack apart even further. This was precisely the power of Infinite Boundless Mountain's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. The black ball of light was the axe itself. With light as the axe, it could cleave the heavens and break the enemies. Shattering the cracks in the void was the sharpness of the axe blade. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but the moment he made a move, he sliced his opponent into two. However, under the influence of Old Man Mo's landscape painting, the cracks in the void actually gradually disappeared. That terrifying, tough, masculine power turned formless, yet did not vanish. Instead, it was also swept away by the combined attack of Song Wuliang and Huang Guanglia. The power of the Heaven-Cleaving Axe and Qinglin's Flowing Cloud Illusory Sword also stood in opposition of extreme hardness and extreme yang and extreme softness and extreme yin. The two powers respectively supported the extreme yang fist and the Jade Sea formless sword. The torrents of yin and yang intermingling grew more and more majestic as they swept through the horizon, extinguishing the numerous streams of flowing fire within. This tyrannical power caused even Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings to be taken aback. They hurriedly acted together, blazing fire surging to the heavens as they blocked this violent tide. Only with Jing Zhong and these 4 Flame Devil Kings equivalent to the second level of the Martial Saint realm standing together at the front lines did the other Flame Devils dare to act. Otherwise, even those comparatively weaker Flame Devil Kings would only be able to be swept away by such a powerful force. The majestic screen of light swept along numerous layers of jade water, colliding with the all-encompassing sea of flames in the sky. The sea of flames was directly ripped apart from the center. The blazing fire extinguished unceasingly as a hole appeared at the center of the sea of flames, expanding unceasingly as it expanded into the surroundings. However, that majestic pillar of light condensed from the true essence of Huang Guanglia, Old Man Mo and the others mightily shattered as well, exploding into an all-encompassing rain of light. The Flame Devil Kings emitted deafening roars in unison, the blazing fire within the sky congregating once more as it was about to surge towards Jade Sea City. Now, amidst the clear, cold, dense white light, the extreme Yin crown slowly rose into the air. Where the moonlight passed, the heavens and the earth were filled with coolness, the momentum of the condensed blazing fire actually slowing slightly as well. Making use of this moment, Song Wuliang quickly circulated the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. As the Grand Formation circulated, it closed up once more, surging seawater obscuring the sky as it enveloped East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City, blocking the attacks of the Flame Devils outside once more. Enveloped by the moonlight, Meng Wan's face was pale as paper as she kept the extreme Yin crown. Suffering the greatest pressure, Jade Sea City's City Lord Song Wuliang directly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Beside him, the faces of Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, and Qing Lin, Chu Yan and the others also alternated between green and red, feeling their qi and blood roiling unceasingly. Blood leaked from the corner of the mouth of Infinite Boundless Mountains Chief Chu Yan who had yet to enter the Martial Saint realm, his hands completely empty. The black clump of light that had manifested from the heaven-cleaving axe had already vanished, but his right hand that had previously wielded the axe was currently trembling unceasingly. Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings were not having a good time either, but being injured caused them to feel even more frenzied and enraged. Having been successfully reunited with Huang Guanglia and the others, they felt even more indignant and humiliated as their fiery attacks surged once more. Song Wuliang sucked in a deep breath, his complexion much better as he immediately wielded the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword and the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation to meet them once more. Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia and the others did the same. Now that they had reunited, relying on the terrain of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, it was somewhat easier for them to deal with the Flame Devil Kings. Because of the Flame Devil's numerical advantage, the human martial practitioners were still at a disadvantage. Still, focusing on defense, they were still able to hold on. They were finally no longer in a precarious state like before. If we can hold on until Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli reseal the abnormalities in the Earth domain and rush over to reinforce us, we will then be able to plan our counterattack. This time, we definitely have to give the Flame Devils a thorough beating. If they are unable to take down Jade Sea City after a long time, and then bypass Jade Sea City and invade other places, what should we do then? Song Wuliang and the others discussed their opinions as they held on to the attacks of the Flame Devils. Now, however, the expressions of Old Man Mo and Huang Guanglia simultaneously changed as they gazed towards the east. Soon after, the expressions of Song Wuliang and Qing Lin changed as well, the extreme Yin crown, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword and the heaven-cleaving axe shuddering together. Meng Wan and Chu Yan were greatly shocked before they felt an extremely terrifying aura appear from the distance, instantly arriving in the air above East Dragon Island. A heaven-shaking, earth-shaking roar resounded as the screen of water that enveloped East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City shuddered intensely, seemingly about to shatter at this very moment. Huang Guanglia and the others did not hesitate in the slightest as they combined their power once more, erupting with the most ferocious momentum. A majestic pillar of light swept along the immeasurable Jade Sea, shooting into the skies once more. Within the sky, the sea of flames dispersed, a massive figure appearing, stomping down with a single foot. Old Man Mo's expression was unprecedentedly heavy as he let out a long breath. Great Flame Devil King. Chapter 473. Within Jade Sea City, the experts of the human race attacked together, with the extreme Yang Fist and the Jade Sea Formless Sword as the center, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe and the Flowing Cloud Illusory Sword as support, as well as the Painting Saint Old Man Mo acting as the facilitator. The combination of toughness and gentleness, the vigorous power of yin and yang, all erupted in an instant and continued to grow, soaring upwards. Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings all let out terrifying roars in unison as blazing flames converged together. The two sides met in the air and collided violently. Now, a massive foot stomped down from above Jade Sea City, instantly seeming as though the sky itself was collapsing. The faces of Song Wuliang and the others were livid. The boundless raging flames seemed to solidify at this moment, constantly compressing at the bottom of the huge foot, violent and oppressive. As the oldest longtime elder of the Eight Extremities world who had personally experienced the first and fiercest invasion of the Flame Devils that year, the Painting Saint Old Man Mo's face was currently sunken as water. Great Flame Devil King. In fact, there was no need to experience that great battle. At this moment, everyone present already had the most intuitive feeling. The terrifying power continued to press down, shattering the golden light and the blue sea. Huang Guanglie, Song Wuliang, and the others roared in unison, their vigorous true essence gathering together and surging upwards, transforming into endless wild waves that obstructed the other party's foots. The huge figure in the sky also revealed its true appearance at this moment. It was as large as a mountain, with the lower body of a bull and the upper body of a tiger. There was a huge bull's head on its shoulder, and the horns on its head were curved. Its entire body was covered in blazing flame patterns. A pair of crimson eyes stared down at the infinite Azure Sea formation ferociously. Amidst the deafening roar, the Azure Sea limitless formation suddenly shattered. The all-encompassing screen of water was ripped apart, descending from the heavens like a flood, descending towards East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City down below. However, before the water could fall from the sky to the ground, it was already evaporated into mist by the raging flames. A huge black shadow suddenly rushed out of the white mist. Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief Chu Yen was virtually unable to react as he completely relied on the spiritual guidance of the sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, in his hand as he raised it and chopped out. A terrifying crack appeared in the void, but it was instantly filled with raging flames. As the flames burned, the crack in the void actually closed up. In the next instant, Chu Yen and the Heaven-Cleaving Axe were both blasted flying backwards. The sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, was jolted out of his hands, and the black light around it immediately dimmed. Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief Chu Yan's blood splattered the air, his face as pale as paper. On the extreme yin crown by the side, clear moonlight rippled unceasingly like water. Meng Wan, who was enveloped by the radiance, turned even paler, and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Earlier, she'd lent a hand to assist and barely managed to preserve Chu Yan's life. But even then, Chu Yan had almost been directly killed, and his sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, had even suffered a heavy injury. That great Flame Devil King in the form of a bull's head stood towering within the air, a casual strike from it having nearly brought the sacred artifact wielding Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief back from the brink of death. He did not continue his pursuit. Before him, Huang Guanglie, Old Man Mo, Song Wuliang and the others were already attacking together once more. Huang Guanglie punched out. Golden light flashed, and everything around him was covered in a dazzling golden light. The golden sun in the sky seemed to descend from the 9 heavens at this moment, illuminating all directions. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had been broken, Song Wuliang wielded his sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, formless sword light resembling numerous massive waves as it shot towards that great Flame Devil King. While he was still only at the first level of the martial saint realm, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword that Song Wuliang wielded was clearly much more powerful than Chu Yen wielding the Heaven-Cleaving Axe. The merged sword intent and sacred artifact unceasingly boosted their respective strengths, formless sword light surging without end yet also hard to grasp. Old Man Mo's expression was calm. This time, however, he was not painting within the air. Numerous threads of blood spurted out from the acupoints of his entire body, guided by his true essence in mid-air as they transformed into a blood-red painting. The painting saint used the fresh blood of his enemies to paint, condensing it within the air and not dissipating for a long time. This was one of the terrifying legends of the Eight Extremities world. At this moment, he used his own essence blood as a painting, painting a majestic scene of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. True space seemed to merge with Old Man Mo's painting at this moment, also displaying the momentum of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. That great flame devil king seemed to emit a strange chuckle before a roar that resembled thunderclaps resounded. He struck out with his claws, his left claw meeting Huang Guanglie's, his right claw meeting Old Man Mo's. Blazing flames agglomerated on his left claw, resembling a cage as it enveloped Huang Guanglie. Huang Guanglie's powerful martial art of the Great Sun Comes East was actually unable to erupt as it was trapped by that cage of flames. The golden sun rumbled and collided with the flames. In the end, it exploded on its own. The all-encompassing golden and crimson streams of fire surged together as Huang Guanglie let out a muffled sound as he retreated. The great flame devil king's right claw clawed viciously towards Old Man Mo's blood-red painting. The heavens and earth which had originally already been on the verge of collapsing completely shattered now. However, the claw of the great flame devil king was not affected as it seemed to traverse space, still clawing towards Old Man Mo facing Song Wuliang's sword light. This flame devil opened its mouth, madly spurting out streams of flames. Infinite flames manifested as innumerable spirit patterns amidst space, each one of them being inscribed with flames as they leapt about unceasingly. Tens of millions of flame spirit patterns congregated to form a sea of flames, completely extinguishing Song Wuliang's sword light. The sea of flames extended without end, even more majestic and boundless than Song Wuliang's formless sword light, which was like an endless jade sea. Having broken through the full-powered attacks of Huang Guanglie and the others with a single move, that great flame devil king immediately strode forward. Its feet that resembled the hooves of a bull trampled the air, roiling flames instantly extending outwards into the surroundings with its feet as the center. The infinite seawater of the East Sea retreated, the heavens and earth transforming into a sea of flames. While it did not cause any abnormalities in the fire pith vein, while the area of influence was greatly reduced, at this moment, the place where this great flame devil king stood actually had the momentum of a sea of blazing fire being boiled. The massive bull's head lowered slightly, the horns on its head protruding as space itself seemed to explode. The Lord of Jade Sea City, Song Wuliang, was instantly injured, the sword light of the Jade Sea Pill Heart sword dimming. His claws advanced, clawing towards the heavens and the earth. Huang Guanglie and Old Man Mo were forced into retreat, hard-pressed to resist as fresh blood leaked from the corners of their mouths. On the other side, Qinglin, Meng Wan, Chu Yen and the other Jade Sea City martial practitioners were being forced into a life-and-death situation by Jing Zhong and the other Flame Devil Kings. Amidst the strange laughter of that great Flame Devil King, its massive body landed on East Dragon Island. As it landed, East Dragon Island instantly began to completely break apart. On the island, Jade Sea City resembled a sand castle facing the waves of the sea as it seemed on the verge of collapse. Old Man Mo said bitterly, "This place cannot be defended." Everyone's expressions were bitter. It was not just that it could not be defended. Everyone here besides Old Man Mo and Huang Guanglie virtually did not even have the chance to flee. Even whether he and Huang Guanglie could successfully break out of the encirclement and escape with their lives was unknown. Song Wuliang looked painfully at Jade Sea City and East Dragon Island, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze resolute. Despair filled the hearts of all the Jade Sea City martial practitioners as they gazed upwards at that massive figure that resembled a descended devil god. Suddenly, they discovered that the massive blood-red eyes of that great flame devil king revealed a look of surprise as it gazed into the distance. Everyone was taken aback as they unconsciously gazed back. A streak of purple light suddenly flickered over the horizon, the roar of a dragon resounding. The purple light grew stronger and stronger, finally resembling a heavenly pillar as it split apart the endless sea of flames with the momentum of splitting the heavens and the earth. Amidst the sharp saber light, a man walked over from the distance, instantly arriving close by. While he appeared to be only around 30 years of age, his temples were already grizzled with specks of frost. However, not only did his entire person not carry the slightest air of lethargy, he was instead sharp and domineering to the extreme, resembling a saber that hacked through the heavens. Looking at the newcomer, rather than joy, everyone felt more shock. Yen Di. You've transcended mortality and entered sainthood? Chapter 474. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood. These four simple words were akin to a heavenly chasm. Even in pre-Great Calamity times, transcending mortality and entering sainthood had not been an easy thing. In the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world, there had only been a total of 6 martial saints. Yen Di was known as the invincible Yen of the world. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had never been defeated in battle against martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, dominating them all. Even opponents with higher cultivation bases than him were looked down upon by him. Around 2 years ago, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage, he had been invincible amongst martial grandmasters, not even being able to exchange a single blow with him. In the eyes of the world, Yen Di, who was a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, could only be found amongst the martial saints. No one doubted Yen Di's ability to step into the martial saint realm. In fact, no one even doubted that he would be the youngest martial saint recorded in the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world. However, even those who held him in the highest esteem would never have thought that Yen Di would surpass the heavenly chasm that countless people would never be able to surpass in their entire lifetimes, transcending mortality and entering sainthood as he stepped into the martial saint realm. Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglia, Song Wuliang and An Qinglin all doubted their senses for a moment, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Roar! A heaven-shocking, earth-shaking roar shook the heavens as all-encompassing flowing fire converged. The great flame devil king struck out with its claws, the light of fire instantly rampaging amidst space, blazing fire seemingly burning through space as terrifying crevices were ripped open. Enveloped by the flames, the heavens and the earth seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The hearts of the human martial practitioners all grew solemn as they regained their wits. Their opponent had already used his actions to resolve their doubts. As that great flame devil king saw it, Yen Di was the one who posed the greatest threat amongst the human martial practitioners present. The violent blazing fire split the heavens and the earth as Yen Di faced it directly, fearlessly. He raised the saber in his hands that shone with purple light before chopping downwards, the heavens above his head collapsing. The majestic saber intent, immeasurable and boundless, collided with the ferocious blazing fire, both shattering unceasingly. The shattered saber chi and blazing fire within the air transformed into numerous hurricanes that swept along the flames, forming a terrifying storm of flames which numbered in the thousands as they coiled within the air. The great flame devil king stomped on the air, lowering its head as its 2 horns aimed straight at Yen Di, slamming over ferociously. Under the collision, the void seemed to explode, and the spinning flame tornadoes were all shattered. Yen Di had yet to retract the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, but his expression was as per usual as he formed a saber with his left palm, chopping out towards that great flame devil king. This saber was different from the immeasurable heavenly saber that Yen Di had always been wielding. The saber intent was majestic and magnificent. Its foundation still originated from Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, the clear chi profound art and the immeasurable heavenly saber. However, it was no longer as majestic as the immeasurable heavenly blade. There was only one feeling that this saber strike gave people: domineering. Other than being domineering, it was still being domineering. Looking disdainfully at the world, unrestrained and fearless. Yen Di had combined his martial true intent with all that he had learned in his lifetime, achieving mastery in the instant he had ascended into the martial saint realm, creating a peerless martial art of his own. Extreme Heaven Tyrannical Blade. There had never been such a blade in this world before, but today, it appeared in front of the world for the first time. It was also the tyrannical saber that was most compatible with Yen Di himself, unleashing his power to the point of perfection as it was connected to the grand Daos of the heavens and the earth. Substituting a saber with his palm, Yen Di hacked down on the horn of that great flame devil king. The bodies of both sides shook simultaneously. That great flame devil king emitted a deafening, enraged howl as it stumbled backwards in retreat. One of the horns on its head had shockingly been hacked off by Yen Di. Yen Di let out a low roar, his figure also jolting backwards in retreat. However, he quickly halted his footsteps. He raised the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, chopping out with it once more. The domineering, incomparably ferocious extreme heaven tyrannical saber was executed by Yen Di, who had just stepped into the martial saint realm. The heavenly dragon saber, an elite amongst high-grade spirit artifacts, actually trembled unceasingly, as though it was unable to bear the saber intent of this saber of Yen Di's. The great flame devil king howled repeatedly in rage, lunging over once more, the patterns of flame all over its body shining dazzlingly. The boundless flames up in the sky suddenly dimmed greatly. However, the power of that great flame devil king skyrocketed before being compressed and condensed, finally erupting mightily. The heavens and the earth were instantly enveloped by immeasurable radiance, as even the martial saint experts of the human race and the flame devil kings were hard-pressed to clearly see what was happening within at that moment. After the radiance had passed, boundless waves of fire and saber chi rapidly expanded into the surroundings, virtually clearing away everything in the surrounding sky as it expanded unceasingly, sweeping through the entire universe. The entire East Sea was swept through, the violent currents even sweeping through the inland waters. The coastal regions which had originally been experiencing torrential storms and typhoons were suddenly swept clean. Above East Dragon Island's Jade Sea City, Yen Di stood towering amidst space, saber in hand. That great flame devil king's eyes were bloodshot as it stared fixedly at Yen Di, only a single horn remaining on its head as sparks shot out unceasingly from where its other broken horn had been. He clutched the broken horn on its head with a claw, his gaze on Yen Di filled with resolute killing intent. Yen Di raised his saber horizontally before his chest, looking at the saber light that was rather dim as it vaguely emitted a mournful wail. He did not look despondent as he just said softly, "Old friend, it's been hard on you." The human experts and the flame devil kings down below all involuntarily slowed their movements as well, gazing intently at that heaven-shocking, earth-shaking battle. Old Man Imo seemed to sigh emotionally as he murmured, "Both at the first level of the martial saint realm, he has surpassed Zhang Hantian. In terms of the martial Tao, he has also leapt out of Zhang Hantian's circle." The same martial art, when cultivated by different people, will also have differences in strength. Yen Di's immeasurable heavenly saber is stronger than the immeasurable heavenly saber executed by Yuan Jingfeng. Still, the immeasurable heavenly saber is Zhang Hantian's saber art at the end of the day, while those two sabers just now belong to Yen Di himself. Ignoring the difference in strength between saber arts for now, Yen Di's two sabers definitely surpass his immeasurable heavenly saber. And Qinglin sighed lightly. Aside from the heavenly broad creed palm, the immeasurable heavenly saber and the limitless heavenly sword, Broad Creed Mountain's fourth supreme martial art has been born. Song Wuliang was silent before he sighed. The saber art he executed just now, in terms of ferocity and tyranny, is definitely number one in the history of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. However, having just stepped into the martial saint realm, Yen Di will probably still be unable to defeat that great flame devil king. Song Wuliang's expression was rather worried. His saber art is too ferocious and violent such that even that great flame devil king was wounded by it as soon as it appeared. However, if the battle continues for a long time, the situation will probably be disadvantageous to Yen Di. Old Man Imo suddenly smiled. Whatever the case, just based on those two sabers just now, he is currently the strongest person in the Eight Extremities world. As soon as these words left his mouth, all the human martial practitioners present fell silent. Huang Guanglie had not spoken a single word throughout as his gaze was focused on Yen Di within the air, not shifting away from him even for a moment. Yen Di's spine was ramrod straight as he pointed his saber at the great flame devil king before him, his expression calm as he asked, "Do you all still have the strength to battle?" Song Wuliang shook his head. "Even if we don't, we still have to." After a short pause, Jing Zhong and the other flame devil kings regained their wits, devils dancing wildly as blazing fire incinerated the heavens. Yen Di said calmly, "Then let us fight." Chapter 475. Song Wuliang was worried that Yen Di would not be able to last much longer and would not be able to keep up. Currently, however, Yen Di's saber rampaged as he presided over all beneath the heavens. Even that great flame devil king whose fury surged to the heavens was suppressed by Yen Di, unable to raise its head for a time. On the other side, Huang Guanglia, Old Man Imo, Song Wuliang and the others had been injured by the great flame devil king, having lost the protection of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation as well. Having been at a disadvantage in terms of numbers in the first place, facing the ferocious attacks of the Flame Devil Kings now, the human martial practitioners were at an even greater disadvantage. Even though Yen Di was currently facing the Great Flame Devil King, Song Wuliang and the others were not at ease. Old Man Imo said in a heavy tone, "The danger is far from over. Everyone knows that there is a special reason why a Great Flame Devil King is a Great Flame Devil King." Hearing his words, Huang Guanglia and the other human experts all frowned tightly. Just the dangerous situation before them earlier had already been hard for them to resist. However, this did not mean that they had forgotten that there were still other dangers. In the first invasion of the Flame Devils that year, the first Great Flame Devil King that the Eight Extremities world had come into contact with had descended. Its strength was roughly equivalent to a human expert of the third level of the Martial Saint realm. However, the reason that this Great Flame Devil King had been specially distinguished from the other Flame Devil Kings was because this devil could draw upon the boundless blazing fire of the Flame Devil world, pouring it into the Eight Extremities world through the dimensional passageway, corroding and assimilating the heavens and earth here. At that time, infinite blazing fire devoured the heavens and the earth, the outer East Sea vanishing, the reefs at the bottom of the sea vanishing, the sky vanishing as well. Everything transformed into flames, seemingly becoming the same heavens and earth as the Flame Devil world. The spiritual chi circulation and earth veins of the Eight Extremities world in the region of the outer East Sea had virtually collapsed completely. Guided by that Great Flame Devil King, the Flame Devil world seemed to possess a life of its own, the entrance to the dimensional passageway transforming into the massive mouth of a monster, wanting to devour the Eight Extremities world. In the end, led by the exalted heaven shaker Zhang Donga, the human experts had expended a great deal of effort before finally repelling the Flame Devils, also sealing the abnormalities caused by the Flame Devil world. Even so, the region of the East Sea had only recovered after many years, just being destroyed once more by the changes of the sea had been boiled not long ago. However, the previous boiling of the East Sea really could not be compared to the calamity caused by the flame. From a certain point of view, it was truly an invasion of another world. It was also precisely in order to drive back the encroachment of the Flame Devil world that the exalted heaven shaker Zhang Donga had finally reached the end of his life, dying an untimely death as many experts of the Eight Extremities world had paid for it with their lives. Having personally experienced that era, Old Man Imo said in a low voice, "This Great Flame Devil King before us should have just broken through. Its strength is inferior to that of the one from back then, but it probably also possesses the strength to cause the invasion of the flowing fire of the Flame Devil world. In the environment of the Flame Demon Great World, the strength of the Flame Demons will skyrocket." The old man's expression was solemn. His gaze was somewhat erratic, and his mind seemed to have flown back to the past. That was the most tragic battle that Old Man Imo had ever experienced in his life. It was truly like the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart, like the end of the world had arrived. Scenes buried in the depths of his memory that could never be erased once again appeared before his eyes. In that great battle which decided the fate of the Eight Extremities world, that man from Broad Creed Mountain who had presided over this world for an entire era had fought 1 against 5 in the East Sea, which had already become a world of blazing flames, domineeringly slaying the Great Flame Devil King that resembled a devilish god, killing and crippling the other 4 second-stage Flame Devil Kings. The saber light that was majestic as the heavens forcibly split apart the world of flames, beating the boundless devilish fire back into the dimensional passageway. Presiding over all beneath the heavens at the second level of the Martial Saint realm. Zhan Hantian, you are indeed the #1 figure of the Eight Extremities world of post-Great Calamity times. Old Man Imo sighed, even Purple Sun Zhang was far inferior to you when he stepped into the third level of the Martial Saint realm. If you had stepped into the third level of the Martial Saint realm, how mighty would you have been? If you had not died young, where would your future lie? Old man Mo gazed at Yen Di. Now, your descendant has the momentum of surpassing you. Sadly, he has only just stepped into the martial saint realm. If this young man had stepped into the second level of the martial saint realm like you, he would probably be even stronger than you. Sadly, the heavens did not give him sufficient time, did not give us sufficient time, did not give the 8 extremities world sufficient time. And Qinglin grit her teeth, keep them busy here. Do not give them the chance to retreat back to the dimensional passageway. While it was already extremely difficult now, with perils all around them, if they could hold on until Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli finished dealing with the problem in the Earth domain and rushed over to reinforce them, there would still be a chance of success. If the Flame Devil world was allowed to invade unceasingly, devouring and assimilating the 8 extremities world, no one would be able to reverse the situation in the end. Song Wuliang snorted, the Flame Devils are violent and easily angered. As long as we incite their anger unceasingly, they won't know what retreat is. Old man Mo sighed, shaking his head, as long as the great Flame Devil King enters the 8 extremities world, the invasion of the Flame Devil world will already have begun. If he does not remain at the entrance, it would at most be because the rate of invasion of the Flame Devil world is rather slower. If he returns to the entrance, it would be faster. The Outer East Sea is probably already in a terrible state. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts were heavy. Huang Guanglie repelled the Flame Devil King Jing Zhong with a palm, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield as he remained silent. There's a way. A voice that was sharp as a saber resounded. Everyone was rather taken aback. This voice clearly originated from Yen Di, who was currently in the midst of a bloody battle with that great Flame Devil King. Everyone was unable to regain their wits for a time. Could it be that you can immediately rise to the second level of the martial saint realm? Yen Di brandished his saber, forcibly clashing with the great Flame Devil King once more. At the same time, he flicked lightly with the fingers of his left hand. 3 streaks of light flew out, respectively descending towards Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglie and Song Wuliang. Receiving those streaks of light, the 3 pondered slightly before a shocking glow erupted from their eyes one after another. Yen Di said, with external enemies before us and the entire 8 extremities world facing a common crisis, it is time for us to be in the same boat. This Yen asked just now if you still have the strength to battle. Since you do, let us battle then. Saying thus, streams of radiance first appeared above Yen Di's head, shooting into the skies as they manifested as numerous spirit patterns, coming together to form a massive spirit formation. Exchanging glances, Huang Guanglie and the other 2 nodded slowly. They circulated their profound arts together, spiritual light shooting into the skies from above their heads as they manifested as spirit patterns, each forming a different yet closely connected spirit formation. Yen Di waved his hand, numerous streaks of light flying out once more. These were numerous weapons that flickered with spiritual light and emanated unusual auras. These weapons hovered within the air, forming a formation that enveloped Yen Di, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglie and Song Wuliang. The spirit formations above their heads rose, instantly expanding and combining as they transformed into a massive spirit formation. Numerous spirit artifacts forged of grand spirit stone essence merged within. Instantly, a momentum that shook the heavens and the earth surged forth. The group of Flame Devil experts with the great Flame Devil King at their head all felt as though they were unable to advance at all. Yen Di's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. This formation was obtained by my son, Zhaoge, from ancient legacies of pre-Great Calamity times. Its power is unparalleled. We did not have the time to practice it, having hastily set it up. Thus, we are unable to unleash its full power. Still, it is sufficient for us to battle the Flame Devils. They don't learn from their mistakes. Today, we will break their spines again. Chapter 476. With Yen Di, Old Man Mo, Huang Guanglie and Song Wuliang at their center, 4 circular spirit formations arose, hovering amidst the horizon. The 4 circular spirit formations formed a square formation. Formation weapons made of grand spirit stone essence floated within the formation, acting as nodes that connected the formation patterns of spiritual light. The white spirit light soared into the sky, instantly dispelling the nearby flames, causing the entire world to be enveloped in white light. Innumerable profound talisman markings floated in the vast expanse of white heaven and earth, inscribed in the void. The runes lit up and the heavens and earth shook. Let alone the spectators, even Old Man Imo, Huang Guanglia and Song Wuliang felt shaken. The Eight Extremities world has never seen such a powerful, profound battle formation before. The white light started to spread in all directions. Wherever the light went, the raging fire between heaven and earth began to recede. That great flame devil king emitted a furious roar, clawing towards the formation with its claws. Although they sensed the heart-palpitating power within the grand formation, the flame imps were violent and warlike, becoming stronger the stronger they met the stronger they were. The terror of the grand formation instead aroused the ferocity and fury of this great flame devil king, forcing him to challenge it with his full strength. Looking at Yen Di within the formation, the fury and killing intent in his eyes surged to the maximum. Regardless of who stood in his way, he wished that he could slay Yen Di on the spot. The terrifying flames left marks between heaven and earth, directly burning through the void. The fierce flames instantly condensed and compressed, and the flames actually stopped beating. The concentrated flames were filled with explosive and catastrophic destructive power. In the next moment, it exploded with an even more violent momentum. But after the raging fire rushed into the white light domain, the fire was immediately restrained and became sluggish. As the flames surged, they seemed to have become extremely slow. Before Yen Di and the others, enveloped by the white light, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. It was clearly an extremely ferocious flame, but as the flames jumped, it seemed slow and cumbersome. Jing Zhong and the other flame devil kings lunged over as well, violent attacks simultaneously attacking towards Yen Di and the others. However, as soon as their attacks entered the space enveloped by the white light, they immediately became sluggish. The blazing flames unleashed by the flame devil kings that were equivalent to the first level of the martial saint realm were directly fixed within space by the white light. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how violent the flames outside the white light were, with the white light as a boundary, once they crossed this boundary, the violent flames immediately stopped. The flames which had originally been expanding unceasingly into the surroundings, exploding unceasingly and leaping ferociously, as soon as they entered the area enveloped by the power of the grand formation, they immediately came to a halt. Just a moment ago, the raging flames were now like a picture drawn on a piece of paper. It was vivid and lifelike, yet it defied common sense and remained motionless. Jing Zhong and the other three flame devil kings were in a slightly better state. After their attacks entered the range of the white light, they at least did not come to a complete halt, and were still able to shift and flash about. However, its speed was also extremely slow, and its terrifying explosive power was constantly being worn down. Instead, due to the attacks of the other flame devil kings sharing some of the pressure, the surging devilish flames unleashed by that great flame devil king appeared to be a little more lively than before amidst the white light. But under the cover of the white light, it was still stagnant and slow. Within the grand formation, Yen Di said mildly, "This Yen will be the main attacker. Please do not blame me for my recklessness." Saying thus, he unhesitatingly chopped out with his saber. The incomparably tyrannical saber light instantly split the heavens and the earth, chopping towards the group of flame devils. Amidst the white light, the attacks of the flame devils were slow and sluggish. However, bolstered by the power of the grand formation, Yen Di's saber light became incomparably swift, arriving before that great flame devil king in just an instant. Even with the powerful strength of that great flame devil king, faced with this extremely swift saber, it was unable to react in time. Panicked, this great flame devil king resisted with great difficulty, howling in pain. Countless streams of fire sprayed from his arm, resembling spurting blood as the numerous patterns densely covering his skin broke apart unceasingly. Yen Di strode forward, the other three human experts in the grand formation moving alongside his footsteps, supporting the grand formation. Yen Di's saber light rampaged, presiding disdainfully over the heavens and the earth. Where the tyrannical saber light passed, two first-level flame devil kings were directly slain on the spot, cleaved into two. The Flame Devil King Jing Zhong, who was equivalent to a human expert at the second level of the Martial Saint realm, roared furiously as one of its arms was chopped off, sent flying into the air. Yan Di's saber light did not cease as he chopped out towards that great Flame Devil King once more, his attack swift to the point that it was hard for the other party to evade even if it wanted to. That great Flame Devil King was instantly struck by another saber, a tragic wound appearing on its body. The Flame Devils were both shocked and enraged at this moment. Even the human experts felt shocked as well. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation penetrated the variations of movement and stillness, manifesting infinite profundities as it displayed shocking power. Chu Yen and the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been too heavily damaged as they temporarily did not move. Meng Wan carried the Extreme Yin Crown, entering the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation alongside in Qinglin. Enveloped by the Grand Formation, they resisted the attacks of the Flame Devils. Weakened by the Grand Formation, while the devilish fire which had previously seemed like the end of the world as it had collapsed the heavens and split the earth apart, while it was still fierce and violent, it was already no longer as terrifying as before. Meanwhile, with the others helping to obstruct the counterattacks of the Flame Devils, Yan Di completely gave up on defense as he struck out with great momentum, violent and domineering to the extreme as he pursued and attacked the Flame Devils all by himself. Aside from his extreme heaven tyrannical saber, the various martial arts that Yan Di was proficient in were all executed at this moment. The immeasurable heavenly saber, the 8 extreme arts and even the other supreme martial arts that Broad Creed Mountain had gathered, surging wave after wave like a frenzied tide, seemingly having no end. Yan Di displayed all that he had cultivated to the point of perfection. Innumerable streams of fire scattered between the heavens and the earth as there were even severed fingers of the Flame Devils that fell into the great sea down below. The domain of white light formed of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation unceasingly pushed eastwards, causing the Flame Devils to be pushed into continuous retreat. While the Flame Devils were incomparably hot-tempered, they could only retreat step by step at this moment. Numerous Flame Devils were unceasingly slain. As they retreated, extreme blazing heat suddenly emanated from the distant heavens and earth. Soon, the boundaries between the heavens and the earth blurred completely. 2 different heavens and earth seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. Behind them was the blue sky and jade sea, yet before them was a completely crimson world of flames. The sky was formed of blazing fire, the earth was formed of blazing fire. The ocean had already completely vanished, with only the infinite essence of flames and the chi of destruction existing between the heavens and the earth. The Flame Devils retreated step by step, already retreating to the original territory of the Outer East Sea. Meanwhile, this place had already been corroded by the Flame Devil world, becoming a world of flames. Stepping into this world, all the Flame Devils howled madly, filled with joy and a feeling of release. With that great Flame Devil King at their head, the auras of all the Flame Devil experts began to rise abruptly, their injuries also beginning to recover. The exhilarated group of Flame Devils wanted to counterattack. However, what greeted them was an even more tyrannical saber. The violent saber light tore through the sea of flames, directly chopping off the other horn on the head of this great Flame Devil King as well. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yan Di's saber advanced with indomitable will. As the domain of white light advanced, enveloped by the light, the all-encompassing devilish fire instantly turned sluggish. The flames seemed to have turned solid at this moment. Yan Di stomped downwards, the flames that resembled sandcastles shattered into dust. Chapter 477. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yan Di and the others advanced. The power of the Grand Formation transformed into numerous worlds of white light that pushed forward unceasingly, colliding with the world that had already transformed into a sea of flames. The boundary of the 2 worlds pressured unceasingly against each other. Enveloped by the white light, the devilish chi of flames instantly turned sluggish as well. Then, under the attacks of Yan Di and the others, the flames were unceasingly extinguished. The Flame Devils howled repeatedly in rage, yet were still forced into retreat by Yan Di and the others. In this world of flames, the Flame Devils instead possessed the home advantage, their strength increasing greatly. However, wherever the power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation passed, it unceasingly destroyed this home advantage of the Flame Devils. Like flowing water extinguishing a fire, the white light unceasingly purified the devilish fire, causing the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world which had originally been corroded and assimilated by the devilish fire to return to its original state. To the Flame Devils, wherever the white light passed, time seemed to come to a standstill. Meanwhile, enveloped by the white light, whether it was in attack or defense, Yen Di and the others were all the more incisive, beating the Flame Devils to the point where they could not even raise their heads. That great Flame Devil King howled furiously, leading the Flame Devils in retreat unceasingly, all the way back to where the dimensional passageway connected the Eight Extremities world to the Flame Devil world. Yen Di and the others pursued, only to see that the entrance of the dimensional passageway was completely crimson. The dimensional passageway had already been completely filled up by lava and flames, which surged unceasingly out of the entrance, flowing into the Eight Extremities world. Looking carefully, those were not ordinary lava flames. Instead, they were countless crimson spirit patterns congregated together, manifesting the appearance of lava flames. Infinite, endless heat emanated from within, condensing and surging into the Eight Extremities world, changing the scenes of the surrounding heavens and earth. The chi of destruction and the phenomenon of tribulation filled the surrounding area, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Retreating to the entrance of the dimensional passageway, the Flame Devils halted, regrouping and no longer retreating. Here, there was already no difference between them and the Flame Devil world. While the great Flame Devil King was enraged, it did not blindly launch attacks towards Yen Di and the others now. Instead, it began drawing upon the devilish fire of the Flame Devil world with all its might, corroding and assimilating the heavens and earth of the Eight Extremities world. The flames surged madly as the Flame Devils borrowed them to advance, attempting a counterattack, burying the experts of the human race who left their hearts palpitating with boundless blazing fire. Yen Di was undaunted as he guided the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation forward, pressuring all the way to the entrance of the dimensional passageway and unleashing a great battle against the Flame Devils. At this moment, both sides were fighting with all their might, fighting to the death, and fighting for every inch of land. Accompanied by the Flame Devil Kings being repelled by Yen Di and the others, the situation of the human martial practitioners on the Great Sea finally turned for the better. The other human martial experts in various places also began to launch an all-out counterattack, hunting down and killing the Flame Devils that had spread out after invading. A large number of Flame Devils had been slain, and others had been forced to retreat to the outer East Sea region, borrowing the geographical advantage of being covered in flowing flames to resist those human martial practitioners who were chasing after them. The battle between the two sides was like a raging fire, reaching a white-hot degree. As long as the great Flame Devil King existed, the human martial practitioners would not dare to relax. If the devilish fire that had invaded the Eight Extremities world was not cleanly swept away, it would be an endless plague. Until the threat of the Flame Devils was completely dealt with, the fate of the Eight Extremities world would still be hard to predict. At the entrance of the dimensional passageway, the experts of the human race and the numerous Flame Devil experts engaged in a fierce battle. This war was far from over. Still, fortunately, the most difficult and dangerous phase had already been successfully passed. The human martial practitioners could now look forward to even more. The situation of the East Sea had already turned for the better. After the two martial saints, Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli, had resolved the crisis of the Earth domain and rushed to the East Sea, the situation would be even more beneficial to the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, at the center of the deep abyss of the Earth domain at this moment, Yuan Jingfeng, Shenli, and the others were currently suppressing the abnormalities from the 9 underworlds with all their might. Observing from outside the Earth domain, the veins of light that resembled a spiderweb that had previously enveloped the vast heavens and earth of the Earth domain already no longer existed. In the deep abyss down below, amidst the dense baleful chi, golden and black streams of light were still unceasingly shooting in all directions. However, suppressed by the seal, the two sides were entangled as they headed downwards. Even within the deep abyss, the great golden sun still shone brightly. The extreme darkness down below unceasingly attacked the great golden sun. Yuan Jingfeng currently stood firmly in the air above the great golden sun, his hands crossed before his chest as he formed a palm seal together. He did not seem to have struck out with a palm, but as he stood upright, his entire person resembled a massive hand descending from the heavens, slapping down on the great golden sun, helping to support the seal. The clear qi robe draped over Yuan Jingfeng's body, its wide sleeves seemingly distorting the surrounding space, containing infinite profundities as it transformed the heavens and the earth into a robe. Streams of clear qi drifted about his white robe, extending far into the distance. Specks of radiance resembled millet as they drifted about Yuan Jingfeng's body. The radiance was half black and half yellow, neither bright nor dim. Yet, amidst the concept that was vast and distant as the heavens, it contained a heaviness that seemed hard to bear. Yuan Jingfeng assisted from the front, bolstering the power of himself and the clear qi robe on the great golden sun, assisting in the seal. Around him and the great golden sun, a green silhouette of lightning flickered between bright and dim at times, flickering unceasingly as it spun rapidly. That green silhouette of lightning moved and stopped, moving as fast as lightning as one was unable to clearly see its movements. When it paused, the figure of a bald old man appeared. It was precisely the lord of the heavenly thunder hall, Shenli. Yuan Jingfeng assisted from the front, while Shenli was responsible for roaming the sides. He moved around the great golden sun, striking out with a palm with every step he took. His sharp sword intent and saber intent intersected, circulating around the great golden sun together, assisting it in sweeping away the encroachment and resistance of the devilish qi down below. Amidst the darkness, countless runes condensed of black light transformed into numerous chains of black light, extending upwards, entangling with the golden light emitted by the great sun. Countless evil devils were born from the black chains, attempting to interfere with the seal of Yuan Jingfeng and the others. The martial grandmaster experts of the various sects who had entered the deep abyss of the earth domain together were now unceasingly exterminating these evil devils. As the great golden sun descended unceasingly, gradually arriving at the bottom of the deep abyss, those who were clashing with the evil devils could feel that the rate at which they were spawning was gradually slowing. However, the evil devils that were spawned were getting stronger and stronger. As the suppressive force of the seal gradually increased, the struggles of the evil devils down below gradually weakened. However, at the same time, the closer they got to the bottom of the deep abyss, the closer they got to the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge and the other martial grandmasters all felt uneasy, affected by the aura of the 9 underworlds, the negative emotions within their hearts growing heavier and heavier. They stabilized their minds together, resisting the encroachment of the 9 underworlds. Seeing that success was within sight, they all rejoiced. However, now, an extremely strong aura fluctuation suddenly erupted from the depths of the darkness down below. The great golden sun shook mightily. At the same time, an icy cold, terrifying feeling enveloped everyone's hearts once more. Chapter 478. At this moment, the brows of Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli, who were currently suppressing the seal, were tightly knitted together. They could all sense that in the abyss below, apart from the powerful aura that was originally rampaging and struggling to break through the seal, there was another similarly ruthless and evil aura. They were equally powerful, majestic, tyrannical, and ferocious. As the two energies converged, the descending golden sun immediately came to a halt. Waves of energy surged upwards, causing the golden sun to tremble non-stop. Yan Zhaoge and the other martial grandmasters present all felt the changes down below. The black chains that were waving in the air became even more rampant as they shuttled back and forth. The surface of the black chain flickered with a blood-red light, becoming brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling. The vicious aura it exuded became more and more terrifying. The evil spirits spawned from the black chains became even more ferocious as they attacked the human warriors. Yan Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. There's another 9 underworlds true devil down below. A broad Creed Mountain elder beside him was rather flustered and exasperated. So long ago, why didn't he cause any trouble at all, just having to appear now? The problems in the Earth domain have existed for many years. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. With the seal having loosened just now and this great golden sun rising, the suppression on the crevice to the 9 underworlds weakened, causing the spiritual qi of the 2 worlds to interact somewhat. Affected by this, more evil spirits are attracted here. As time drags on, there might be more. Hearing this, the ugly expressions of the surrounding people became even more gloomy. The great golden sun was still shining with boundless radiance, illuminating the abyss. However, it no longer continued to descend, instead suspending in midair. Narrowing his eyes into slits, Yan Zhaoge could feel the extraordinariness of this great golden sun. Even though it was being attacked by the two true demons down below, the golden sun was still full of energy and showed no signs of weakening. However, with the passage of time and the demonic beasts below, the martial intent and spirituality contained within the seal were gradually being worn away. This made the huge golden sun appear to possess boundless power, but it was sluggish and rigid, appearing extremely passive. At this moment, under the attack of the demons of the netherworld, the golden sun itself wasn't damaged in the slightest, but the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. The darkness below grew thicker and thicker, and the golden sun seemed to be rising again. Everyone joined hands and strengthened the seal that suppressed the abyss below. Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt an extremely irritated feeling arise within his heart. Sweeping through the surrounding martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall from the corner of his eye, sweeping over the East Rising Lord, the Sunset Lord and the others, he just felt that they were not pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at them. All the grudges and grievances between the two of them surfaced in his mind. Numerous scenes seemed to flash before his eyes, finally stopping at the Great Tribulation of Broad Creed Mountain that year, when the other party had taken advantage of their misfortune. A few anti-suns had shaken the Clear Chi Grand Formation, causing great waves to arise in Broad Creed Mountain. In the great battle with the decimating abyss, many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who originally should have been fine had to sacrifice their lives in order to quell the calamity. The scene of his eldest apprentice Uncle Shirtai, his entire body covered in blood, resembling a broken statue as he stood before Yan Zhaoge, lingered within his mind for a long time, causing boundless rage and killing intent to arise within his heart. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened as his heart grew solemn. Glancing around, he saw that other than the demons spawned from the black chains, there were even more formless air currents in the already dark abyss. These black streams of air continuously spiraled and mixed within the black mist. They were formless and traceless, making it difficult for others to detect them. Invaded by this devilish chi, Yan Zhaoge could only feel his mind being exceptionally unstable, easily shaken. It's the work of that second evil devil? Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, his entire body's true essence circulating as it transformed into chaos, keeping the devilish chi at bay. The devilish chi affected one's mental state, and a martial practitioner's true essence was extremely hard to resist. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture was miraculous beyond compare as he was still able to protect himself. Gazing over, he saw that the expressions of the others had turned incomparably solemn as well, their gazes even beginning to flicker unceasingly. Of all the human experts here, other than Yan Zhaoge, they were all Essence Talisman martial grandmasters, their mental states and wills all relatively firm. However, the influence of the 9 underworld's evil devils on their wills was exceptionally strong at this moment, causing their minds to waver momentarily. Other than Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli, the hearts of the other human martial practitioners were currently shaken. The Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners were still slightly better off, but the gazes of Broad Creed Mountain, the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners that were currently looking at each other grew sharper and sharper. The enmity and conflict between them had always existed. It was only because they had to join hands to deal with external enemies now that they had temporarily been set aside. Now, however, it was like sparks had been splashed onto a pile of firewood, instantly showing signs of exploding. Yan Zhaoge roared in a heavy tone, "It's a trick of the evil devils. Raise your vigilance." Everyone actually knew what was going on, but many thoughts still arose within their minds, unable to be suppressed at all. If they could calm their hearts and chi, meditating and stabilizing their minds, it would still be fine. However, there just had to be those devils spawning unceasingly from those black chains before them, launching attacks at them. In the process of clashing with these devils, the invasion of the devilish chi was even easier, also causing them to be distracted as they were hard-pressed to concentrate. Yuan Jingfeng and Shenli suddenly roared in unison at this moment. Their voices that resembled the sound of a morning bell reverberated unceasingly within the deep abyss, seemingly condensing into something tangible as it struck down on everyone's souls. Shocked by the roars of the two martial saints, everyone's minds which had been invaded by the devilish chi and were filled with distracting thoughts instantly cleared up. Everyone became slightly more clear-headed as they hurriedly stabilized their minds, resisting the influence of the devilish chi. However, as martial saint experts of Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with their martial arts originating from the same source, Yuan Jingfeng's and Shen Li's roars were the most effective on the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Thunder Hall respectively, virtually having the effect of a direct blow to their heads. However, the effect on the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan and Turbid Wave Pavilion was much weaker. The situation of the Turbid Wave Pavilion martial practitioners was still a little better, but the situation over at the Sacred Sun Clan was not optimistic at all. This was especially so for the East Rising Lord, who was currently staring fixedly at Yan Zhaoge without concealment in the slightest. The humiliation of having his face taken a hit. The vexation and regret caused by his defeat that year. The loss and threat that Yan Zhaoge had caused to his clan. The fear of Yan Zhaoge's further development in the future. Innumerable emotions, each of them able to form a single obsession. Usually, the East Rising Lord would still be able to maintain his rationality. However, under this unique environment, all of these emotions were uncontrollably congregating together, transforming into a torrent that drowned and devoured him entirely. Suddenly, the East Rising Lord's entire body shuddered mightily as streams of black chi from the surroundings surged into his body. Fallen to the dark side? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, but immediately afterwards discovered that something was wrong, not fallen to the dark side. As the East Rising Lord raised his head, his pupils were not yellow like those of fallen practitioners, overflowing with a blood-red light. His eye sockets were shockingly pitch black as the whites of his eyes as well as his pupils had all vanished. A terrifying, evil aura emanated from his body, incomparably powerful. Stabilize your mind. A Heavenly Thunder Hall martial grandmaster beside him barely managed to call out. However, before he had finished speaking, a terrifying black light flickered, directly sending this martial grandmaster flying. Black light flickered within the eye sockets of the East Rising Lord as the corners of his mouth arched coldly. This world is not bad. Chapter 479. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows. While other than his strange pupils, his appearance had not changed much elsewhere, the East Rising Lord before him already had a completely different aura about him. This devil has broken out of the seal. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts flashed at lightning speed. No, not yet. Within the deep abyss down below, two terrifying auras were still assaulting unceasingly, wanting to break through the seal created by the great golden sun. While the East Rising Lord before them appeared powerful, he was still far from that terrifying power within the deep abyss. It's a devilish will, making use of the time when the seal is shaking to escape, possessing this East Rising Lord's body. It is equivalent to refining the East Rising Lord into a clone of his. However, even though it was only a clone that had been temporarily refined, it was still extremely powerful. The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who had originally been close to the East Rising Lord's cultivation base, had been directly sent flying by him with a single blow. Scanning the surroundings, Yan Zhaoge discovered that there were still streams of black chi that were formless and soundless as they extended within the deep abyss. Everyone within the deep abyss had stern expressions on their faces, struggling looks visible within their gazes as they bore immense pressure. The East Rising Lord laughed loudly. Such a good world, give it to me. Amidst his long roar, black light circulated within his eyes as his figure shook, directly lunging towards the nearest human martial practitioner. That was precisely his fellow disciple, a martial practitioner of the Sacred Sun Clan. This Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioner barely stabilized his mind, raising a hand to block. However, the East Rising Lord grinned, smiling strangely. As the black light came into contact with that Sacred Sun Clan Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, it did not cause him to retreat, instead staining his body like thick ink. This Sacred Sun Clan elder let out a shocked and enraged howl, his body shuddering intensely. The dense black chi within the deep abyss converged madly towards this martial grandmaster expert at this moment, surging into his body. The next moment, the trembling of this sacred Sun Clan elder's body suddenly ceased. A strange smile appeared on his old face, his expression exactly the same as that of the East Rising Lord. As the old man raised his head, the whites of his eyes could not be seen, only pitch black. The East Rising Lord and this old man spoke at the same time, one young while the other old. Their tone and emotions were exactly the same. "Give it to me." Two streaks of black light shuttled through the abyss towards the others. The Sunset Lord and the others hurriedly retreated, but the other party's speed was strange, and his strength was also great, making it difficult for them to parry. Black chains with blood-red patterns on them trembled in the void. Bloodthirsty demons rushed out and pounced on the human martial artists present. These demons created bloody massacres and stirred up a reign of terror. The East Rising Lord lunged towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression was solemn as a short stone rod appeared within his hands. The stone cudgel grew with the wind, its size rapidly enlarging as it instantly transformed into a massive stone pillar which descended from the skies, smashing down towards the head of the East Rising Lord. The stone pillar was incomparably huge, and the seven-colored light constantly flashed. It was the pillar of the Divine Palace. Due to Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base, while the pillar of the Divine Palace possessed powerful sealing and suppressive power, it was still insufficient to truly suppress the crevice of the 9 underworlds. However, when used against the East Rising Lord, who had been possessed by an evil devil, it had obvious effects. Suppressed by the pillar of the Divine Palace, the black light flickering within the pupils of the East Rising Lord instantly dimmed, his movements slowing as well. Elsewhere, however, the evil devils were still rampaging unceasingly. Those whose minds were uneasy, their wills greatly shaken, all became carriers of the black chi currents within the deep abyss, transforming into numerous clones of the evil devils. There were also some whose obsessions had transformed into devilish intent, their eyes turning yellow and emitting a blood-red light as they shockingly fell directly to the dark side at this moment. Those with firm wills suffered the wanton attacks of these evil devils and fallen practitioners, suffering heavy casualties. Of the human martial practitioners here, other than Yen Zhaoge, who was an essence spirit martial grandmaster, everyone else was an essence talisman martial grandmaster. In the past, they were all figures who stood at the peak of the entire 8 extremities world, overlooking all life forms. At this moment, however, it was as though they had truly stepped into an infinite hell. One essence talisman martial grandmaster after another perished here, or became the clones and accomplices of the evil devils. Those numerous black chains broke free of the golden light at this moment, suddenly shooting upwards, unceasingly lashing out at the great golden sun as they also struck towards Yuan Jingfeng and Xinli. Yuan Jingfeng frowned, continuing to press downwards with one palm, bolstering the great golden sun with his power. His other palm formed a saber, chopping out towards those black chains. A saber light that was majestic as the heavens lit up amidst space, hacking apart the numerous black chains that flickered with red light. Xinli snorted coldly as well, retracting the power he had bolstered the great golden sun with his hands. Streaks of purple electricity flickered, numerous bolts of lightning lighting up within the deep abyss, ripping through the darkness, illuminating the sky as they hacked down on the black chains. The 2 martial saint experts were even forced to sweep through the numerous evil devils and fallen practitioners in the surroundings. One after another, the evil devils and fallen practitioners were slain as the situation was finally brought under control. It was just that most of the martial practitioners of the various sacred grounds who had entered the earth domain this time had also perished, suffering heavy casualties. Due to this, the seal down below grew increasingly unstable. At the bottom of the deep abyss, infinite darkness surged, a terrifying power shockingly beginning to push the great golden sun upwards once more. Gazing down from the high sky above the earth domain of the 8 extremities world. That massive network of light that resembled a spiderweb that enveloped the earth domain surfaced once more, numerous golden threads and numerous black threads crisscrossing as they were densely numerous. The golden light was still bright, but the amount of black light this time was greater than before. Within the deep abyss, accompanied by the rise of the great golden sun, accompanied by the unceasing loosening of the seal, the black fog down below grew denser and denser, beginning to roil unceasingly upwards, even surpassing the great golden sun as it swept towards Yuan Jingfeng and Xunli. Yuan Jingfeng and Xunli both chopped out towards the black fog with their palms, the blades formed of clear light and the light of thunder resisting the black fog. Now, we have to fight our way out of a hopeless situation. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he kept the pillar of the divine palace before shooting straight towards the great golden sun. Nearing the great golden sun, an extremely brutal heat was emitted, causing Yan Zhaoge to feel as though his entire body was about to be set ablaze. While its spirituality was gradually fading, the power contained within this great golden sun was still shocking to the extreme. Previously, it had always been restrained within, not having been obvious in the outside world from afar. Now, as Yan Zhaoge neared, he could only feel that the great golden sun before him was even more powerful than Huang Guanglia, resembling the true sun star in the sky above. The closer he got, the more Yan Zhaoge felt as though he was about to be melted. Yan Zhaoge calmed his heart, extending his hand and drawing one profound rune after another in the air before him. These runes flickered with golden light, also emanating the majestic power of the sun. Chapter 480. Blazing, cruel. This was the only feeling Yan Zhaoge had at this moment. On the surface of his body, his quintessence could no longer protect his clothes. His clothes looked like they were about to ignite. He felt the pain of countless needles stabbing into his body. Yan Zhaoge could now clearly feel how Feng Yunsheng had felt when she had been struck by the cold marrow needles, just that one had been hot, one had been cold. However, the pain that spread to every part of his body, not a single inch was missed. It made him feel an extreme pain that he couldn't resist, and it was even worse than that. As he breathed, he could feel a burning pain from his mouth, nose, and chest. The heat spread to his limbs and bones. Not only did the surface of his body feel unbearably hot, but his insides also felt like they were on fire. Accompanied by the growth of Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base, it had already been a long time since he had felt such pain. Forcefully enduring it, Yan Zhaoge stabilized his mind, persistently advancing forward step by step. One after another, profound golden rune markings flew out from his body and merged into the surrounding golden radiance. This was what Yan Zhaoge had derived from the incomplete extreme Yang scripture. Thanks to the special trait of the peerless heavenly scripture that encompassed all arts, while he had been sharpening his spear at the last moment, Yan Zhaoge was still barely able to unleash some of the essence of the extreme Yang scripture. As those golden runes unceasingly merged into the surrounding golden light, Yan Zhaoge instantly felt that blazing pain dissipate somewhat. Sadly, Yan Zhaoge's extreme Yang scripture was incomplete. Many of the things that he had derived within were also somewhat different from the concept of the great golden sun before him. The terrifying sunlight still brought great harm and threat. Yan Zhaoge clenched his teeth, treading space as he advanced step by step, his entire person seeming to have entered that sun. The heavens and the earth shook as Yan Zhaoge could only feel as though he had stepped into another world. This golden sun was like an independent small world, suppressing the crack of the 9 underworlds and separating it from the outside world. Stepping into this world, Yan Zhaoge could only feel the light before his eyes suddenly dim. It wasn't that the sunlight had disappeared or weakened. On the contrary, it was that the light had reached its peak. For a moment, there was a scene of light and darkness reversing. All the light in the world seemed to be restrained, and darkness appeared faintly in the void. However, as Yan Zhaoge lowered his head, there was no longer a deep cliff before him, nor was there a clear, boundless sky above his head. All he could see was a brilliant flame. As the golden light flickered, there was also a scarlet color. It was as if he was at the center of the vast universe, standing on the surface of the brilliant sun. As far as the eye could see, the solar prominences were blazing with flames, the solar wind was howling non-stop, and sunspots would appear from time to time. On the surface of the sun, the space nearby seemed to distort and collapse at the same time, shaken by the terrifying power of the solar star. Amidst these heavens and earth, feeling the majestic concept of the heavens and the earth, Yan Zhaoge comprehended many things. Inside of him, clusters of primal chaos chi spun, as if they could split heaven and earth apart. One after another, beams of golden light shot out of them. Sunlight shot out from the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body before transforming into numerous profound diagrams within the air, each one giving off a powerful, shocking feeling. The imprints were arranged in the air, seemingly scattered and disorganized. However, streams of golden light shot down from the surrounding heavens and earth, forming even more powerful runes, unceasingly supplementing what Yan Zhaoge had learnt. Gradually, a complete scripture of the Tao scripture appeared before Yan Zhaoge. However, this Taoist scripture still seemed to be profound and obscure, causing others to feel that it was extremely difficult to decipher. Yan Zhaoge's expression was heavy as he slowly punched forward, numerous talismans of golden light flying towards the surface of the sun together. The sun shook mightily, roiling. A great door seemed to open, a path seemingly appearing. Gazing at that illusory door on the surface of the sun, Yan Zhaoge's attention was completely drawn by the scenes within. It was not just Yan Zhaoge's gaze. Everything within this heavens and earth, infinite light, infinite heat, was all sucked within. A great seal appeared there, completely crimson in color as it flickered with golden light. The great seal hovered there silently, yet drew in all light, all heat, all fire, all spiritual chi, resembling the center of the universe. The rivers of stars of the universe, the heavens, and the earth, everything seemed to dim at this moment, seeming illusory. It was as if this great seal alone was the only real, supreme principle. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he tried to approach this great seal. He suddenly felt the heavens and earth he was in quaking intensely as a whole. The sun before him suddenly turned violent, making it hard for one to approach it. Outside, within the deep abyss of the earth domain in the eight extremities world, the darkness down below pushed the great golden sun upwards unceasingly. As the power of the seal grew thinner and weaker, the expressions of Yuan Jingfeng and Xunli were both ugly to the extreme. Bypassing the great golden sun, the black fog that extended upwards grew denser and denser. Afterwards, space began distorting intensely amidst this black nine underworld's baleful chi. Amidst the distorted space, two massive palms suddenly extended outwards. Their entire bodies are still unable to pass through, but their devilish claws can already be extended. The expressions of the human martial practitioners present all changed greatly. Of the two massive devilish claws, one looked jet black as ink, its surface dim and unremarkable. However, infinite evil intent seemed to emanate from it, bewitching one's mind as it made it even harder for the martial practitioners present to deal with it. The other devilish claw was completely dark purple in color, its surface intertwined densely with numerous black chains, the blood-red patterns of light flickering unceasingly on the surface of the chains. The two devilish claws extended outwards, instantly clawing to death a few human martial grandmasters who could not evade in time. The essence talisman martial grandmasters who rampaged through the world, pushing mountains and filling seas, appeared incomparably fragile at this moment. A terrifying devilish howl resounded throughout the entire deep abyss, even spreading far into the distance as it reverberated over the vast earth of the earth domain, shaking the sky of the eight extremities world. The faces of Yuan Jingfeng and Xunli were livid as they hurriedly moved to defend against it. The power of both sides surged above the great golden sun. The green thunder martial Saint Xunli directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the intense shaking of Yuan Jingfeng's body, he was also unable to bolster the power of the seal. The speed at which the nine underworld's baleful chi and the great golden sun rose abruptly, their momentum seemingly about to soar into the heavens. The purple devilish claw shook, the black chains entangling it all unfurling, intersecting as they resembled a dense net as they formed a terrifying domain of darkness which enveloped Yuan Jingfeng and Xunli. Meanwhile, that black devilish claw first clawed towards Xunli. Exchanging another blow with it, Xunli could only feel as though his body was about to collapse. Standing at the highest peak of the eight extremities world, an exalted martial saint could now clearly feel the shadow of death enveloping him. Yuan Jingfeng roared furiously, bolstered by the power of the clear chi robe as his palms struck downwards, mightily striking towards the great golden sun. The seal that was on the verge of shattering shook once more, numerous streaks of golden light surging madly as it suppressed the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds down below. The speed at which the great golden sun rose slowed, those 2 massive devilish claws also stiffening slightly. It can't be suppressed any longer, let's go. Shunli howled madly, his entire person transforming into a bolt of green thunder as he shot upwards, evading one black chain after another. Yuan Jingfeng roared, "While we can flee for a moment, can we flee for our entire lives? If you die here, don't even think about it." The green light that Shunli transformed into shot out of the deep abyss, instantly departing far away. Yuan Jingfeng was both shocked and enraged. After the 2 massive devilish claws before him stiffened slightly, they moved once more. Chapter 481. With Shunli escaping, the target of those 2 gigantic devil claws was Yuan Jingfeng at the same time. On the purple demonic claws, black chains shot out continuously from under the skin. As the chains crisscrossed, it was like an inescapable net that enveloped Yuan Jingfeng's body. The surrounding baleful aura of the 9 underworlds in the form of black mist also became even more ferocious. It surrounded Yuan Jingfeng and formed a huge whirlpool, wanting to devour him. "Thank you, junior brother, junior sisterly." Yuan Jingfeng sucked in a deep breath, a pained look appearing in his eyes as he looked at the longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain who had entered the Earth domain. In the end, the 2 of them had also perished beneath the massive black claws of the evil devil. He had wanted to save them, but had been obstructed by the enemy, even being in danger of not being able to save himself. The human martial arts experts who entered the abyss of the Earth domain died one by one. At this point, there were only demons dancing wildly in the abyss. "Master, be careful." Directly above the great golden sun, Fang Zhuan, surrounded by golden and black streams of light, was the only surviving human martial practitioner besides Yuan Jingfeng. He was entangled by the power of the baleful aura of the 9 underworlds and the great golden sun down below, and couldn't move his body. But at this moment, there was a tall figure standing behind him, holding a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as grand as the sky, as heavy as the earth, as boundless as the sky. After many years of cultivation, having analyzed the concept contained within the Crimson Pagoda of the East Sea that Yan Zhaoge had obtained, Fang Zhuan had now successfully broken through the shackles that had always been holding him back, successfully stepping into the transcending mortality stage, stepping into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. It was precisely because of this that he was able to persist even though he was entangled by the power of the seal and the baleful chi of the 9 underworlds when he went deep into the Earth domain to monitor and guard the seal. It was just that at this moment, the evil devils were about to break through the seal, with Fang Zhuan's situation becoming even more precarious. The tall spiritual martial avatar behind him, the limitless heavenly avatar, was still standing, but its body was also wrapped in black chains. As the power of the seal weakened, the entangled sides lost their equilibrium. Faced with the onslaught of the devilish chi, Fang Zhuan was also under immense pressure. Seeing Yuan Jingfeng in danger, a worried look vaguely appeared in Fang Zhuan's gaze as well. He suddenly closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. The true essence around him fluctuated, but didn't erupt. It was as if he was nurturing something, waiting for something. The baleful chi of the netherworld was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. As the flow of golden light on Fang Zhuan's body grew lesser and lesser, finally disappearing completely, leaving behind only black light, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yuan Jingfeng sensed something in his heart. While defending against the demonic claws, he turned his head and saw his disciple's eyes shining like stars. A cold light flickered in his eyes, calm yet resolute, cold yet bright. After Fang Zhuan's gaze met Yuan Jingfeng's, he smiled slightly. "Master, this disciple is untalented. Back then, I advanced recklessly without regard for the consequences, finally resulting in a great disaster. Although the decimating abyss was founded by Xian Dongping, the origin actually lies with me. Because of me, I caused a series of disasters, and even caused eldest senior brother and many other fellow disciples to perish. Now that the seal in the Earth domain has been worn away by the passage of time, it's gradually crumbling. The true demons of the 9 underworlds are about to be born. Fortunately, my research on the Earth domain and the 9 underworlds can be put to good use today and stop the 9 underworlds from descending. So many lives have been lost. It's hard for me to repay them with my life alone. I can only hope to make up for my mistakes in the past. As Feng Zhuan spoke, the limitless heavenly avatar above his head suddenly transformed into spiritual light, retracting into his body. The black streams of light entwined around the limitless heavenly avatar also entwined around Feng Zhuan's body. Feng Zhuan's face paled somewhat, but his gaze grew even brighter. He let out a long, low roar, the black streams of light entwining around his body suddenly beginning to rapidly revolve and converge around him. Feng Zhuan sat in the meditative position within the air. Below him, above the great golden sun, the black streams of light converged as space began to distort intensely. As the space distorted and intersected, a hole actually gradually opened up in space, numerous streams of black light surging madly within. The space around Feng Zhuan was also trembling unceasingly. His body slowly descended, gradually sinking into that vortex formed of black light. Seeing this, Yuan Jingfeng's body shook. Feng Zhuan, you. Feng Zhuan's expression was calm and peaceful. Master, please lend me a hand. Perhaps this matter can still be done. Sadly, this method of mine is a method that will allow one to rise from the jaws of death, and is even more likely to destroy the original seal. Otherwise, there would not have been so many fellow disciples and martial practitioners of the other sacred grounds sacrifice themselves. Yuan Jingfeng gazed at Feng Zhuan. Ever since young, this disciple of his had not required him to spend too much effort on him. Whatever it was, he would do it to the best of his abilities, satisfying everyone. As Yuan Jingfeng saw it, other than sometimes being too radical in his thinking and easily taking an unconventional path, Feng Zhuan was virtually perfect, handling everything in an orderly manner. Ever since he was a child, Yuan Jingfeng had virtually never seen Feng Zhuan in a flustered state. He seemed to always be that calm and indifferent, composed and unruffled. And now, even sending himself onto the path of death, Feng Zhuan's expression was still calm, half his body gradually sinking into the black hole. Looking at Yuan Jingfeng, a faint smile even appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Jingfeng was silent. Then, he let out a clear roar. Surrounded by countless black chains, Yuan Jingfeng still managed to separate himself, his palms crisscrossing as space shook. Within the deep abyss, the heavens and earth seemed to be overturned, space breaking and changing. The great golden sun was not affected, while the darkness of the deep abyss down below was instead being sucked into the black hole beneath Feng Zhuan. Strangely enough, the more 9 underworlds' baleful qi that was sucked in, the larger that black hole became, the stronger its suction force as well. Some fallen practitioners wanted to attack Feng Zhuan, yet were hard-pressed to resist the suction force of the black hole as they were directly sucked in. Seeing all this, a strange smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of the mouth of the East Rising Lord. He did not attack Feng Zhuan or Yuan Jingfeng, instead lunging towards the great golden sun down below. Led by him, the other evil devils did the same as well. Due to its spirituality having been whittled away by the passage of time, the great golden sun currently appeared silent, the power of its seal growing weaker and weaker as it seemed on the verge of collapse beneath the onslaught of the evil devils. However, if anyone dared to touch it, a powerful destructive force would immediately be emitted from within the great golden sun, directly reducing the evil devils who dared to approach it into ash. His expression not changing, the East Rising Lord raised his hands, the black light vanishing as golden light appeared. The direct lineage martial arts of the sacred Sun clan, executed at this moment, more or less having some connection with the concept of the great golden sun. Some fell to the dark side, some were refined into clones by the evil devils. The Sunset Lord and the other sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all laughed strangely as they did the same. They also did not hope to be able to enter the world within the great golden sun like Yan Zhaoga, only hoping to shake the great golden sun a step further from the outside, causing the seal that the great golden sun supported to completely collapse. Seeing this, the gazes of Yuan Jingfeng and Feng Zhuan both hardened. While they did not understand the principle behind this, They had all seen Yan Zhaoge vanish amidst the infinite golden sunlight earlier. Not finished yet. Chapter 482. In the heavens and earth within the great golden sun, Yan Zhaoge stood on its surface, witnessing that great golden seal that seized all radiance and occupied the center of the world. Just as he was thinking of a way, he felt the entire heavens and earth shake and shake. Stabilizing himself, Yan Zhaoge gazed towards the great seal. Suddenly, all-encompassing golden light converged by the side of the seal, actually gradually condensing into the figure of a person. Meanwhile, in the deep abyss outside, the great golden sun shook mightily at this moment, as though it had been affected by the East Rising Lord and the others. The great sun itself had not been damaged much, but streams of golden light coiled within the air, shaking the surrounding space as well. The black hole beneath Fang Xuan's body rippled, sweeping in numerous streams of black light. However, these streams of black light were connected to those numerous black chains. At this moment, affected by the surrounding chaotic space, everything appeared chaotic. The intersecting black chains resembled a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped and bound Yuan Jingfeng. Guided by a majestic force, Yuan Jingfeng was shockingly dragged towards that black hole as well. The two devilish claws that danced within the air clawed towards Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng spread his palms apart, moving forward together, one on each side as he blocked the two devilish claws that were attacking him. However, that majestic force still pressed down on Yuan Jingfeng, sending him tumbling towards the black hole. Yuan Jingfeng knit his brows tightly as he could tell that these two evil devils actually wanted to use him to seal up the black hole. The surrounding 9 underworlds' baleful qi transformed into a vortex, the bottom of the vortex being sucked in by the black hole. However, the vortex also swept Yuan Jingfeng's body along with it. Beneath the effects of multiple forces, Yuan Jingfeng was sucked into the black hole along with the jet black chains and the black vortex. Half of his body having fallen within, he actually sunk even deeper than Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan formed sword seals with both hands, his left hand pointing towards his forehead while his right pierced towards the black hole down below. Streams of light attempted to break apart the devilish qi surrounding Yuan Jingfeng. Yuan Jingfeng's entire body surged with true essence, also resisting the dual devouring power of the 9 underworlds' baleful qi and the black hole down below. However, he could only helplessly watch as the two massive devilish claws pressed down simultaneously from above. Yuan Jingfeng raised his hands with the momentum of a heavenly king bearing a pagoda, blocking the two devilish claws. Feeling that immense pressure, a resolute look appeared within Yuan Jingfeng's eyes as his palms that had originally been blocking outward suddenly changed direction. His hands abruptly turned into claws, and he stopped resisting. Instead, he firmly grabbed onto the two devil claws and pulled them towards him with all his strength. The speed at which Yuan Jingfeng was sinking into the black hole suddenly increased, but the strength of his hands increased to the extreme, and he began to drag the two evil spirits with him. It was obvious that he was going to perish together with them. Even if he was trapped in the black hole of the space-time turbulence, he would drag these two demons into it. The great golden sun was shaken. At this moment, the seal had almost completely collapsed. The 9 underworlds' baleful qi grew fiercer and fiercer, the terrifying devilish aura of the two massive devilish claws growing more and more distinct and stronger as it looked like it was truly about to descend upon the 8 extremities world. At this moment, Yuan Jingfeng had already completely disregarded his own life and death as he wanted to drag these two evil devils directly from the 9 underworlds into the black hole before him through the 8 extremities world, not giving them a chance to remain in the 8 extremities world. The smile on the face of the East Rising Lord vanished, becoming cold and dark. Yuan Jingfeng's expression was resolute and fearless. This world is indeed very good, so all the more I can't give it to you. The Sunset Lord had not been possessed. Instead, he had already fallen to the dark side, his eyes turning yellow as they shot out a blood-red light. He looked at Yuan Jingfeng, Yuan equaling heaven, why do you have to risk your life like this? Look, Shen Qinglei is just a little smarter than you. Yuan Jingfeng shook his head, here, with the seal blocking the descent of the true devils, it is already so difficult for us to fight them. If the 9 underworld's true devils are allowed to truly descend into the 8 extremities world and display their full power outside, how will we be able to fight them then? There are far more than just 9 underworld's true devils. If the seal cannot be repaired and the passageway is opened, as time passes, more true devils will pay attention to this world, right? This old man sincerely hopes that Xunli has some special intentions in leaving this time. Otherwise, while it is easy for him to escape now, after a large number of evil devils have entered the 8 extremities world in the future, where will he run to then? Hide in the flame devil world? Hearing his words, the Sunset Lord laughed loudly. So you also know that there are many truly powerful evil devils. It is just that there are only 2 who are currently paying attention to this dimensional passageway. When more and more evil devils are paying attention to this place, what can you do? You are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You, Shen Qinglei or the others, it is just a matter of whether you die sooner or later. The fate of the 8 extremities world has already been decided. Why don't you just open your heart and be like us? You will discover that this world where you can do as you please has a different kind of brilliance to it. Yuan Jingfeng's expression did not waver in the slightest. If we can drag these 2 true devils into the chaotic flows of space, they will not be able to immediately set foot on our 8 extremities world and wreak havoc there. Without their mischief, before the other true devils have noticed this place, this great golden sun may be able to once again seal the entrance to the great 9 underworld's door. He looked at the Sunset Lord and the East Rising Lord. With just puppets and fallen practitioners like you 2, it is still insufficient to shake this great golden sun. This old man will gamble on this possibility now, striving for a chance of survival for our 8 extremities world. A look of ridicule appeared on the face of the East Rising Lord. With just you. The difference in our strength between only descending with a single arm and descending with a complete arm is far greater than the difference between the heavens and the earth. Yuan Jingfeng smiled calmly. Do what you can and leave it to fate. Only having exerted your utmost effort can you calmly face fate. In one's life, all one seeks is to have a clear conscience. Beside him, Feng Zhuan was silent upon hearing his words before he soundless laughed. He raised his hands, the index and second fingers of his right hand forming a sword as he lightly slashed across the meridians on his left wrist. Essence blood spurted out, guided by Feng Zhuan's sword technique, transforming into numerous threads of blood that traversed the air. The threads of blood resembled ropes as they trapped those 2 massive demonic claws, one black and one purple. The 2 evil devils were greatly enraged, their demonic claws trembling as a majestic force emanated, wanting to shatter the threads of blood. Now, Feng Zhuan guided the sword technique on his right hand once more, pointing straight towards the black hole down below as a blood-red light also shot out from the fingertips of his right hand, landing within the black hole formed of the chaotic flows of space. Instantly, the speed at which Feng Zhuan was being devoured by the black hole suddenly increased as well. The threads of blood that were connected to his left hand and binding those 2 demonic claws were now reinforced by a formless force, the space around them distorting unceasingly as the 2 demonic claws were actually unable to break free for the time being. As Feng Zhuan's descending speed increased, he also brought along a tremendous force, helping Yuan Jingfeng to drag along those 2 demonic claws, wanting to suck them into the black hole as well. In the secular world, it is often said that when fighting a tiger, blood brothers fight, father and son fight. Feng Zhuan said, master and disciple are fine as well. Yuan Jingfeng looked at his disciple with pity. After entering the space-time turbulence, it was hard to predict whether one would be lucky or not. One might be killed by the space-time turbulence, or one might enter an unknown world. However, the technique that Feng Zhuan was currently using caused him to lose a great deal of his essence blood, igniting his own life force. It was very likely that without the evil devils acting or the chaotic flows of space killing him, he would perish first. This child, you've always been like this since you were young. You look gentle on the outside, but you're the craziest and most intense on the inside. A worried look flashed across Yuan Jingfeng's face. He laughed loudly and said, all right, let's go together. The master and disciple shouted in unison, increasing their strength to the extreme, forcibly dragging the 2 nefarious devils. As their bodies fell into the black hole turbulence, the 2 demonic claws, one purple and one black, gradually began to be engulfed by the black hole. The East Rising Lord and the others roared together, the devils within the deep abyss howling madly.